You did push the blue button though, right?
Yeah. We don't do rumors. We run facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts. This is hit and run.
Chopper 1, visual contact, vehicle heading northbound.
I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. Seen men fold when the lights got bright. See true drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen many lives dressed up like kings. Too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the face, then we run. Fearless from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet cracked, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckles scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg. Just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud, it's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Hit and run. Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run.
Unit 1 airborne, scanning downtown grid.
No emotion, just evidence.
Be advised, all units go for located are moving at high speed through downtown Dallas.
We the roam.
Oh man, we are back early in the middle, or actually the beginning of the week. It's only Tuesday there. It's Wednesday here for me, though. You know, but at the end of the day, we had an agreement about a week and a half ago about what was going to happen in the Middle East when it came to Iran and what they were going to do with the Straits of Hormuz. Well, since there's this temporary ceasefire, we wanted to go ahead and give you guys an update on what's going on in the Middle East and give you obviously our assessment on what's going on. Fearless's point of view, my point of view, sounds like he's more, you know, he's a peacetime guy, not a wartime guy. And no, I don't care either way.
Fully.
I don't care either way. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I want our troops to come home safe. That's my main point of this. You know, who's in leadership and all that, that's for other people to decide. Go out and vote. But at the end of the day, we're here to talk about this 2-week ceasefire and whether it's actually going to be a 2-week ceasefire that turns into peace, or if it's going to be a 2-week ceasefire so they can prep to get some things done when they disagree with the whole thing.
Keep talking. Give me 10 seconds.
Keep talking.
Yeah, just give me 10 seconds.
Now, we got plenty of people that are already analyzing this. I'm going to play this 15-second clip since my brother had to step away real quick. And this is he's basically a mathematician type professor that really looks at game theory. So I'm going to play him real quick, about 15, 20 seconds.
So this is a map. And this map, even if you don't really know the war, even if you don't know the participants, even if you don't know the weaponry, this map will tell you exactly how this war will progress. All right, so some certain things to keep in mind about this map. This is what we call this area, okay, really small, it's 33 kilometers wide, okay? People can swim across it. It's really, really narrow, okay? This small area, guys, it's called the Strait of Hormuz, all right?
First of all, let me stop you right there. I don't know anybody that can swim 33 miles across a damn strait. It ain't that damn small. Basically, even over the horizon's about 25 miles. So even if you were out and you were doing radio waves over the ocean, a radio can only reach 25 miles over the horizon. The minute you dip over that horizon, you don't receive anything because the radio wave shoots across straight. It doesn't bend. So in that respect, I don't know why he's saying 33 miles isn't a big deal or 33 kilometers is not a big deal. It's
But
why.
here's the thing.
Let me finish. Let him play. Let him finish.
I'm saying what makes it a big deal is
And it's
not that it's 33 miles. It's the fact that it's only deep for about 2 miles. So ships can only pass through that one narrow part, not the whole thing. So it's 25 miles wide, but it's only deep enough in certain places.
Physically, when you look at 33 or 25 miles, you can't see anybody on the other side. They're little ass pin drops, especially a person. You can't see a person. You can see a ship 33 miles with a telescope. You can't even see the people.
important because it's really the center of the world. This one area is the nexus, the pivot of the world.
Now, the reason I played that, and I only wanted to play that point, is as we get into the negotiation, you're going to hear one of the key sticking points for Iran is they want to be able to process every ship that goes through there and charge them a toll. What in the hell is that about? Nobody was getting tolls before. Now all of a sudden they want to toll the world to get access to something that they can't really supposedly shut down anyway. But I'm going to go ahead and let Fearless go ahead and play your first video.
No,
we can get conversation.
They had, and this is kind of an exclusive that nobody's seen. So I just wanted to be one of the first people to show it. They had they were doing the negotiations, and actually Trump was in the negotiations with Iran. Let me play this so you can see what happened in these negotiations.
Man, I know you set me up for something, but I'm gonna watch this.
Yeah, it was 12:15 exactly. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, see, I already knew you were setting me up for something.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you?
I
See what I'm saying?
I thought.
No, so, you know what I'm saying? That you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you?
Yeah,
You know you done fucked up, don't you? You know it, don't you?
Hold up.
No, you
You're
done
about to
fucked
get us a copyright strike. I get the point.
You done fucked up. You done fucked up, man. You done made all these promises that you couldn't deliver on. Every time that there was going to be
What promises? Please outlay the promises that were made.
Okay, we're going to do a regime change. Didn't happen. We're going to make sure that they cannot do any type of nuclear. That's not going to be a part of the bargain. Those two right there. So
Do you know how much damage we already done? Wait. Do you know
They
how much
said that
damage we already done?
doesn't mean anything. What does that
It
mean?
absolutely does.
No, they look. Now you know what happened? Let me tell you what happened.
Okay.
Before the war, they had sanctions. We lifted the sanctions because there was no gas. So they were selling gas they were selling their oil at like $20 a barrel.
Yeah.
Now they selling it at $100 a barrel. And they don't have sanctions. They have more money now than when all this started. Not only that, they said, you know what? We didn't know we were as powerful as we were. We shut down the Straits of Hormuz and everything went haywire. Saudi Arabia makes money from ships going through. All of these other places make money. Oh, let us start making a toll. Now they're gonna start charging a toll for ships to go through. They making money off of that. What are you talking? They're in a better position now than they were.
Do you have the talking points on what they're negotiating on?
I don't have those 10. I sent them to you, but let me see. I can go over them or I can pull them up.
Yeah, pull them up on the screen so everybody knows what you're looking at. I don't know if I had it. I didn't have it on I saw it on a news report. I didn't necessarily have the actual trade-offs. I can bring up the news report and freeze frame it, but
that's just going to be me too. I screenshotted it from somewhere. Let me see if I can send it to myself real quick. So remember this. Trump said, and Trump tore up the agreement that I said Osama bin Laden, Barack Obama had. He said that was weak. It was bad. He couldn't do it.
Nope, it was the best deal we had.
This deal is even going to be better. Not for us.
Not for us, for them.
It's going to be better for them. So you tore up an agreement. You went into a place. So I guess when you say we got something out of Obama, what did we win from this? Because if you can tell me what it is we gained from going in, then I can see.
First of all, you talking to me like I condone this shit. I didn't condone this shit.
Military man.
No, I'm a military man, but I follow orders, and that's the whole thing. The biggest thing that you're skipping over, even though all of a sudden the United States are responsible for everything that's being done, Israel started this.
Oh, no.
We're backing a partner in this. We don't have any direct need for Iraqi or of Iranian oil. We have the same crude that they have. And matter of fact, when we took Venezuela, we even improved our standing on the Western Hemisphere as far as how much oil we have available to us. So we didn't have anything or any need to mess with Iran. That was all Israel. That's why I'm telling you guys who are back in the United States think I'm in the Philippines. And yes, the Philippines was directly dealing with Iran for their oil. So they were getting it at that discounted rate. And so temporarily, that's why the Philippines went into immediate national disaster mode, is because with that being frozen like it was, they were looking at 60 days out. They initially got a deal. So I'm going to bring you up to speed with what's going on in the Philippines. They initially got 2.4 million barrels of oil from Russia. Okay, you would think the Philippines deals with the United States. How come we're not getting our oil from the United States? Go figure. I don't know.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why.
Wait, let me finish.
Go ahead.
In the meantime, off the shores of the Philippines, there was another oil strike. So now there's a new oil well that is also pumping out oil that they got here in the Philippines. And then within the last couple days, Iran has a deal with the Philippines where they allow those ships to come through clean without any problems and come directly into the Philippines. So Philippines is straight now as far as oil and the prediction of oil shortages. So they're straight.
Wait, repeat what you just said. You said Philippines got to deal with who?
Iran directly.
Oh.
So obviously if Iran, listen, stop, let me finish. So obviously if Iran's locking up the strait, then obviously they can let certain ships free and clear, like the Chinese yuan that they want everybody to use in order to bolster their friendship with China. But at the end of the day, yeah, they're going to be able to get their oil while this whole situation is still trying to be resolved. But obviously with this ceasefire, they opened up the straits anyway. So it's a nullified point. With the ceasefire, they opened up the straits no matter what.
No. See, what they're not saying is you saying they opened up the straits. That's not really the news. They opened up the straits with these conditions. And one of those conditions is they about to get paid. You gonna pay them.
Listen, you look, when you ask for a ceasefire to sit down at the table, you don't get everything you ask for just because you're sitting. It has to be agreed upon and signed upon. Nobody else has agreed. You think the United States can make an overall deal for the rest of the planet? Who said that UAE is going to agree to that? Who said that any other country is going to agree to paying a toll every time a ship goes in and out of the strait? So you're rattling off conditions that Iran is basically holding hostage the whole globe, and you think that that's going to freely be agreed to just because the United States said something?
Sir, the reason what you said makes no sense is this is exactly what you said.
Start chiming in the chat. Hey, I need y'all to interact with this conversation. Do y'all think that Iran has that much power on the global scale that they can stop all the other countries from disagreeing with whatever the United States says?
Can I talk?
But go ahead and make your point. Yeah.
What you said was all of these countries have to agree. Brother, you don't understand geopolitics. All the countries did not agree when there was when the United States and the G7 had an agreement with Iran. That's 7 countries. There's 198 countries. So out of those 7 countries, those are the ones who agreed. We didn't care what the 198 thought. It was what we agreed to. So when you're saying all these other countries got to agree, that's never happened. When there was World War II and people came in and cut up Africa, the whole world didn't agree to that. It was those countries that were in power. It doesn't take the whole world to agree. It doesn't matter what the Middle East says. It's what we says when we go down there. Oh, man, bruh. Drew, brother. I'm in Frisco.
That's a conversation.
And
he's right there.
I wanted to talk about that. I told you, and this is just off subject, just addressing Drew. Go ahead and bring that up. I'm sorry. Let me bring this up, Drew. I have not seen the documentary, but I did see something that showed the most Indians that have come here are in Frisco and Dallas, Texas. And the reason is, and they're setting up these. I have not seen the documentary, so I don't know what the documentary says, but they set up their H-1B1 visas. I told you they showed the town hall, and they were honoring the Boy Scouts, and they were all Indians. No, there was.
Hey, if you're in the room, please. Hey, we're not asking you to do anything, but just hit the like button.
Just hit the like button.
Hit the like button, please, in both rooms.
So what the Indians are
doing, in the room.
Yeah, what the Indians are doing there, and I'm telling you, they got a system.
Everybody's got a system, but us.
They got a system, man. Oh yeah, it's a 33%. They've taken over. They've taken over in the jobs. They come here and they get sponsors. A lot of them don't know the work. And I told, and I don't want to get off subject. I'm sorry, we're talking about this, but this is geopolitical. If I was at my job and I just did contract negotiations with Tata. You talking about people that get every dime of every dollar. And when they negotiate, they make sure when we say there's an increase, they get their increases. They change the title of the people who work so that they can make sure they get the maximum amount. And they do not pay the contractors. They don't play them. They taking over. They are the. But we'll get back on that. But back to what you said, it doesn't matter what anybody else says, man. Because the reason it doesn't matter is we negotiate without any of them. The same way we didn't tell them that we needed to go to war. Oh yeah, Tata, bro. I'm Drew taking me off subject, man. If I could show you this, and I don't know how much I can say.
No, we stand on topic, bro. You're saying you only got a certain amount of time.
I tell you what, Drew. Let's talk about that on Friday, man. Because I got a lot. They got a lot, but it doesn't matter what anybody agrees to. If the United States says this is how it is, that's how it goes. The same way that we did not negotiate or ask anybody when we got into this war, whatever agreement we have, we won't take anybody to get there, to get into it. So That's just how it's going to go. You say we got to ask their permission. We're not going to. We don't even want to be in this war. You know how much money? You said we did good. You know how much money we lost every day? We fired off how many? 1,000?
I think we're at 2 billion right now. 2 billion or 2 trillion, something like that.
2 billion, and we in 30 days. 30
No,
days.
I understand that. Like I said, you're acting like I'm condoning this thing. You're talking to me like I'm the one that's instigating this and all for it. I'm not. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to tell a story of what's going on. Don't project it on me. This is not my choice. Because right now, I told you before, multiple times over the last month, nothing should have been done. And this also answers Ryan's question all at the same time. There was no congressional approval for us to even act in this situation to help out Israel. This is on the president's word alone, and all his minions and everything else, not necessarily supportive of him, but won't go against him, allowed it to happen instead of ceasing it right there. I also blame the generals. Hold on, let me finish my point. I also blame the generals because the generals should have been the first line of defense to say, no, Mr. President, we can't move forward until you get congressional approval. I don't give a damn who you are. You're not a monarch. You're not the king. If you don't have congressional approval, these are our policies, our policies and procedures. Okay, so if you don't have congressional approval, we can't move forward. We can strategize all day long, but we can't move forward until you get congressional approval to start a war. I don't care if it's Israel or not. Okay, so I blame the generals. Now, as far as the enlisted people and the officers below those ranks and the Joint Chiefs, unfortunately, they are the ones that just have to follow along with and implement orders. Can the whole branch of the service just turn around and say, nah, I'm not going to fight? No, that's not for them to decide, unfortunately. Now, what they can refuse to do is in the act of doing that, if there is a immoral or unethical order, which they can be held under the UCMJ as far as a war crime, they can refuse to do that. But can they refuse to fight when their orders come down from a general or whatever? No. Can they refuse to fight when it comes down to an immoral act while in the commission of doing their orders? Absolutely. So that answers all the questions, but go ahead. Now hit the like button, Ryan, since that's what you asked me. Go ahead.
So here's the thing. Two things. I know that somebody has said, you know how much war money China is losing. Not as much as the United States. The reason United States fell behind is we spent not only on the war, but helping out later on with war vets and all that, $10 trillion. While we were spending, I don't know why I went out, while we were spending $10 trillion on war, China was investing in their technology, investing in their warships, becoming better off.
Chinese warships are crap, bro. If you're thinking that's something to bolster, their warships, and anybody will tell you that's military, their warships are crap. So just because they built it, don't mean it's going to last. What's the first thing you know about Chinese built products? They are not built for long-term use, and that includes their warships and everything else. So just because they built something, don't mean they built it right.
And just because we built something don't mean it's the best. Because right now we got drones that are $20,000.
We have the same drones. We have the same drone technology.
So we may have the technology. We ain't got nobody to build them. We're not building them.
Because we never needed
it. Bro, you mean what let me tell you what I'm told up, Ronan. You asked what I'm talking about. Trump just sent his sons over to Ukraine to try to get the technology to say that this is what we're trying to do. We do not have that technology. We are buying those drones from Ukraine. We're trying to get them from Ukraine, bruh. We don't have nobody over here is building.
That doesn't matter. We've never needed anything that small before. This is just a tit for tat to say, oh, they got it, we got it too. Who gives a fuck? The American military does not care. We don't care about what the little things that they have. It takes bodies in order to make those things move.
All I know is they shot down
the most recent. Listen, let me finish. You jump in before I can even finish my point. If you didn't look at the recent bombings strategically that was even on Karg Island, every outpost or any place where there was Iraqi military, their drone sites, everything got hit today. So you already know they were staging for the Muse to be there. Now everybody's saying, oh, the Marines hit is going to be a fucking problem. Yeah, it's going to be a fucking problem for them. And by the way, they've been calling out the 31st Mu, the 11th Mu. You know what? There was a whole nother Mu that nobody knows about that's been there from the beginning. 15th MUSOC that comes out of California has been on deployment. The first ones that go in, just like I was in Iraq, I was in China and Saddam went into Kuwait. We steamed right in there and started doing missions. Okay, so nobody knew that we were doing that shit. It wasn't on the news. We don't publicize everything. Now, the news might have access to see certain things that are going on, but they don't have access to see everything militarily that's going on. There's 50,000 troops right now that are sitting in the fucking desert, acclimating, weatherizing.
You keep saying this, man. What did that matter when it came down to the time?
And it's my point. Okay. So were you saying, oh, they got this and they got that? So do we. We just executed going in behind their enemy lines to pick up a pilot. And you're saying we can't do shit to them. We can do a hell of a lot to them. It's whether we want to or not. Just because you're a big dog on the block don't mean you have to flex and do everything you can do. The point is we've had nuclear weapons forever and we've never had to use them because it was the threat. It was the positioning, the bolstering of it that made it intimidating, not that we were going to ever use them. And just because we can fuck up a nation don't mean we're just going to do it just because. A lot of it is rhetoric. A lot of it is talk. But at the end of the day, can we pull the trigger and do it? You're damn straight we can. Do we want to? Is it ethically, morally correct of what we can and cannot do? That's for the politicians and you civilians to argue over. I guarantee you, anybody that's in the military right now don't have a fucking choice. So my heart is out to them because they have to execute orders no matter what, because what? They want to come home no matter who's picking and choosing what they're supposed to do. That's my point. I feel bad for the soldiers that have to follow through on this bullshit that shouldn't even be happening right now. But go ahead. And we're going to start playing some videos. There's a lot of personal opinions going on in here, but I want to get some video and some facts going on too.
See, what you keep saying is what we can do to them. The problem is, and the issue is, it doesn't matter what we can do to them because what holds up the petrodollar is oil. And the reason we got into the oil deal is because we said that we would take care of Saudi Arabia. Once Saudi Arabia getting bombed, they just got an oil field that was just
now. Oh my God. How many years? It's been 50 fucking plus years. Saudi Arabia, by the way, did not agree to renew the petrodollar agreement 2 years ago. In 2024, that contract went null and void. So Saudi Arabia has not renewed, but yet and still, we're still supposed to protect them. Maybe they'll come to the table now and say, hey, we know we dropped off for the last 2 years. We'll go ahead and agree to that shit now so you can continue to protect us. But go look it up. The agreement ended in 2024. It was not an
agreement. I looked it up. I'm going to show you.
It's not now. It ended in 2024. The original 50-year agreement ended in 2024, June. Look it up.
I'm looking it up. I'm going to show you.
But while you're looking that up, I'm gonna play a video, man, because there's too much personal stuff going on, and you're basing it off of what you feel. And I'm telling you, we function off of facts and we function off of what our orders are. But I need to play this so that we can get some other interjection in here, aside for just me and you. And I want to open up the panel later, but he's not going to be able to be here. So I want him to get his points off. before I bring some patriots or somebody up that's really gonna hammer the nail home.
But here,
yeah, man. I mean, to me, you're sitting here talking about certain things that are still, regardless of whether wait.
You spent 20 years over. You spent 20 years
of whether these troops have a choice or not. You're
down a choice. I don't know why you keep putting that in my mouth. You keep playing this dude, which don't mean nothing.
Let me
spent 23 years over in Afghanistan and Iraq. What did you walk away with? What did you win?
Look, we've had this conversation offline. I'm not going to bring it online.
I won nothing.
The American military does not go somewhere to take over a country. We're not colonizers. That's a colonizer. Listen, that's not a colonizer's mindset. An American military person goes over to achieve objective or a mission, and then they pull the fuck out. That's political shit that goes on when they run the country.
Years.
That has nothing to do with the American military. That has everything to do with politics and political leaders wanting to overstep their ability. And as you can see, every time they try to overstep, what happened? They couldn't fucking sustain it because that's not our mission.
Can you tell me what the mission was in Afghanistan?
You would have to ask the people that had to execute the Afghanistan fucking issues. I was not in the military then.
So how can you say that we won or we achieved an objective?
It's not about winning and losing. This is the thing with you guys.
About
billions. No, it is not.
What's war about?
It is never about winning and losing.
What is war about then?
Oh my God! To actually explain that to you, you would never understand. I've been sitting here for the last two. No, I've asked you. You've asked me offline for the last 2 weeks. What is about? I told you it's not about wins or losses. It's about missions and completing different things. You're acting like a win would be to take over. We don't do that shit. We've never been colonized. Go talk to Britain. Go talk to Leopold. Go talk to all these other nations that went in and tried to colonize a nation. That's what they were built for. United States of America was not built to be colonizers.
Yes, we are.
The military or nothing. No, we are not.
Why do you think we got Puerto Rico? Why do you think we got Guam?
Those are territories.
Yes. Exactly. Puerto Rico, Hawaii, Guam.
Those are territories.
We colonized them. What do you mean? We took them over. And
look, if you want to say that, then why is the Philippines and not still United States property?
Then what does this have to do anything? Why is Hong Kong?
You just brought up all these other points. I just told you about the Philippines. Explain that one.
We just gave it back. That doesn't mean we hold up. By your recognition, you're saying Britain isn't a colonizer because it gave back Hong Kong.
If this is the topic we talking about, are we just going to go ahead and downfall anything done by the American military for whatever reason? Is that the reason why we're here right now?
Saying we did something. So I'm trying to figure out what it is we did.
Whatever missions we were told to do, we did. Now, whether you want to get behind them as somebody looking at it, armchair quarterback, and never fucking did it yourself, that's like you being wait. No. That is exactly how you would feel when you played football at D1 level. You went on the field and played, and everybody started talking about how you guys performed or how you did like they were on the fucking field. They weren't. They didn't put in the hard work. They didn't do any of the shit that it took in order to get on the field to earn the right to play. But now you're talking down like anybody.
Network.
Wait, where did you win? Did you win? Did you win an NFL contract? What did the school do besides use your body at the best of its ability for their benefit because they got paid off of your performance? They got paid off of your games. What did you get besides an education and a hurt body?
That was the best thing I ever got. What do you mean? It was a free education. Okay. It was free food.
So then don't doubt or don't fault the fucking guys that are in the military doing what they're doing in order to get ahead of life.
You always answering questions that I never asked. I never said that.
But that's the roundabout question that you're asking.
I did not. I said what? I didn't roundabout nothing. I said, What is it? You kept saying we did this. We got this strength. We got all this stuff. You keep saying all these things that we have, all this material stuff, these bombs. We got the greatest things. And I'm saying, what did it win? It don't matter if you got the biggest bombs. What did you win?
You're a football player, right? You're thinking wins and losses. That's not political, or that's not geopolitics. It's not about wins and losses. It's about gains and positioning of power. That's geopolitics.
Okay, then
it's not about wins and losses.
What gain and what power did we do?
Bruh, you got to ask the politicians and look at your history books. The army, the military.
You keep telling me to ask a politician, and then hold up. Let me talk. A politician is a Monday morning quarterback. They're not fighting.
No.
So when I hold up, Ronan. When you say, "Oh, you got to be in the game, you got to know the game," so I'm asking somebody who was in the game, who was in the military. I'm not going to somebody else. I'm asking you directly.
But am I the one issuing the orders? Am I the one behind the orders that are being given? So do I have a call on how the orders are issued out and how they're conducted? No, I do not. That's why they have a chain of command. I execute orders. I make sure the orders are legal, not immoral or unethical, and I execute orders. Do I have a decision-making process? As much as I had the opportunity to sit down and read top secret message after top secret message and understand all the ins and outs of how they play three-dimensional global fucking chess on who they can fuck with, who they can't, and who's going to be offended if we fuck with them. It doesn't matter how much I know. I still don't have control on that. So I don't have the decision-making process and understanding why they wanted it done. You get what I mean?
Drew, we didn't get regime change.
Did you have the ability to call your plays, or did you execute the plays your coaches?
It's called audible. It's called audible.
Were you a quarterback?
Hold up. You just asked me.
Stop. Were you the quarterback? Were you the quarterback? Were you the quarterback?
What are you talking about? I didn't play on offense.
Were you the quarterback?
I don't play on offense. I played on defense. Hold up. You can't ask me a question, and then when I go to answer, you interrupt me.
But you're not answering the question. You personally did not do an audible.
I do. I was a linebacker. I called audibles on defense because I read the offense and I called audibles. You just asked me a question.
Here's the thing. Could you stop? Listen. Can you stop the offense if you're on defense? Can you stop them from making the play at all? Or are they going to call whatever plays they have? They can re-audible your audible, right? So what's the point? What are you trying to say?
Hold up. See how you just moved the goalpost?
No, I did not. I just used your example again.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You were saying that you can't change the play. Then what you're trying to say is, if somebody gives you an order, you have to follow the order. That was your thing. You can't change the play. Hold up. That's exactly what you said. And I said, no, I can call an audible.
Hit the like button if anything.
The offense and the defense. That has nothing to do with anything.
Why not? You can't control both sides of the ball.
What you were saying was
you cannot control both sides of the ball.
Things, man.
Can you call into the quarterback? Listen, can you call into the quarterback what play you want him to play?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
It's basically what you're telling me as an American military person. I have the right to call in a play that I don't agree with from the higher ups. I can audible my way out of it.
I can that's you. What you tried to say is I can't audible on the defense, and I can.
I'm telling you, we can't audible
like that. I obviously not. So you just follow orders.
But you're making it simplistic. You're making the
basics of what you said.
You're controlling. Listen, you're controlling. No, because you're relating to something simple-minded, like 11 people on the field versus thousands that are involved in a fucking battle. You can't audible one piece when there's 10 pieces on the board that all need to be moved with 500 people involved. You can audible for 11 people, and guess what? If you fuck up, oh well, you lost a couple yards. If somebody fucks up when it comes to a military option, people fucking die.
Now let me ask you the question that we went down this. The original question is, what was the goal? What was the outcome? Your response to that was, you got to ask the politicians. And I said to you, well, you didn't make any sense, Ronan, because you kept telling me
in a civilian mind will ever make sense.
Why you interrupted? You want me to talk? You're
trying to make logical sense out of something that's not going to make logic to you.
So you go ahead and talk. Because you're not going to let me talk.
Unless you serve, you're not going to be able to logically think out why the American military does anything, because you don't see any feasible reason why there should be a military.
Hold up. So can I speak? You finished getting it out?
Yeah.
All right. When I asked you what was the purpose, you said ask somebody in politics. Just before that, when I said, what about somebody in politics? You just said they don't serve. They don't know anything. So instead of asking somebody in politics, I'm asking someone who served. And what you did was you just gave it to the Monday morning quarterback. So on one hand, you keep interrupting. On one hand, you say people in the Monday morning quarterback don't know anything. They don't know anything. That's on one hand. And then on the other hand, you say, I got to follow all the politics, the people who don't know anything. What kind of sense does that make? You're saying Monday morning quarterbacks and people who never played the game have no conscience of what war is like. But those are the people you listen to.
You don't, because you've never had a bullet flying there.
A person who has no skin in the game, who's never served, who never done it, who gives that to you. That's like me listening to somebody who's
following the chain of command, and they're elected officials, whether you like the elected official or not. You promise to serve your country, which means there's a chain of command, and those politicians are on the upper echelon of that chain of command because they make the decisions overall through congressional agreements and everything else on what we do and how we're implemented and used.
Then so if there's
a hierarchy, just like you have a coach, an assistant coach, and everything else, there's a hierarchy.
But they play the game. So what you just said to me makes no sense, because what you tried to say to me, what you tried to say to me was, as a person who is not in the military, I have no reason to say what's going right or wrong. And then on the other hand, you say politicians who are not in the military have every reason to say what's right or wrong.
Don't they make the laws?
Don't they make the law?
Yeah.
Y'all don't follow the law anyway.
Who don't follow the laws?
The military.
We absolutely have laws, regulations, and different agreements. The Geneva Convention. I just told you, if we broke laws, whether for me it was under the UCMJ and other articles of war. If we break laws, we're held responsible for those laws that we break. And here's the twist. Where you're innocent until proven guilty, a military person is guilty and they have to prove themselves innocent. So we really have to be very specific on how we execute things.
Sir, there was a CIA person that was arrested because he didn't believe in what you called enhanced interrogation, which was the same thing as torture.
Okay. And
so you just said you got to follow laws. He was arrested for saying that there was enhanced interrogation. He never did enhanced interrogation.
Did he go to jail?
Yes. He went to jail. Yes. He's a famous CIA person who spoke Arabic.
So here's the thing.
Hold on. Don't change it, because now what you
I'm not changing it. Here's the thing.
You just said you don't break laws.
You can't. Can politicians break laws and get away with them?
He was not a politician, sir.
I understand that. That's the point. He went to jail, but most politicians can get away with shit like that. So that shows you hierarchy does matter in any country.
I'm gonna read my man. He asked me.
And I play this video, bro.
No, I'm gonna read.
On this conversation. You're reading Ryan's stuff. The same guy that's sitting here just on your side the whole time. Why you got preferential clicks? Why you preferential clicking?
I didn't. All I seen was he said, "Sir," in the black shirt.
Yo, y'all need to drop some likes. I swear to God, y'all need to drop some likes for real.
The United States is considered a colonial power by many historians and political analysts, having expanded from 13 colonies to a continental nation through the displacement of Native Americans.
What's that got to do with right now?
You just said we wasn't a colonizer.
Oh my God.
Hey, the chat is calling you out, brother.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. Like you keep playing with Ryan's clicks. Please stop clicking.
Hold up. I think you can get lost somewhere. I think you get lost.
Are we not supposed to be talking about a ceasefire in Iran? Are we talking about all global history? Are we supposed to be?
No. See, this is what happens. You get a little lost. So I'm gonna bring you back to why.
Lost. That has nothing to do with right now Iran. And no, you can't cross-associate something from the past to now. We're talking about speculative ideas on whether after this 2 weeks we're going to have peace or not peace. We're not talking about all the global decisions the United States have made up to this point. That's not the topic of the conversation.
Now, you finished?
Go ahead.
All right. So let me help you. Let me show you why Ryan was bringing this up.
Mm.
My question to you was, what did we win?
It's not wins
There
or
you go.
losses.
You just interrupted me. You just interrupted me.
Because you keep saying win, and I said stop using wins and losses.
Did you finish?
Stop using the word win, and I'll listen.
just
Stop using
interrupted
the word win. Stop using the word win. Because the military don't function with wins.
I can't talk. See, there
Can
you
you
go.
stop using wins? Can you stop using wins as a part of the conversation?
I asked you, what do we gain? Your response was, we not colonizers. That's what you said. So Ryan was showing you that we are colonizers, and he's giving you evidence to show why we are colonizers, because your thing was, we're not colonizers. We don't do that. And I said, yes, we are. And his response is, yes, we are. Going back to saying what your statement was not true on what you said.
Can we get back to the subject now?
Yes. And that is the subject. It's still
no, it's not.
All right.
We have not talked one thing about Iran yet, and whether this ceasefire is really going to apply or not, and based on the strategies or whatever people are using in order for this ceasefire to actually stay as a peaceful thing or not. We're totally into the whole right or wrong thing. We're totally into whether the military is actually beneficial and whether they have wins or losses or whatever. That has nothing to do with the Iranian war. A lot of people are against military personnel anyway, period.
Wait, repeat what you just said.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. What point are you trying to make?
Yeah, Ryan, he pivoted.
The conversation right now.
Because you just said the ceasefire has nothing to do with anything. It has
I didn't say that.
to do with it.
I didn't say that. I said we're talking about what's going to happen during this ceasefire, whether it's going to be a peace or whether it's going to go right back to being a war. And are they going to be positioning themselves to benefit after this 2 weeks in order to take certain areas or not?
But the question is still, you have a ceasefire.
Okay.
What did we gain by going in?
This was not our war.
If 13 of your comrades died, what do you mean it's not our war? Hundreds have been hurt. What do you mean it's not our war? We have lost billions of dollars. What do you mean it's not our war? At what point is it not our war?
Listen,
if they gave their blood, sweat, and life,
that has nothing to do with the American military. That has everything to do with Trump and Netanyahu.
Sir, it has to do with the American military because it was 13 American military people who
they're
lost their
following
life.
through on an order that's given from the higher ups. What is so hard about you not understanding that?
But you just said this worrying about us.
So you're saying everybody's supposed to drop their weapons and not do anything.
I didn't see how you pivoting. I never said that.
No, I'm not pivoting. You're saying
the war is not about us.
It's not about us,
sir. Was the World War II about us,
brother?
Hold up. Was World War II about us?
Another different type of scenario.
No. What you just said, it wasn't about us. Was World War II about us? Because I don't remember Germany doing anything to the United States.
Again, where does this have to go with Iran?
Because you said that this war that has nothing to do with us. That's why it has to go. Why don't you follow it? You said this has nothing to do with us. And I said, why doesn't it have to do with us? And you said this is
we were pulled into this war by what? You tell me who pulled us into this war? Did we initiate this or did Israel initiate this? Tell me that fact first. Who initiated this war with Iran?
What do you mean who initiated? It doesn't matter.
Who initiated the war with Iran? America or Israel?
I'll even go with you. Israel threw the bombs. Now what?
Okay.
Now
so then whose war is it?
Hold up.
No. Answer the question. Whose war is it if they threw the first volley?
United States.
No, Israel.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Did Israel bomb Gaza? Did Israel bomb the Palestinians? It's just a question. Why aren't we there?
Because they didn't need any help. They didn't need any help.
Hold up.
They didn't need any help.
So we have a choice whether we wanted to be there or not.
Because here's the big thing, and I told you about this offline too.
Wait. You see how you don't answer the question?
No, I'm answering the question based on your question. I'm answering your question, but I'm doing it in a roundabout way like you and Ryan are doing. So here's the big deal. I guarantee you during midterm, whoever is on AIPAC right now is really shaking in their boots because every politician that's taking AIPAC money is subject to be losing their seat that's up for election during the midterms. And that's from the right and the left and straight down the middle. Anybody who's running on an AIPAC ticket is not getting reelected because Israel does have that much control on their politicians that they can use our sons and daughters to go fight a war that has nothing to fucking do with them. Israel has been able to come in, Netanyahu himself, and address the House. No political leader in any country has been allowed to do that indirectly on their own. But Netanyahu has? So what are you telling me? You're saying that AIPAC has nothing to do with what politicians are allowed or allow the fucking president to do on the benefit of Israel? You know, JFK did not kiss the wall. JFK, it was called something else.
They calling you.
For
They
the
calling
benefit,
you. Goalpost shifts
for
again.
the benefit of Israel, they had this whole AIPAC type system. JFK said, you either need to leave this country or change your name. We're not here to benefit your country. We're here for Americans. This is JFK.
Hold up, Ronan.
Did not kiss the wall.
Why are you going back to 1962?
Because you're sitting here throwing history at me. I got to go back and throw history at you, correct? You're able to use it, but I can't, right?
No. I have no problem with it. But when I do it, you say we got to stay here. But when you do it,
but I have to base it. Look, I have to go back and base it off of what you said.
What does that have to do with us getting in this war?
Israel has control on our politicians. No, we didn't have a choice. And when I say we didn't, I'm saying the American military doesn't have a choice when the politicians that are run by AIPAC are pushed into fighting this war for Israel.
We have a choice.
Is what I'm saying. And by the way, you do know that there was a Joint Chiefs of Staff general that basically resigned because he wasn't down for it, and so some other politicians that resigned.
So he had a choice.
So you want the whole American military to do what? Resign?
You have a choice. If you don't feel this, what do you hold up? You okay with one person resigning in protest, but not everybody resigning in protest?
So here, let me position this in a certain way.
Don't keep saying here. You never answered the question.
Let me position this in a certain way. So if everybody in the American military resigned right now, what would that make us stronger? Wait, would that make us stronger or weaker as a people in the United States?
Probably stronger.
Oh, so we would be stronger with no military. You think so?
We would be stronger with the military saying, I'm not going to follow this fool to anywhere you want to. And anybody he does, we're not going to follow this.
They do not have a choice. They're going to follow orders.
You can't keep saying he don't have a choice when you just told me that somebody resigned because they had a choice.
Do not have a choice, and because you don't understand what your oath is,
that somebody had a choice.
Because you don't understand a military oath, you do not have a fucking choice. The whole military cannot stop serving.
Oh,
that would weaken the country instantly. I did say that. I did say it. The whole military resigned. It would weaken our position globally.
Then why did you bring up the one guy resigning? And I want to talk to this stupid dude that said Iran. Let me go to this because I want to bring this up before my battery dies.
Hold up. First of all, don't bring nobody up that ain't paying.
No, all right, yeah, you got to pay.
I'm done with that.
All right, got to pay. But somebody said Iran was responsible for 9/11. Stupid idiot. Saudi Arabia. It was Saudi Arabia pilots. It was planned in Afghanistan by a Saudi Arabia person who was Osama bin Laden. We went into Iraq that had nothing to do with the war either for weapons of mass destruction that were not there. Iran had nothing to do with it. Come on, brother. Y'all got to be smarter than that. Go ahead and read this.
Okay. You say these things, but yet and still, who's making the decisions at the top to do these things? Companies and politicians are making decisions that the military and our sons and daughters have to pay for. And it's a shame that this happens. And people are not moral or ethical, and they're risking our sons and daughters' lives But that's exactly what happens. Okay. Question for the host. USMC can take Karg Island and invade from the sea. Can attack from the west, and we can win the light to moderate opposition. Yeah, I know this. That's what I'm trying to tell him. He doesn't understand that.
Win with
But
light.
how do we afford it? I doubt Congress will approve military action, let alone pay for it. It would be real easy. As a matter of fact, I would think Karg Island would be taken within a matter of 12 hours at the most. And I actually put out a simulated video of what would happen on Karg Island if the American USOCs were allowed to go in. Right along with Delta
Here's the
Force.
thing. What you don't understand is this.
But see, here, you're not letting me finish answering the question.
Go ahead.
Man, $50. Thank you, by the way, Darnell, for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate it. And the support of our channels. But yeah, at the end of the day, we are always put in handcuffs when it comes to the American military of doing our job. Okay. The first Gulf War, I was there. We ran all the way up into the palace where fucking Saddam was. You know what the president said once we got him? Let him go. Why? Because we're always trying to meddle in the fucking politics of other countries. But did the military do what they were supposed to do? We whipped fucking Saddam's ass the first time around. Ran all up in their country, all the way up to their capital, all the way up to the palace, and had Saddam in handcuffs. And they said, let him go. So you tell me, if the American military can do that kind of shit, and then they're turned around and said, oh, politically, we need to let him go because we still want him to run the country. We can get him under control now. We propped up Saddam, correct? We used Saddam in order to fight against Iran. So we propped up that regime. But then when they go and they start acting up, they send the military in to go and slap that fucking political leader's hand, take him down, do some CIA bullshit, and so all of a sudden he falls asleep and has a fucking heart attack, whatever the fuck we do. But who's dictating those orders? The individuals executing them or the ones above that? And for
a Monday
what
morning
reason?
quarterback, the person you said that shouldn't. It seems like
Bruh, they're not
Monday.
Monday morning quarterbacks if they're elected officials and they're in that position. They're involved in everything. They might not be executing the order. Your fucking coach calls in the order, but he doesn't execute the order. The players execute the order, but there's still a coach sitting on his fucking sidelines telling them what the fuck to do.
Now,
What are you talking about?
All right, now I get to talk. The example you gave isn't actually correct because
Okay, I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Here's the thing: a coach, yes, calls in an order, but if a fan from the sideline told the coach, this is what you need to be doing.
Politicians are fans.
Goddamn, Ronan, man, you tell me not to interrupt you, and as soon as I talk, you interrupt. You can't do that, man. You can't do
They're
that.
not a fucking general civilian. They're not civilian. You're not
can't-
equating apples to apples. You're using an orange
Then
and
let
an
me
apple.
finish. Let me finish my sentence.
Go
man.
ahead.
If you let me finish and you disagree, then disagree. You tell
Go
me
ahead.
not to interrupt you and I hush up. But then I go to talk, you keep interrupting me. What you said is if a politician can't do that, but it happens, your analogy isn't right. The analogy that would be correct is this. If the coach is going to call in a play, and instead of calling the play, he listens to someone in the stand say, coach, this is what you need to do. And the coach follows it. That's what's happening. When you have somebody who isn't with the military, such as Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, Mark Levin on TV, all of these people are telling the president, this is what you need to do. And he's listening to these people. These people are not a part of the military. They don't make the decisions, yet he tells people he's listening to them, because even Lindsey Graham said, I met with the president. And when I met with the president, I told him that this is what he should be doing. And the president listened. So that's like a head coach listening to these people in the stands and then following their orders. So your analogy didn't make sense.
It didn't make sense to you.
But even the people in the audience are saying, bruh.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
All right. It doesn't make sense to you. But the example you used was a civilian versus an elected official telling somebody to do something. Okay. And once you're an elected official, you're always an elected official. So the people you brought up were elected officials or prior elected officials that still have relationships with people in power.
Why is the
So
president?
yeah, you sometimes have the ear of certain people that you can have a conversation. And just because somebody says, oh, I said this to this person and he agreed and this is what he's going to do, doesn't make it necessarily true. You could have a conversation with somebody all the day long. And obviously, a lot of people thought they could control Donald Trump the first term. And they realized that he'll jump off the rails quick as shit. He don't listen to anybody. So all of a sudden, Lindsey Graham says one thing, and all of a sudden, President Trump listens to Lindsey Graham above and beyond his own conscience, right? Nobody believes that. But he'll say it to a press reporter so that he can have some kind of like pump my chest moment. But I want to read Alex Bam Bam because that's my brother right there. He goes, Big Alex argues to argue. I do. I have to. You know, yes, they do have a choice. And I said this earlier. You might not have been in the room. But choices come with consequences. Absolutely. Anybody that refuses to serve, you can be prosecuted. There is a process that you got to go through. There are choices that are made. Yes, you have a choice, but you also signed a contract. That contract has stipulations in it. So if you refuse to serve for whatever reason, because you're scared all of a sudden, you don't want to fight, then yes, there are consequences to you saying, I don't want to do this. Yes, and there are what they call conscientious. I can't say that word. Objectors. Thank you. Somebody say that. I can't say it. Yeah, there are COs. And yes, there's a process to get out based on being a CO. And it's a legal process that you had to get out. Why? Because you signed a contract for 4 to 8 years, depending on whichever contract you signed. And you obligated yourself to service, no matter who was the fucking president. And so what does that mean? That means that you don't have a choice but to do the CL thing or go to fucking federal prison. And like I said, if it's an illegal order, you have a right to question that order and you can refuse to do it. And yes, you'll have to suffer the consequences if you're found to be wrong. I've refused several orders and I went through a whole process to refuse that order. So you're talking to somebody that doesn't go along with everything that's being done in the military. I used to give my gunny a fucking hard ass time. I used to give officers a hard ass time. You can't just tell me any old thing and I'm going to fucking do it. But there's certain levels to that shit. Yeah, I can't say it either, bro. But anyway, I'm going to take that back down. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. Yes, I do like to argue. And I will argue a point. But can we play some videos? God damn, we've been in here an hour and we haven't played one video towards the conversation. There's 30 people in the room. Please hit the like button if you can do nothing else.
Man, put my link in the chat, please.
You know, go follow Fearless Talk Live. We're gonna drop the links. If I got a moderator in the room, hey Drew,
put my other links
help
in
us
there
out.
While I'm at it.
Hey Darnell, help us out, man. Drop the links in the chat. I appreciate your contribution. By the way, I got one more super chat by Jim Ratch. What's up, brother? I'm in the Army that recently got out. You're right, Ronan. I can't desert or fail to follow direct orders during wartime. That can get me a death penalty, life imprisonment, or etc. Or execution, I would think he's trying to say. But the point is, yeah, you have a choice, but that choice might not be the greatest one if you're found guilty because you got scared all of a sudden. Because here's the thing. I told you you're guilty. You have to prove yourself innocent. So if they say, oh, no, you were just a chicken shit and you wanted to serve the military during the lightest part, then when it's actually a time where you have to call and risk your life, you all of a sudden want to pull this fucking bullshit where you don't want to serve anymore. And then you have to prove yourself as saying, no, that's not the way it is. You took their money, you took their positioning, you took the power, but then when it comes down to actually performing the act of serving your country till death, because that's what their contract says, if you risk your life to die, you don't get the chance to say, oh, well, if you're going to tell me I got to go and jump in front of a bullet because That's my order. I don't want to do it no more. You don't get that choice, bro. But yeah, thank you, Jim Rat, for the $9.99 super chat. I really appreciate it. And I thank you for being the military guy in the room that says you understand. There's a certain thing that even with this, okay, look, and this is the thing that maybe you guys don't understand, but Fearless, you should understand this. There's a brotherhood when you have a bunch of guys around, you play on a team sport. It's even deeper when you're talking about fighting in a battle. You got rid of so many people on the way through the military into going into combat that you know the guy behind you. I don't give a fuck if you guys fight like cats and dogs like we do. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I know you got my back and you know I got your back. This is what is about with the military. So when you turn around and say, I want to be a CO, you're also letting the people down in your unit that were ready to support you and wanted you to support them. Now you weaken that unit when you turn around and do the CO bullshit.
All right.
Because you don't like.
I'm gonna talk because you asked me. I know. As you know, I've done some things, and I don't talk about it on here, but I've worked for the government. And the first thing that I said was, if you, to whomever was with me, if you put me in some bullshit, don't think that I'm gonna have your back. I don't care what kind of brotherhood we have. If I come into some shit that look crazy, I'm not risking my job and my reputation over some bullshit that you did. So if you want to do the bullshit, you can do it. You just don't do it around me. So I made it clear that don't bring me in your bullshit because I'm not protecting you in no shape, form, or means. So I don't care about a brotherhood. The same, and that's on the government level. So let's even start to where this happened. When I pledged Cap Alpha Science and people was doing dumb shit when I pledged, when I was the person who was pledging people, I said, I'm not doing that dumb shit. I'm gonna go hit this dude and do that. That's not what it's about.
So hazing, you had a problem with hazing.
I wasn't hazing nobody because I didn't see the form in that, because there were people who were just hitting for no reason, who was just came in on drunk and wanted to do something. So I was a person that said, look, not only am I not doing that, when I'm on the line today, nobody does that. So, and if y'all do that, I'm reporting you. And
so you broke a tradition because you
ain't a tradition. Tradition is not to beat somebody's ass just because you ain't got nothing to do. That's like me saying, oh, so you just you just abuse your child. Like if I had a child and I just beat my child for no reason, that's different than discipline. So I say, yes, there's a certain section of discipline, and there's a certain way to get people to do stuff that you don't have to beat their ass and you don't have to put them in harm's way. And yes, you want to say I broke tradition because that's not the tradition I signed up for. And see, if you was the person and you saying you're military, there's certain things you said I'm not signing up for. I don't care what kind of brotherhood you have. And the first person who says, you know what? This isn't the brotherhood I signed up for. That's the strongest person. The person who follows everybody and says, I'm going to do it just because I went through with you. That's the weak person because they're afraid to stand up and stand 10 toes down.
Nope. That's not the way I see it.
Yep.
You broke.
Then you just the person who follows orders, man. And you're going to follow somebody and that's the person who's going to get you harm. And you're going to be standing up for somebody who's going to take you down. I don't do that. I'm my own person no matter what.
I never had a cigarette until I had my first Marine Corps ball or my first Marine Corps traditional dinner. And everybody, let me finish.
Go ahead.
Everybody has to light a stogie. Okay, and you have to drink a stogie and you have to do a toast by tradition. Up until then, I never smoked cigarette, nothing. Okay. There are certain things that are just old school tradition that you have to follow through in order to be part or a bond with the troops or the people that you're around. We got hazed all the time in the military, whether it be by rank. When you got promoted, you got pinned. Your rank got pinned on your shoulders. If you picked up NCO, especially in the Marine Corps, you have that stripe that goes down your pant leg, right? So you get pinned on your arms if it's just anything under an NCO, and you get the pin stuck in your chest up the top of your chest where the lapel is. Okay, if you get NCO, you get the pins. You get hit in both arms, and then you get hit in both legs. That's to symbolize you moving up in the ranks as far as, and it's just a simple hazing tradition. Nobody's being too brutal about it. But then there's another tradition in the Navy. When you go over the equator, it's called becoming a shellback. You're a polywog up until then. So you're on a naval ship. You literally crawl through the whole well deck all the way up to the top of the ship while they are hazing the shit out of you. And I'm talking fire hoses. You're getting hit. You're getting all kind of things done to you. You have to crawl through this maze, dunk your head in some fucking shitty ass water with some putrid ass fucking shit in it. You got to pull a fucking cherry out of some fat man's belly. You got to do a whole bunch of bullshit all the way through it in order to get your shell back. Now, everybody had a choice. You could do it or not do it. But did it make you part of the unit if you refused to do it? You were treated a little bit differently, especially if you went on a couple Westpacks and you never did it. That's just what they call traditions. You fall in line in some things, whether you want to agree to it or not. That's fine. That's your choice.
So let me clear up what I was saying.
Traditions are not bad traditions, and I'm just saying I do follow through. If I committed to something, I'm gonna follow through on those traditions. I knew what I was signing up for. I wasn't drunk at the time. I knew what the rules were.
So now can I clear up what I was saying? That's not what I'm talking about, Ronan. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I go with somebody and they shoot somebody and they want me to cover up what they did. I'm not doing that. That's not the brotherhood.
That's some extreme ass bullshit. Why would I do that too?
Because that happens all the time. What you mean? The thin blue
What do you mean
line.
that happens all the time?
Even in the war. Oh man, we shot somebody. They didn't have a weapon. Man, ain't know it. Everybody go with this story. What you mean? That happens all the time. This is the story we sticking with. We did something illegal, and this is the story we sticking
all
with.
These hypothetical bullshit ass.
Hold up, Ronan, you gonna tell me that that's not what happens in the military?
Bruh, the cops do that shit right now. What the fuck you talking about?
I don't disagree. What are you talking about? I'm not.
But how many wars do you know? Hold up. How many wars do you know right now?
Wait, hold up. You over talking me again. Damn.
But no, you were finished.
You can't say and then keep over talking me.
Okay, go ahead.
I said, let me clear something up. I'm not talking about regular traditions. The first thing I said is, I tell people.
You said you wouldn't hate somebody. Isn't that what you said?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, then I'm totally off base here.
Exactly. If you listen, you'll hear.
I heard you say you wouldn't hate somebody.
God damn, man. I don't get to talk. I don't understand it, man.
Well, just go ahead.
The first thing I said is, when I was working with the government, I said, do not put me in any bullshit that I got to try to defend you for some bullshit you done did. So when they was doing it, when I said hazing, when you was beating somebody's ass, don't put me in that. That is not tradition. That's just going in to beat somebody's ass. I'm not doing that. Don't put me in that position where I got to try to either protect my family or myself or lie for you. That's
I wouldn't do that either.
That's a different kind of hazing. And I just said in the military, they do it all the time where they cover up. All of us did something because we crossed this line together. I got to cover for you. Police do it. We can't cross this thin blue line. I said, I'm not a part of that. I can make my own choice. And somebody on here said, you won't pull the trigger when your brother in arms is falling by your side. I am always going to defend the person next to me. We're not talking about that. But if the brother by my side just shot some, like when those police went in and the woman said, I curse you out in the name of Jesus or whatever, and he shot the woman just because.
Yes.
And the dude and the other police officer didn't sat there and just said, oh well, I'm helping you. That's not me.
I would not overextend myself in the middle of hazing either. Matter of fact, I used to pull people off to the side. I used to pull people off to the side that abused their hazing when they were actually pinning rank on people, because people would be malicious in the way they did it. You know, so there are lines that you can cross while you're doing it. And there are people that will try to take advantage of it to disadvantage you based on even your skin tone. So, I mean, there's racism and over hazing and people using their rank to benefit themselves all day, every day. That's not what I'm talking about. I thought you said you were against hazing altogether, not somebody overextending themselves in hazing. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. I want people to read it for themselves. If they're actually enlisted, they understand what I mean. If they're not enlisted, they're never going to understand logic. There is no logic in some of the things we do in the military to them. It's always you have the freedom of choice, and you do, but those come with consequences. That's not why you signed up in the military, you know. And here's the biggest thing, even in Marine Corps. You know, they want you to, what's their favorite saying? Adapt and overcome. Think outside the box, right? In my unit specifically, 1st Battalion, 4th Marines, our phrase, if I can show it to you, it says whatever it takes. I took that shit to the limit to make sure I got back to whatever I needed to do. And yeah, I pushed it to the limit. And there's certain things I could have done and got in trouble for. So, I mean, yeah, there's limits to everything you do in life, and whether you want to agree to them or not. But when you sign a contract that says that you could possibly lose your life in the service of it, you have a different mentality. Just like a policeman, when he goes and serves his city, he has a certain mentality that he can catch a bullet. And that's why I say most police that say I was in fear for my life, then you need a fucking another job. That's your fucking job. You shouldn't be fearful to issue out or to conduct justice in a way that is humane to other people. You can't claim you're in fear for your life when you just stop a random ass person. That's some bitch ass shit. And if you can't handle that, then you need to step out and either get some fucking psychological training on why you are so fearful on any kind of fucking movement that you do, or get the fuck out of your service. You've done too much.
We in. Let's go ahead and get to our topic here. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know Ryan. He don't listen to me, Ryan. I don't
give a damn what Ryan says. Ryan ain't paying me to say anything to him. You can go ahead and read all the shit you want.
Ryan, go ahead and
I
send me
want you guys to do is hit the like button. Yeah, Ryan, pay off the board.
Ryan, so I can keep reading for it. Throw me $2 or something like cash.
Go on the Cash App or something, or hit his super chat. The hell?
Right, let's get to this topic.
I care about Ryan.
Let's talk about
Let me
this.
play this guy real quick.
All right.
He's been sitting here with this dumb look on his face the whole goddamn time, but
over the Straits of Hormuz. The breaking news from the last 12 hours, U.S. forces just last night carried out precise strikes on military targets across Iran's Karj Island, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' primary Navy logistics and oil hub. They've got IRGC bunkers, radar stations, missiles and mine storage facilities, air defenses, basically the whole 9 yards, support infrastructure from the IRGC. Commanders deliberately spared the oil export terminals and civilian energy assets to keep the focus on the military. And what are they?
Okay. So I played that so you could hear that we're very strategic in the way we position or try to hit our bombs. Now, last week or the week before, you said, oh, they'll blow the whole place up. We don't want to do that. No, we don't want to, or let me finish.
That's not what I said, though.
Okay. And then correct me after I'm done.
All right.
So at the end of the day, we're not going to go and blow up the island just because we want to be spiteful. All right. We're going to be very strategic of where we place our bombs so that we can weaken the island so that we can do what? Land our Marines and our sailors on that island to control it, and also control the area of that strait so we can start opening up the strait for people to travel through safely. And one of the things about not only this island, but the surrounding islands are the fast boats. The fast boats that pull around and start to pepper the tankers or shoulder fire rockets into the tankers to hinder them. The other big thing in the straits right now was the insurance companies are not insuring a lot of those tankers because they know that that area is not safe. So why would they want to pay out an insurance premium? You get what I'm saying? So there's twofold to that. You can't have a tanker move even if you secure the area if the insurance companies don't think it's safe. So even if you go through the whole action of securing those islands, if it still doesn't feel like it's safe to an insurance company, those tankers still ain't going to move. So then, is that a win for the military? No. It has nothing to do with the military, because other controlling factors outside of what the military can do is the reason why you can never check a win-loss for a military operation like that. You can just say successes and different things like that, and certain implementation of a mission. But go ahead.
Securing the island means nothing. All that means is you're putting military on the island. What that means is I know exactly where all your military are. I don't need a boat. I got missiles. I got drones. And I just fire them at the island because that's where all your people are. Number two, what I said was this. Iran has already said we're willing to sacrifice ourselves for our country. Meaning, you know, what they sent their youngest people to the island because they saying we're willing to die for it. So what I said was, Iran would say, you know what? If we can't have the island, you can't have the island. And they would just blow up the island.
They're not going to do that.
Oil. They have oil. They have the commodity. We can just make more oil because it's in our homeland. We blow up the island, we just rebuild it. You can't have it. And by blowing up the island, that gets rid of the whole Strait of Hormuz, and you still haven't solved the problem. They just blow up anybody who comes through it. They have already been sanctioned for 40 years. They don't lose no money from the United States not going through it. They say we will wreck because they already said it. We will wreck the entire economy because the economy doesn't affect them. They're like, we're self-sufficient. We make our own drones. We grow our own food. We're sanctioned. We're just like a Cuba, meaning we can't depend on the United States. We don't depend. So we started doing things in-house. Us blowing that up doesn't mean anything. Not only will we not blow that up, we'll start to blow up every base, every water salination that's around us. And so if we blow up water salination in Saudi Arabia, we blow it up in Iraq, all these other spots, that hurts the United States more than it hurts us.
Why does it hurt us?
Because Saudi Arabia says, sir, we made this petrodollar so you could protect us.
I just told you we haven't been in that petrodollar agreement since 2024.
People still trade in the dollar for oil. You don't have to be in agreement. We still trade in it. And so once Saudi Arabia and once all the other countries say, United States really isn't protecting us. Why do we have their bases here? Why do we allow them to stay here? So who wins when they say we have the petrodollar and we agree to transaction oil in dollars? That helps the United States. And we did that in exchange for you giving us military protection. Well, you haven't given us military protection, so we don't want to trade in dollars anymore. That
So
doesn't
the
hurt
last
Saudi.
50,
That
hold on,
doesn't
hold on,
hurt
hold on.
Saudi.
Last 50 years, they haven't done anything because they got bombed one time out of 50 years. They haven't done shit, right? Is that what you're saying?
What you mean they haven't done anything?
Well, you're saying that they got
Yeah,
bombed
but-
one time out of 50 fucking years, and all of a sudden we haven't been obligated or done or followed through on our obligation. Nobody in their fucking right mind has ever reached out to touch UAE at all. Now, all of a sudden, because one fucking country does it one time, all of a sudden, all the years of beneficial service and partnership we've had with them are null and void because of one incident. One incident. All of a sudden, all that shit is all forgotten, right? Is that the way you think people are?
One
Do you
incident.
think people are one incident type of people after so many years?
Yes.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
How aren't they? If
Because it's
Yeah,
called
let me
business.
ask you a question. You know what? I'm gonna tell you how that works.
This is so.
In the neighborhoods, you know what happens. Let's just take any neighborhood, any ghetto, any hood in the United States.
Are we talking about politics?
God damn, man. Let me at least talk, brother. I'll bring it home.
But you're breaking in.
I
You bringing
promise
in
I will
some
bring it home. I
ideological ass
promise.
bullshit.
If you let me talk, I promise I'll bring it home.
On the same level, man. Don't introduce ghetto ass fucking rule to fucking political fucking
You gotta
agenda.
let me talk, man. You got
All right,
to.
go
You
ahead.
can't keep doing this,
I just
man.
don't understand your reasoning.
Then if you let me land the plane, I promise you will.
Go ahead.
In the hood, in any hood, in the United States, wherever, if my neighbor over here is crazy and he's shooting and he's doing drug deals, and you say, man, all you gotta do is call the police. And I say to the police, man, you ain't here every day. You don't know what goes on here every single night. By the time I call you, it's already done. That analogy is how it is in the Middle East. When Iran says, I'm just across the river, or Saudi Arabia says, they just across the river from me. They already proved that they can shoot us down and they can do this. Well, just call us. Well, sir, you're not here. You around, you in the Western Hemisphere. We're in the Middle East. How many times am I supposed to call you? So every time they bomb, you're going to come and get it? That's the analogy. People are saying, man, these people right next door. This is our problem. You're not right next door. So we rather deal with the people that's right next door and make sure that they safe. You way in the Western Hemisphere, and you've already proven that your interests are your interest and they're not our interest. I landed my plane.
Okay. First of all, no politician over one incident over 50 years is going to say your ratio for return on investment sucks after 50 years and one incident happens and all of a sudden they're going to forget all 50 years. Okay. That's not going to happen. That doesn't make any kind of logical or business sense.
Bro, we said we were going to go after Greenland.
Let me finish. Secondly, you're saying Iran is in this jihad mode where they're putting, and they are trying to get children to volunteer to put themselves on bridges and everything else so they can avoid the American military from bombing certain bridges and everything else. You know, we have rules of engagement, and this proves that we have rules of engagement because of the simple fact that we're not supposed to, strike or fight non-combatants. But when you put a child on a bridge, does that make him a combatant or non-combatant?
A non-combatant.
If you put a child in harm's way, does that make him a combatant or a non-combatant?
A non-combatant. A bridge is not a military facility.
It can be a military strategic attack. And if you're knocking out all the bridges, what are you doing? You're deterring freedom of movement throughout their country. That is a military action, and it's free will to do that. But if you purposely put children on a bridge to prevent that, is that a combatant or non-combatant?
I still said a non-combatant. If we
look at Vietnam. Look at Vietnam. You know how many people got killed because women and children were strapped with bombs? Now you're saying you shouldn't shoot the woman and child, and the man should already get blown up because he's not able to search the woman or the child for having a bomb. So were they combatants or non-combatants too?
You just changed the goalpost.
No, I did not. No, I did not. That's the same situation.
It isn't the same.
It is absolutely the same.
I'm bombing a bridge.
One does not have a bomb on their body, but they're standing in place.
I know that the people on there I'm bombing a bridge from far away. They are not in any way a threat to me. How are they a threat to me? They're on a bridge. How are they a threat? Answer the question.
It has nothing to do with a threat level at that point.
It always has to do with a threat level. What do you mean?
A child with a bomb is not a threat until they walk up on you, right? But they're still a threat. So you know what they did? They shot them from a distance because they didn't want the child to walk up on them.
If I see a child and I see a child 100 yards away and I have a gun, I'm aiming at the child. If the child keeps walking at me, I fire a few warning shots. If it gets 50 yards, I fire another one. Hold up, listen. You asked me a question. If it keeps walking toward me, that means the threat is coming at me. That threat is coming at me after I've given it a warning shot. I said stop. I said don't come. If I shoot it, then that is legitimate. If I'm bombing something from 2,000 miles in the air, 2,000 miles away on innocent people in the bomb, that bridge was no threat to me. What are you talking about? Come on, man. You're military.
Stop.
You have to know that makes no sense.
No, it does make perfect sense. to me because I was in the military. You were not. And let me tell you why. No. Let me tell you why. Because that same child in Vietnam or that woman that was in Vietnam that had a bomb, say she wasn't a direct threat to you, right? So she didn't come near you, but you knew she was still bombed. What do?
How
do
are
you
the
disarm her?
people?
How do you disarm her? No,
stop.
Stop and answer the question.
You're making too
How do you disarm her?
much stuff. You're making too many things.
How do you disarm her?
I'm not going to let her get close to me. What are you talking about?
Okay, so then you don't get near her and she doesn't get near you. So you carry on about your business. She walks up on the next serviceman coming up behind you, right? And then she blows him up because you let her get away, right?
From a distance, you wouldn't let them walk up on you. What are you talking about?
So what do you do to disarm them? Because they're still a weapon.
I just told you. Do I got to repeat it? I'll repeat it because I'll repeat it very slowly. If they're 100 yards away, stop the same way they see trucks coming. Stop. Stop. You fire a warning shot. You fire.
They stop. I told you they stopped.
You keep doing.
I already told you they stopped.
Then if they stop, what you gonna fire on them for?
Because they're still a fucking weapon and they're still a danger to other people.
Hold up. How do you know there's a weapon?
Oh my God.
Hold up, Ronan. Somebody's walking up on you. They're 100 yards away. And
I just said
no. We gonna talk about it. They keep walking. They at 50 yards, and you say stop, and then they stop. Now what? You gonna shoot them? What are you gonna do? How do you know they have a weapon? What are you gonna do at that point? Tell me.
I just asked you that question. You still haven't answered it.
I just told you. If somebody's coming at 100 yards and they and I say stop, and at 50 yards they stop, I'm not doing nothing to them. What do you mean?
You're not going to disarm them?
Why?
Wait, you're not going to disarm them? You're not going to disarm them?
I'm 50 yards away.
It don't fucking matter. Are you going to disarm them or not?
You going to let me talk?
You haven't answered the question.
God damn, you won't let me, man. God damn you. If they 50 yards away, I personally don't have to disarm them. If they have a jacket on, all I got to say is remove the jacket. They had 50 yards. They had 50 yards away. Remove your jacket.
What if they don't?
If they don't, and then they just stand there, I'm not doing nothing because you can't do anything. You can't shoot that person. If you shoot that person, that's a war crime. What are you talking about?
Not. No, it's not.
Brother, there's no way you can shoot
that's
somebody.
Why you don't. That's why I said you do not. You don't know.
Shoot an unarmed. You don't know it. How do you know it? They didn't. You don't know it. They armed. You just said it. You do not know they armed. How do you know they armed? How do you know they armed? Ronan? They 50 yards away. They stopped. How do you know they armed? Tell me.
I just said.
I really want to know this. How do you know they're armed?
I just told you there was a clear indication that they were mined. They have a bomb on them.
You did not say.
How do you disarm them? I have been saying that the whole time.
Damn,
I'm not saying it was assumed. I said it's known. So what do you do? How do you disarm?
You know they got a bomb on them.
Yes.
Then you would have shot them at 100 yards. What are you talking about?
That's what I said.
No, you didn't, Ronan. You said you gotta, man. This dude,
man,
brother,
please roll this shit back later.
Please,
because you have selective hearing. You have selective hearing.
Please, I know that I'm just not.
You have selective hearing.
You just said you could hold up. We talked about the bridge, and I said, how can you bomb innocent people on the bridge? You said easy. It's just how you can bomb a woman. You can blow up a woman with a bomb. I said, well, how do you know she has a bomb? That's an immediate threat to you. The people on the bridge are not an immediate threat. And you keep talking about somebody who is an immediate threat with a bomb trying to walk on you. The people standing on the bridge are not an immediate threat.
Do you know, because of the Geneva Convention, there are unethical war fighters that will put known weapons. They will have their headquarters and different things that actually are part of the combatant arena inside of schools, hospitals, and everything else because they know they won't be bombed. You do know that, right?
Okay. And?
So if the intel says that that person or that building has something in it that makes it an eligible target, because it says it's a school, you're not supposed to hit it. Is that your logic in this?
That is my logic. Let me ask
Okay,
you this.
well,
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you.
that's not the way it works.
Let me just ask you this. I robbed a bank, and I got everybody in there hostage, and I'm there with a weapon. Do we blow up the bank?
Do you ever blow up a bank?
You never blow up the bank. Why? Because to get one person, we don't kill 1,000 people.
I just said there was a command center in a school, and you logically
matter if
said
it's a
something
command
about a
center.
bank.
We don't blow up the innocent people.
That is not true.
You're not supposed to. That's what you just said. We don't commit
said
war
that?
crimes. And I'm just showing you that, yes, we do commit
Who said
war
that?
crimes.
That's not a war crime.
If 1,000 people, I don't care if they bomb. Let's say everybody on this bridge got a bomb strapped to them. What immediate danger are you in?
Jesus Christ.
You're
talking about immediate danger versus achieving an objective.
Then if the objective is just to kill everybody, then there is no war crime. You just do it. Then there's no problem with what Israel is doing in Pakistan to doing to Gaza, because they say the exact same thing every single time. We had to kill everybody on the whole block. Why? Because there was one person we wanted.
That's not what we're doing.
That's what Israel's doing, and that's what we're doing. You just said it. It's okay to kill all the innocent people on the bridge because that's our military objective.
We are doing. Stop saying we, because it's not we, me and you. We're not out there doing anything.
We are Americans, so we are doing it.
No, we are not.
We are doing it. We are Americans.
Okay, so let's get back on topic because your hypotheticals don't make no sense.
Can I play my video? I want to
please.
comment on this dude. We're gonna comment on this dude, and then we'll go back to the thing. Let's comment on what he says.
Has fully caved to all 10 of Iran's negotiating demands as Donald Trump was about to have his 8 p.m. Eastern deadline expire, where he said that he would obliterate the entire civilization of Iran.
Is that a war crime?
Can you finish his statement?
I'm just asking, is that a war crime?
Can you let him finish the whole conversation? I'm not answering a half a question.
Iran didn't budge for weeks now. If you've been watching the Midas Touch Network, we've been saying Iran put forward a 10-point plan for its negotiating framework. The Trump regime put forward a 15-point plan for its negotiating framework, and Iran had always rejected the 15-point plan and said, we will only agree to a ceasefire or any deal with our 10 terms. And previously, the Trump regime said it was maximalist, that they would never agree to it, but Iran never budged. And moments ago, when Donald Trump announced that there would be a ceasefire, as we were hitting up against that 8 p.m. Eastern deadline where he said there would be total obliteration, Donald Trump confirmed that he would negotiate within the 10-point framework of Iran. Now, Iranian media is saying this is a crushing defeat for Donald Trump and the United States. I mean, as part of this 10-point framework, Iran gets to continue enriching uranium. It recognizes that Iran has full control over the Strait of Hormuz and will make $2 million per ship that passes. It recognizes that Iran gets to keep all of its ballistic missiles and drones. It recognizes that the U.S. must provide complete reparations to Iran. It recognizes that U.S. must immediately abandon its military bases in the Middle East. Folks, this is a complete and utter capitulation by Donald Trump. And I don't want you to think I'm being...
What you said was before...
It will never fucking happen. I don't give a fuck what this guy is saying. It's not going to happen that way.
My question is, the reason we went into Iran was to do one. We said we weren't doing regime change. That was Israel. There is no regime change. We said that we were going to stop them from making uranium. We haven't done that, and this is part of their deal. They still control the Straits of Hormuz. They're going to charge a toll. So when you say what will never happen, what exactly won't ever happen?
Any one of those points that he brought up that makes Iran have some kind of power or positioning will never happen. Hasn't happened
Wait,
up
go
to this
into
point.
points. Here, I'm going to bring up
Happening.
the points. I'm going to bring up the points. I want to know out of these points, what do you say that's not going to happen? So the continuation of Iran's control over the Straits of Hormuz. You're saying that's not going to happen?
No.
So when you say they got control over it now, they've never since
Right now. Listen. You know what? You can say they have control over it right now because they froze our assets because of the ceasefire. But believe me, they wouldn't have held on to it much longer. I told you 2 weeks. And I guarantee you by Friday of this week, that shit would have happened.
Well, it didn't.
They were already peppering. You saw from the last video I just played. They were already peppering what? Karg Island. They were softening that target up. But you're not looking at the bigger picture. You're only looking at a limited area. And so the Straits of Hormuz would not have been controlled by them much longer. So no, that's not going to happen. Point three.
How would you
uranium enrichment? That's not going to happen.
Hold up.
Lifting primary sanctions, whatever those primary sanctions are. I don't know. I am going point by point. I'm just not answering whatever your question.
Stop them from enriching uranium. If they say we won't do it, yes. But we say we want you to do it and they want to do it. How are we going to stop them?
Bomb them.
We did that. Remember last June, we said we used a bunker bomb that took out their whole uranium. We killed most of the people who, the scientists who do it. They still have it. So what bomb are we going to use to do it?
Brother, I don't know. But we're not going to.
You can't say you backing up your point. You saying that we're going to use a bomb
because you want definite. You're coming up with speculation. Everything on this list is negotiable. That doesn't mean it's guaranteed. Here's the thing: you're talking like all this shit on this list is guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. It's open for negotiation. It's on the
fan is this.
Guess what? After 2 weeks, listen. After 2 weeks, if they don't come to an agreement, we're right back to where we were. And you think everything on this list is going to get agreed to? It is not. Just because they said, okay, we'll do a ceasefire and discuss it, it does not mean they're going to agree to every fucking line item on this list.
Sir,
you guys are talking like it is already agreed upon, rock silent, and this is exactly the way it's going to go down. And it's not.
All I know is Trump said he had a 15-point deal, and none of his points are on this deal.
How do you know? The deal is not done. The negotiation is just open, but you're already making determining statements like everything is already done.
What Trump
you are basically saying all these items are guaranteed, and we fucked up.
Trump said the Iranians sent us a 10-point deal that we can negotiate for, not the 15-point deal that he brought, the 10-point deal that they brought. So they're starting. So even if they don't get everything on here, we're starting with their negotiations. We're starting with their 10 points.
For the first time, I'm going to highlight something Ryan says because I totally agree. If I can click on it to say show. Iran will probably decline. You know why? Because they're not going to, America is not going to agree to everything on this fucking list. And that's the only way Iran will agree to have a ceasefire. They have to agree to everything on this fucking list. So it's going to be a non-moving point. It's just going to be a 2-week ceasefire, and we're going to be right back to where we started.
They don't have to get everything on the list. That's not how negotiate goes. If they get 70,
but you just said it was.
I did not. If they get 70 things, if I said Trump gave his 15 points, not even on the list. Iran gave their 10 points. Even if they get 7 out of the 10, they still at a victory. They still win. They still got what they wanted to. And why did they get what they wanted to? Because they can say, nah, we weren't going to enrich uranium, but now we are. Through the Straits of Hormuz, everybody else charges a toll. We're going to charge a toll. What are you going to do if they don't? Here's the thing. You just told me before that we are not colonizers and our mission is just to go. Mm-hmm. So Iran just says, all right, we'll just fight it until the end. Okay. 10 years, 20 years. One day you're going to leave. And the day you leave, we gonna just like the day that the United States left, Afghanistan, the Taliban took over. And so what they'll say is, as soon as you leave, we gonna do it again. And there's nothing you can do. As soon
You
as
know what's so funny about that? There's been plenty of videos, and we were supposed to be in Afghanistan to teach the Afghanis to defend themselves. Okay. But they never wanted to do that. We stayed there because we were the only ones fighting for their freedom. We were the only ones fighting for whatever they didn't want. You have so many videos out there of Afghanis just sitting there smoking hashish instead of training. Those guys did not want to fight for their own independence. At a point, you can lead a dog, a horse, or whoever to water, but if they're not going to drink and want to learn and fight for their own, then so fucking what?
All right, so you just agreed with me. What do you mean?
But here's the thing. What you're saying is, if they don't implement all these or even some of these, but a lot of these have global ramifications. And even though wait, stop. Let me say my point. You said this. So even though you say the United States has all the power in the world to agree to whatever, doesn't mean all the other countries are. So even if we negotiate our best terms, what if all the other countries say, no, I'm not paying you a toll for shit?
We just blow them. They just blow them up. What do you mean? They just start right back.
Okay, so then they'll start a war with that country until they resolve it, whatever they want to do, right?
But those countries have no military like that.
They don't have any military. So who's going to fight for them?
Exactly.
We just got kicked out, right? They don't want us in our countries, right? We got to withdraw all our military out of their countries. Isn't that part of the deal? The U.S. must withdraw all combat forces from the region, meaning all the countries that are surrounding Iran, we must pull out of. So those countries are on their own, right?
That would make sense.
You think they really want that to fucking happen?
They're not getting anything for it right now. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. They haven't been getting anything. We haven't done anything for a global community at all.
What have
the
they
American
got?
military hasn't done anything. We haven't fought for other people.
We cause havoc where we go. We don't fight for freedom. What freedom do we fight for?
What havoc? What havoc do we cause?
What havoc? We bring havoc. We don't bring freedom. Tell me a country that got their freedom because of the United States. Everywhere we go. Vietnam, havoc. Korea, havoc.
So we shouldn't even have a military at all in your mind. Right? In your mind's eye, we shouldn't have a military at all.
No,
because all we do is wreak havoc.
Our military should be for defensive purposes, not for world police. Not for world police.
And who's supposed to be the world police?
Not us. Nobody. The world don't need a police. That's what NATO was there.
So then when other regimes that are strong, wait. So when other regimes like China and Russia want to push into like Ukraine, and China takes over Taiwan, and then you have this whole thing that looks like Germany all over again, because those powers that are over in Europe are way stronger than some of those same European nations that don't want to volunteer their troops to help. But yet and still, when they get in trouble, who has to come and bail them out? Like you just said, they don't have
NATO is developed for. NATO is a defensive.
Who developed NATO? Do you know that?
It don't matter who developed it. It's a defensive place.
Who developed NATO? The United States. You know why? Because we try to get them to also help fight their own fucking wars.
You just asked me a question. We are defensive. We should not be offensive, blowing up people. And I told you.
How do you run a good offense? How do you run a good defense if you don't have offense?
Easy. You don't go. China. What is China doing? China's not blowing
serious.
Up. Hold up. China's not blowing anybody up. Who is China fighting? They're not the world police.
China has border skirmishes all the time with India.
China has issues with Taiwan. And you know who said? I listened to the Chinese person, and the Chinese ambassador said, yes, but you know why that started? Nothing to do with us. That's because of Britain. When Britain came in and did that to Pakistan, they didn't do it. That's why we have the skirmishes, because we said China saying we said this was our territory, and the Britons tried to take it over.
So you would think with Britain not being involved anymore, India and China would already made an agreement. Okay, we'll just draw a new line and we'll both agree to it, right? How come that hasn't happened yet?
But they're not spending trillions of dollars doing it.
What do you mean?
China hasn't spent trillions of dollars to take over that. They're not been a world police.
So
They're
what are you
fighting-
implying? Who spent trillions of
They're
dollars to
fighting-
do something?
They're fighting for what is on their border. The analogy that you're trying to say is if Canada or Mexico came at us.
What?
Yeah, we would fight Canada or Mexico. Iran and Iraq and Saudi Arabia are not on our border. They have nothing to do with us. They have
A lot of
nothing
the
to do
things,
with
listen, a lot of things have nothing to do with the United States. Why? Because we're
You just-
isolated.
you
I've
just-
already said this. Listen.
No, you just asked me. You should be the world police.
At the end of the day, we're so isolated being where we are on the globe. It takes way too long for somebody to try to get here unless they come through Canada or up through Mexico. You're not coming over the ocean and getting to us before we see you a long way off. Only way you can do is infiltrate through our borders. Just like you
And let
said.
me tell you how much we are.
So
the world.
here's the thing. How did they draw us into World War II? They fucked with Hawaii, right? They
Sir,
brought us in.
hold up. Let me take you on a history lesson.
Oh, please don't do that. Don't do that. I know history. Get to the point.
All right, get to the point. Why did Japan attack Pearl Harbor?
They attacked Guam first.
Why did they come after Pearl Harbor? Why did they even come after the United
Tell
States?
me your analysis of why they did
Right.
it. Stop asking questions.
United States on the Pacific side was doing oil embargoes. Japan was fighting against China. And then we stepped in, which we shouldn't have, and got our nose into something we shouldn't have. And that's why Japan bombed us. If we would have stayed out of it, Japan wouldn't have had nothing to worry about it. It's us that always goes through it. Let me ask you another question. You know why you say we're the world police? Do you know
Currently we are.
when Kuwait was getting invaded, the first thing that we said was Arab war, that's our conflict. But when it came to the oil, we were so worried
Right.
about the oil. Nothing to do with us. Still nothing to do with us. We're not.
None of that shit has nothing to do with that. I just said we got pulled in the Iran war because of who? Israel. Our loyalty to Israel. I said this from the jump. You're not telling me nothing I don't already know. I already said we shouldn't be there. But you're saying, well, where are the wins? It has nothing to do with wins because who pulls us into shit but politicians? And then our sons and daughters have to fucking pay for it. Not theirs, because most politicians don't have kids in the military. And if they do, they're officers and they go right in and they come right back out just to say they served.
So the people who don't know, I'm going to share this because I told you we always getting involved. Ryan said Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, but the problem is we never understand why. A lot of people and what?
Yeah, Ryan, I know they're losing a lot of money, and that's why they try to use the Chinese yuan as a standard to get ships in and out to help out their buddies.
What we do is we always hear it from the United States perspective, when like we were just sitting there and Japan just ain't had nothing to do and they bombed us. So let's see, I'm sharing this. To halt the Japanese aggression to China, Japan was fighting China, nothing to do with us. The United States imposed severe economic sanctions, including an oil embargo, threatening to paralyze Japan's military. This is why Japan was added against China. And we came in and said, we're putting the oil so they can't get it. That's why they did it. Nothing that you see. So we always say it like we were these innocent people. No, we got involved in something we shouldn't have got involved with anyway.
So again, was China at the time a communist nation?
Yeah.
And was Japan a communist nation?
No.
What
They
were
were
they
imperialistic.
Okay. And so when they partner up with Germany and Italy, because Italy was involved in this too, right? They're known, with Mussolini. When you have those factors pushing into enforce indirectly their way of life, obviously a democratic coalition has to be resolved, or you'll let those powers that be take over all of Europe, and then what other choice do they have but to come across the ocean? So would you rather fight your
we got in the war?
Let me finish. God damn, you do me just the same way. So here's the thing: would you rather fight wars on your shores or on foreign shores?
That is not why we got into war.
I asked you a direct question. Would you rather fight wars?
But
okay, so when they brought it all the way over to Pearl Harbor, we were happy with fighting it anywhere else. When they brought it over to Pearl Harbor, we had to get involved. They bombed Guam just as much as, listen, they bombed Guam too. We didn't overreact over Guam.
We always do it for oil. I'm just showing you that every
I'm talking about World War II. You used the instance of World War II.
World War II was about oil.
We got involved. We got involved after they hit Pearl Harbor, but it was about war. I mean, oil. Let me finish. You said it was about oil. Let me finish my thought. But they hit Guam first. Did that initiate us getting into the war, or did it take it a further step once they hit Pearl Harbor? Because they hit Guam first. They're closer to Guam. Okay. So when they bombed Guam, did that get us involved? No.
Apparently not.
Okay. So it had them, they had to reach all the way out to what? Our Pacific Fleet and try to hurt our fucking ships, which they did a great job at doing. But they bombed ships in Guam too. Hold up. There were battleships and everything in Guam. There are fucking memorials in Guam, just like there are ones in Hawaii. Exactly the same. But we didn't make a big deal about Guam, and they blew up some of our ships and our personnel there. It wasn't until they reached all the way to fucking Hawaii before we got involved. Don't minimize that factor that they came all the way over to continue to poke the bear.
They didn't poke the bear. We poked them.
No, we did one action that was indirectly something.
No. We cut off all oil passage, and because of that,
did we blow up any of their ships to do it?
It doesn't matter. Hold up. When you cut off all oil, you don't have to blow up.
How did we do it though?
How did we stop it? You cut them off militarily. So by doing that, they would lose the war because they would not have any oil resources. So we poked the bear.
Oh, did we?
Yes, we poked the bear. I did. Do I got to show you that again, man? I just asked, why did they? Here, I'm gonna do this because maybe you a war. You just said you know about the history. Don't bring up history with me because I knows my histories. I knows my histories.
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
Japan attacked Pearl Harbor to cripple the U.S. Pacific Fleet, preventing interference with Japan's planned Southeast Asia to secure vital oil resources like oil. You go down.
But do you know what else is sitting over
China? Hold up. Let me read it. The United States imposed severe economic sanctions, including a total oil embargo threatening to paralyze Japan's military. We did it. We imposed the embargo.
Are you forgetting one important island? I just happen to be sitting on it right now.
What about it? Tell me.
We were here in the Philippines during all that.
That has nothing to do with the embargo.
It absolutely does, because they were pushing into all of Southeast Asia. That means they were pushing here. Japan was here. Japan was on the Philippine Islands. So they were pushing into our territory as well.
How far is the Philippines from the United States?
Brother, we still had it since the Spanish-American War. We owned the Philippines up until 1948.
How far is the Philippines?
It was our territory right along with Guam. Do you not know that?
Hold up. Ronan, we not colonizers. We not colonizers, remember? That's what you said.
Did Louisiana Purchase remind you of anything?
We're not colonizers. I know you said that.
We brought the Philippines from Spain. We didn't colonize them. We brought it. Once we won the war, we purchased the Philippines from Spain. And we've been here even during World War II. The Americans were still here. So when Japan started pushing into all the Southeast Asia, like you just said, guess who was still sitting here? We were. right along with Guam. And I told you they bombed Guam first. And then they were pushing down into
right here.
the Philippines.
As a defeat, the Spanish-American War, Spain ceded its long-standing colony of the Philippines to the United States in the Treaty of Paris. You can't make this shit
Right.
up. It was a colony.
I understand that, but we still purchased it.
No,
Just
no,
like
no.
Louisiana was a colony of France.
Hold on. Let me see.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Help me, Lord Jesus. Explain the Philippines. You still skipping over shit. So we're here in the 1940s in the Philippines. Japan, like you just said, is taking over all of Southeast Asia. They have already pushed into Luzon. I'm on the same island they were already into. Guess what's southern of this? Subic Bay, where our naval bases are. We had an air base here. All that shit was sitting here. So when they bombed Guam, we didn't say much. When they pushed into Pearl Harbor, and they probably pushed into, like I said, the Philippines, that brought us into the war. But we had to do something, because if they were pushing in all of Southeast Asia, they were coming to the Philippines too. They were already here. So that involved us too. It's not just Pearl Harbor. The Philippines was here. We had them. Guam was here. We had them.
I'm looking on here, man. And what day was the Pearl Harbor attack?
December 7th, 1944, 43, something like that.
41.
Okay, 41.
41.
A date that will live in infamy, whatever the fucking news people say. But anyway,
I'm gonna go with
the
you just
point
said.
was-
Hold up, I'm gonna go with
Okay.
you just said. Because you said they invaded Guam. If Pearl Harbor was on December 7th, Japan bombed Guam December 8th.
Okay.
So
I got it in the wrong order. But they took out both.
No, let's go back. Let me go back, because what you said was we had to.
You were so fixated
No, because you said we had to fight because Japan was already bombing Guam, and then they bombed Pearl Harbor. That's what you said. That's what you said. They were coming after Guam, then the Philippines, then they went to Pearl Harbor. Hold up. No, Ronan, that's what you said. Don't try to get out of this.
Okay, I admit to what I said. Maybe I said it in the indirect order. I'm sorry, I PTSD. I don't get everything right all the time. So
what I'm
here's the
saying
thing,
is the
though.
same
It
thing.
doesn't negate the point that we were being bombed and then we got involved in it. You're saying because
we put sanctions on these people.
Let me finish. You're saying we put sanctions on them because of the oil. Well, we didn't want them pushing into the Philippines either. You're still ignoring the issue with the Philippines. Why haven't you brought that up?
Because I'm gonna
go ahead and discredit the Philippines.
All right.
And by the way, let me go ahead and read this super chat. Thank you, Darnell, for being involved and contributing to the channel. He said, no, China was not yet communist during World War II. They were just a state of civil war, communists versus nationalists. When Japan invaded China twice, it was technically a republic, but the ROC, I don't know what that means, ROC, was authoritarian. What does ROC stand for?
Republic of China. So once again, you just told me, why am I ignoring the Philippines? Can you tell me what day was Pearl Harbor? What day was Pearl Harbor?
You said the 7th, and it was December 7th, and Guam was December 8th.
So what day did they bomb the Philippines?
It looks like the same day that they did Guam, because they're right next door to each other.
Well, hold up, sir. You just said that we had to stop them because they were bombing the Philippines. And they were moving.
I said no, they were pushing into the Philippines. I never said anything about being bombed. I didn't know about the Philippines. I did not say bombed. I said they pushed into.
How were they pushing into the Philippines if they
didn't?
Oh
my God, you are going on my new point. What I'm saying is, my major point of all this was we were already in this region. We were already in the Philippines, and we already had Guam. So when you said that Japan was pushing in of all of Southeast Asia, does not the Philippines include Southeast Asia? So it's implied
that's
that
not
if they're
what I
pushing
said.
into Southeast Asia,
Sir,
they're
that's
pushing
not
into
what
the
I said.
Philippines.
That's not
That's
what I said.
not what you said. What
I
did you say?
said this. You kept saying the world police. And I said, we always are on the offensive, never the defensive. And you said
Why
Pearl
would we
Harbor.
wanna
Hold
be
up,
on
hold
the-
up. And you said Pearl Harbor. And I said, no, the reason that they bombed Pearl Harbor is because we started it by putting these sanctions on them, crippling their military. And then you said, no.
And I said, why
Hold
wouldn't
up,
we?
no, hold up. Then you said they were already pushing into the Philippines. They were already
They're
expanding.
pushing into
into-
Southeast
Hold up,
Asia.
listen,
Just read
listen.
that.
They're already pushing into Guam. And I said, hold up. So the way you said it was they were pushing into the Philippines. No, and you said this. They bombed Guam and we didn't do nothing. That's what you said. You said that. You said they bombed
did say
Guam.
that.
And
But
they
here's
did-
the thing.
Hold
You're
up.
amplifying a
Because you know this
Look, I
history.
already
You this
admitted to-
history.
look,
You don't get mad at me,
look,
history, man.
No, I'm not mad. Well, all I'm saying is I've already conceded that maybe I got the order incorrect. I already said that. You're
Okay,
beating a
so
dead horse at
then
this
it goes
point.
back to what I'm saying.
I'm man enough to say I am forgetful. I don't remember all the points and dates and all this other shit that's going on. Okay, but what the point is, we were in Southeast Asia, and if Japan was trying to take over all of Southeast Asia, it was inclusive of what? The Philippines. And were they here on the island? They absolutely were.
They did not come after the Philippines until after Pearl Harbor. And the reason they did was we tried to cripple them.
So we were supposed to let them take the Philippines from us?
They weren't even trying to take the Philippines. They were fighting.
How do you know
China,
that?
man.
Do you
They
know
were-
all of Japan's plans to take over all of Southeast Asia?
They were
Is there
fighting
something
China.
document that shows that?
I know that they were fighting China. That's
What's that got
Southeast
to do
Asia.
with anything?
Because that is Southeast Asia. They were fighting China.
It wasn't just China. They were taking all the islands.
They were fighting. What island else did they take?
Do you know China only is separated by a fucking ocean between China and fucking the Philippines? That's what the whole issue is right now. The Philippine class, quote unquote, China Sea, and the shipping lanes that go in between the two. That's happening right now.
What they got to do with World War II? I told you what happened.
Oh my God. Because you were saying you're acting like Japan can't fight on two fronts at the same fucking time. An island versus fucking landmass. And they also had Mussolini pushing in that way too. From Italy.
Mussolini was pushing in where?
Mussolini was also part of the World War II too, and he was pushing up. Why? Why was he
in
pushing
Europe,
up?
man. He was
He
in
wasn't
Europe.
just in Europe.
Where
How
was
do you
Mussolini
skip
pushing?
over, or how do you skip over somebody that's bordering your nation damn near to go to Europe only?
You just
With Russia
hold on,
pushing
hold on.
in. Wait,
Let me
Russia's
get back
pushing in. Russia's pushing in. You're talking about China is all by itself. You get what I'm saying? That
No,
don't make any
I don't,
sense.
because you kept saying, I said, we
You
are
have to
not the
pull out a
world
map,
police.
bro.
We don't have to go anywhere. We don't have to be in Iran, Middle East, Iraq. We are our own people. We are here. This is what we need to take care of. Your point was, well, when we was here, Japan bombed us. And I said, the only
Oh my
reason
God.
Japan bombed us is because we stuck our noses and meddled in somebody else's business, which we
Yeah, I know.
always do. We
But-
keep meddling in other people's business. And
The
you said we are
point
freedom
is-
fighters. Hold up. You
Well-
said we are freedom fighters. And I said,
I didn't
sir,
say we're
please
freedom
tell me
fighters.
anybody we gave freedom to. Who have we given freedom to?
Bro, I said that we try to minimize countries converting into non-democracy kind of countries. That's our motivation, if anything. Now let's get back to what we were talking about. These agreements that you think are so solid that they're going to agree to everything on this list. And you say even 7 of them is a win. They're not going to get
I
these.
don't know how many is a win. All I know is, let's just say they get any of it. That's still a win.
How is that a win?
If let's just say they lift all primary sanctions, they've already gotten that.
Not
We've
going to
lifted
do.
sanctions from them so they can sell their oil. That's why they're selling
Bro,
their oil.
this is a 2-week reprieve because some other country wanted to say, please help us. Don't do it.
You keep saying somebody dragged us in. Nobody can. Israel did not drag us into Gaza. Israel is not dragging us into Lebanon.
Let me see if
Israel's not dragging us into Yemen.
Hold on.
So
I'm
how can
gonna
they
play
drag
this
us in somewhere?
I'm gonna play this other one. If I can get my PC
Well, I
to
was still
move.
on mine. This was just a process of my 10 steps. So can I finish?
Go
with
ahead
this?
and Go ahead and play your guy that's sitting there
Hyperbolic.
delusional,
So
like
let's
America's
just
gonna
go
get
through the language. Let's see what Trump said. Let's see what Iran said. Remember my reporting on this 10-point framework. I mean, for weeks now, Iran's been saying 10-point framework, 10-point framework. And what I've been saying here on the Midas Touch Network is the only way I could imagine that there would be a deal is if Donald Trump basically fully surrendered and agreed to all 10 points. And that's exactly what Donald Trump did here. Let me just go through the 10 points for you that Iran has been saying for weeks now. Number one, a commitment to non-aggression against Iran, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the Iranian Shiite groups in Iraq, continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of Iran's uranium enrichment, lifting all primary sanctions from Iran, lifting all secondary sanctions of Iran, termination of all UN Security Council resolutions, termination of all Board of Governor resolutions, payment of compensation to Iran, withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region, cessation of war on all fronts, including against Hezbollah in Lebanon. That's always been the 10-point framework. So here's what Donald Trump said before as he announced the ceasefire. Now, Donald Trump and Hegseth and others from the regime may go on propaganda media like Fox and say, this was a win. Donald Trump's a negotiating master. This was a complete and utter surrender. The biggest wipeout in American history, period. The biggest loser of America ever historically. I'm trying to explain to you the gravity of the loss right here because I know American media is going to be like, oh, a deal's been reached and look at the stock market. Folks, America just said, we are out. We are done. We lose. Utter surrender. Just watch what Donald Trump says.
Let's see what Donald Trump said.
Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran. And
wait, I know I need to play that again. Donald Trump said he received a 10-point proposal from Iran.
I heard what he said.
We're very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Trump is saying the 10-point plan is a workable basis on which to negotiate. And that had all of those 10 features that I just read for you. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran. So Trump's saying there, he's already agreed to most of these 10 points that I just read for you. But a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, that's his statement. What we're also hearing about this ceasefire is China was very influential in working with Pakistan and Russia was involved as well. And Donald Trump just tapped out. He agreed to all 10. And it's not like he said, well, it's not just that he said it was a framework to negotiate with them. He said that almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to already. So let's take a
You kept saying we're not going to agree to it. The thing is, hold up. This is
one man's interpretation of a fucking threat.
So this is Donald Trump's own words. This is what Donald Trump said. Hold up, but it don't matter what you said.
Here's the problem with the civilian. Here's the problem with the civilian. You think everything on the news, they're going to fucking tell you exactly what we're doing. I just told you there's a whole fucking ARG in the fucking Gulf right now. Nobody has ever talked about. There's 3, not 2. But
You
that's
wouldn't
what
have
I'm
to command
saying.
her.
They're not going to tell you everything they're going to do. They're just going to do it. Even though Donald Trump might be shouting to the rooftop, we have an agreement. Do you think we really do have an agreement?
I don't know. I'm
No, we don't.
Say it.
And after 2 weeks, guess what we're going to be doing? We're going to be right back in a better position to go fuck them up even more.
You don't think they're going to be in a better position? They just open it
No.
up for China.
They
to get
can't
them
do
their
any
stuff.
more than they've already done. That's their home field.
What you mean? They
All
can't
we can do
field
is
anymore?
strengthen our position. You can't strengthen your position any more than you already have it because you've been there all your life. And all we're doing is locating more of their fucking weaponry. You can't think outside the box to even realize that shit.
Look, all I'm saying is I don't care what they do. Their goal would never
Oh
be
my
to come
God,
after us.
You
They
guys
already
are
know
so
they can't come
slow when
after
it
us.
comes to this shit, though.
They don't come, brother. You the historian that didn't know that Guam
I'm
was bombed after
telling you.
Pearl Harbor.
I
What are
told
you
you,
talking
look,
about?
I told you they were coming out to Carg Island 2 weeks ago. Where are they at? They're at Carg Island, but they halted it. I told you, give them 2 weeks, let both of those ARGs get in the area because there was already an ARG that was already out there. You still ain't catching up to what I said. All they're doing is setting up to go ahead and do what they needed to do. That's a delay tactic. That's all it is. They're not agreeing to shit. You let these fucking non-combatant motherfuckers interpret what the fuck the government is doing. It's not what's happening. That is not, nothing on that list is agreeable by anybody's net terms. There's no way he's walking out of that better than what we left him with Obama.
Let me ask you a question. What does time give the United States? Is time better for Iran?
Positioning and reinforcement.
Is time
Beans,
better for
bullets, and
Iran?
Band-Aids. Do you understand beans, bullets, and band-aids? Beans, bullets, and band-aids means we can resupply quicker. We can get our assets in the area so that we can resupply and fucking hit them even harder. All the while, we have assets on land right now spotting every fucking target that needs to be fucking hit. Okay, so by the time you actually ask in 2 weeks,
let me ask
all the assets they have are going to be fucking demolished.
Does time help Iran or the United States?
It helps the United States.
If we have all the war, all right, in this 2 week time period, how does it help the United States? Meaning, if you got so much military power that you can destroy them, and you got all of these things around, you can destroy them. How does it hurt them? Because what you're saying is they would run out of military equipment, they would run out of this, they would run out of that. How does it help them? I mean, you just keep bombing. You got all these Tomahawk missiles.
Help who?
How would it help? How would it help the United States? You just keep bombing.
I just told you, beam bullets,
you got airplanes. Well, you don't have to ceasefire. You just keep bombing and keep bombing and keep bombing. You don't have to stop. Why do you have to stop? You are a powerful country.
You are allowed. But I just said that. All you're doing is allowing more assets to come into play. You're allowing the troops to get more acclimated. You're allowing the troops to become more acclimated to the weather.
You can do it without a ceasefire.
No, you necessarily cannot.
How can't you do it without a ceasefire?
No, you cannot. You only have 50,000 troops. They got how many millions of people there?
But how
you think 50,000 troops is enough to get the job done?
If
do you think 50,000 troops is enough to get the job done?
Sir, I didn't say that. I said, why do you need a ceasefire? You just
keep. But I want to drop the link. We're going to drop the link in a minute because he's not really talking about Iran. He's breaking up all these hypotheticals. So he said he only had an hour, but I see he had more time than that.
I have to get off of here because I got to go to work.
He don't want to address these ishes with somebody else, but I'll open up.
I'll stay a half an hour.
To have a conversation with everybody else. Hopefully you guys have subscribed to both of the channels. At least drop the like in the freaking room, please. But I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. So all you guys that are conscientious objectors. Oh, I said it. Damn, I couldn't say that word for a while. Conscientious objectors. Okay.
Let's see what my friend continues.
All you
look at the statement from Iran's Supreme National Security Council calling this a crushing defeat for the U.S., saying that they've been forced to accept their 10-point plan. Iran claims U.S. has agreed to continued Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz, continued enrichment of uranium, war reparations, full reparations, and U.S. leaves its military bases in the region. Statement of the and prudence
I'm going to play
drones and missiles. So it claims that while the ceasefire is in place, Iran drones are striking UAE. Are they just saying that because they want to break the ceasefire, or is that really happening? Israel says it's detecting missiles.
I'm playing this because I'm tired of listening to that dude talk. I'm going to play Al Jazeera talking about what the ceasefire or the suspension is real quick. And then I'll bring everybody up.
Are lines that are coming from the Reuters news agency. We understand that Donald Trump is quoted as saying that he has agreed to suspend bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Now, this is following a request that was made by Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who had requested an extension of the deadline that Donald Trump had originally set in order for further talks to take place. Donald Trump is apparently quoted to have said that this will be a double-sided ceasefire. He may well be referring to a request that had been made by the Pakistan Prime Minister to Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. The other lines that we're getting through Reuters saying, we have received a 10-point proposal from Iran. We believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of the past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran. He then goes on to say, we are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning a long-term peace with Iran. I want to go to Osama bin Javid, who's our correspondent, who's joining us here in the studio. It was only just a matter of minutes ago that you and I were discussing the possibility of this ceasefire being put into place. And there was a lot of speculation it was coming too late, that you described it as a last-ditch effort by the Pakistan Prime Minister in order to try to get some sort of negotiation.
So does that sound like it's implied that America really wanted to stop this or Pakistan wanted to stop this? Because the other guy's implying it was all us. We wanted to stop this shit. This guy is implying that Pakistan was begging for us to stop it. So who do you believe? Answer
it does seem as though, if these lines are to be believed, that it has had a positive response from Donald Trump.
Well, it does indeed. And I think that is going to be a big sigh of relief collectively from the region and beyond, because the alternative was so horrific. As you've seen Donald Trump time and again talk to his social media base and take the rhetoric to a notch where everybody would essentially, there was the level of anxiety around the region was extraordinary in the last few hours. And Donald Trump was the only man who could defuse it, because he's the one who lit the fuse in the first place. Those words, the first...
You know, I'm kind of amazed, and you can comment on this too. I'm kind of amazed how we have allowed Netanyahu to kind of fade off into the fucking shadows when he's the one that orchestrated this whole fucking thing. You have no comment about that?
You have a choice. Donald Trump had a choice.
That's your best answer? Why haven't all these news agencies brought up Netanyahu once?
Because
why are they all throwing it on Donald Trump when Netanyahu is the one that lit the fuse?
Because it don't matter who lit the fuse, it's Donald Trump.
It absolutely does matter.
Because Donald Trump is tweeting out every night that he's going to bomb him.
You in the back,
we're going to bomb him up.
Hey,
we're going to blow him up. We're going to bomb him. We're going to blow him up. We're going to do all of this stuff.
But with the encouragement of who? His buddy, right? Netanyahu, right?
Netanyahu can't.
So Netanyahu has nothing to do with this. Now, it's all on us.
No.
It's all on us.
Biden said no. Obama said no. Trump said yes. So it don't matter what another country says to do or what they do. We have a choice. We were our own country. Like I said, we didn't go after them when they went to Gaza. We didn't go after when they went to Lebanon and Libya.
Nobody ever said Donald Trump was the smartest one in the group, and nobody ever said his foreign policy was rock solid.
But that's the commander-in-chief you would follow.
No, it's not the commander-in-chief I follow. I'm not in the military anymore.
No, you would follow. If you was in the military, that'd be your
I would have no choice. I would be under contract. You're absolutely right.
Idiot.
And then the only thing I would have an option, if I didn't want to do my 20 years, and I would have had the option of getting out.
You're following.
So while I'm in, then I would have to follow an order. But here's the
Order from
thing:
an idiot.
everybody else elected that idiot. Why are you trying to make the American military feel bad for it?
I'm not.
Well, that's the way you're saying it. Is like they had a choice too. They didn't have a choice.
Brother, you always have a choice.
Okay.
You at any time you can say, you know what?
I'm gonna go ahead and bring
Muhammad
everybody.
Ali had a choice. Muhammad Ali said, you know what?
Open door of non-compliance when it comes
Post about using swear words on the opening of the Strait of Hormuz.
Hold on, let me
No formal statement out of the White House. Obviously, these lines have been coming out from Reuters within the last few minutes. We are waiting to hear formally from the White House, the spokesperson, or indeed even the president himself, who is due to make a decision at 8 p.m. That's in just over 1 hour's time. But
I don't want everybody rereading.
Understand them fully, because he talked about suspending the bombing, and it's not clear, at least to me, whether he's suspending what's already going on since the beginning of the war entirely, or he's suspending or he's extending the deadline for that ultimate destruction of the power plants. I mean, I think it is the first option. So Iranians are going to read this, maybe read it again and again to see between the lines, and also to read what is clearly there.
Here's the thing: you got an Iranian sitting here saying it ain't that fucking clear, but you got fucking liberals that are swearing up and down it's over. Donald Trump has conceded. You got an Iranian here sitting here saying I don't fucking know, because we don't trust the words that come out of his mouth. But for some reason, because it's a negative to Donald Trump in America, all the liberals want to believe that shit is really a locked-in done deal.
Nobody says a locked-in done deal.
The way you guys are implying it, and you're sitting there almost wanting to high five the dude talking.
What I said was, Trump said, I got a 15-point deal that they got to agree to.
It doesn't matter what he says. It doesn't necessarily mean he's telling the truth.
Then none of it matters.
Exactly, until it's on what? Paper. Everybody says don't believe shit until it's been signed, right?
Oh, I
but
don't
yet
even believe
we're believing verbal.
We don't even
comments.
believe it when it's signed. And
we're
that's what
believing verbal comments over fact.
Sir,
because somebody said it.
Do you think Iran believes what he says? They don't.
He's just sitting here saying no, they don't.
Exactly.
But you just not more than an hour ago went round and around with me about how factual Ben was in the way he was stating the
interpretation. This is what I said. So let me repeat it, man. Goodness, I'm gonna have to help you have comprehension.
Bruh, I do have memory problems, but I don't have that bad of memory problems.
Let me help you out with comprehension.
For the last hour and a half,
Trump stated
how this guy was right on the money.
Stated a 15-point agreement. That was not even brought to the table. The only thing that was brought to the table was what Iran proposed. Now, if he agrees with it or doesn't agree with it, that was their starting point. Iran is saying, look, it doesn't matter if you don't believe, you don't want to go with us or not, because we in it to win it. We in it for the long run. So whether you agree with this or you don't agree with it, we still ready to go to war. We not going to stop fighting. So
okay. And you wouldn't either. If people came into the United States, you wouldn't stop fighting either. And that's understandable. Understandable. If you're invading our country, you're going to have the same level of aggression that Iranians have.
Exactly.
You're not going to get no peace. Exactly. And I agree with you there, but that has nothing to do with what's up, Drew? Hold on. That has nothing to do with what's really happening, though. But go ahead, Drew.
Hey, I wanted to, I mean, we know we're talking about Iran, but I just want to clear one thing up. And I was trying to tell you in the chat, Ronan, you forgot the international date line.
Yeah.
In Guam and Hawaii. They happened on the same day.
Thank you. But see, I told you my memory is the same.
Brother, you told me that they was invading Guam. This is what you said, Ronan. They bombed Guam and we didn't do nothing. Hold on, don't try to revise history now.
I already admitted to being wrong as far as accuracy, but Guam was still hit. Guam was still hit. The Philippines was still hit, and so was Hawaii. Those facts are true. Whether I got the time right or not doesn't matter.
No, your intention.
It actually happened on the same day.
Hold up, Drew. I gotta
when
get
it's the 7th in Hawaii, it's the 8th in Guam.
Hold up.
It happened on the same day.
Drew, that wasn't his intention, because this is exactly what Ronan said. Ronan said they bombed Guam.
I already said if I got the dates wrong, I'm okay with it. Let the brother talk. We got that point down. You like to beat shit to
Because you keep trying to say thank you,
All
like,
right.
like you was right.
So moving on. The other point was that
like two
the
brothers
guy
fighting.
Ben that was talking, words matter, guys, and he said this was a proposal of a basis.
Correct.
So
Right.
proposal is not an agreement. You look at the proposal, just like a contract, and you say, well, yeah, your proposal's good, but what can you do better?
No, Drew. Let me tell you something. If I come to you and I say, look, I demand these 10 things, and you say to me, nope, that's a no-go. And then you say, in order for this deal to even start, here goes my 10 items. Who is in the position of power?
So you brought me, say that one more time. I just want to make sure I understand clearly.
Your girl gives you 10 demands. You got to marry me by this time. You got to do all these demands. And you say, that's a no-go. Here goes my demands. Who's in the position of power? You just told her none of what she said meant anything, but here goes my demands. And her reply is, this is a good starting point. Who's in the position of power?
The position of power. It's almost it's like a neutral. Like it's not. You wanted to see what that person's proposal was.
Leave and come back down. I mean, come back.
Everything that she said, everything
I
that
took
he
down a
said,
video and it might have messed you up. So you might want to leave, then come back in, and I'll bring you up real quick. But yeah, can you take down all your videos real quick, Fearless? Because when we take down videos, it knocks out some people's hearing. All right, T-Mac, if you leave and then come back in, I'll bring you right back.
Ryan, the man is in power because it doesn't matter if Trump brought his 15 points and they said, that's not even a negotiating tactic. We don't agree to that.
He's not going to admit to that right away. He's going to start.
That's not it. And then what happened is they said, here's our 10 points. And then Trump said, that's a good starting point.
Yeah.
They are in a position of power because it's all of their things that we are negotiating for or against. None of our things. That's pure negotiations. If somebody says your proposal means
that is not, it's a perceived position of power. He only agreed to say, because yes, we can attack today, but would we be stronger in 2 weeks? Absolutely. So if you want 2 weeks, fine. We'll give you the 2 weeks. We'll just be more reinforced.
Stronger to do what? Okay, let's go with this.
I already said this. Drew, go ahead and answer him, bro, because I already answered.
Well, I think they're both their positions because you want to see each person's point. You want to see, okay, this is where they stand. This is where I stand. All right, where do we meet in the middle? And that's why he said it's a proposal. Because there's no communication. They say, oh, we've knocked out all communications. We've been killing leaders. You know, who are they really communicating with?
And it's a fractured government because one person saying one thing and one person saying another, and their own regime.
This is President Trump saying, oh, we got a deal. I've been talking to him. And then people are like, who are you talking to?
Talking to Pakistan.
No.
He ain't been talking to them.
Prior to that, Trump was saying, I'm talking to him. And the Iranians was like,
a lot of shit that ain't directly true. I don't know why you hold this man to the fire every time he opens his mouth. He don't say everything.
Don't hold him to the fire, brother. I'm just saying that what he's saying isn't true. So if Trump is saying, yeah, I'm talking to him, we all know we almost negotiating, and Iran is saying, yeah, he's a crazy idiot and he's a fool, who's the person that's really controlling things? It's not Trump, because what they're saying is everything you're saying is not true. And unless it comes from us, that's the only time you can believe it.
Well,
go ahead, Drew. He's asking you because I've already
I'm about to say that's the propaganda of everything right there. Is like, who do you actually believe? You believe your own government, or you believe the government of Iran, who basically I somewhat believe them, because it's like, hey, they're not backing down. It's not one time that they've come up front and said, hey, you know what? We ain't no punk. Come on, come forward. You want to change the regime? Come on, boots on the ground. Then we'll take you on.
That's what I'm saying. I don't believe our government, one, because we've kind of fudged the numbers on what happens, how many people may be hurt, what our things are. You know, we're in and out. I'm talking to people. So I don't think our government, I don't think that they're as honest as they would want to be. Especially when Trump says on a Friday, what we found out is on a Friday, he says one thing about oil to change the prices. And then there was $60 billion made in the stock market by people buying based on what they knew what he was going to say. That lets me know that what you said wasn't about the truth. It was about who can make some money off of it. So I can't really believe our government.
And all I'm going to say is you shouldn't believe the government, because the government's not going to tell you the 100% truth, especially in a time of war. They're not going to tell you everything that's available. They're not going to tell you where everything is positioned. They're not going to tell you any of that bullshit. Now, press has been able to locate certain things because of satellites and everything else. But there's other things that are going on right now. You have no idea that are fucking happening. So you're never going to know 100% everything that's going on in emotion when it comes to preparation for war.
Brother, I agree. Here's what I say. I don't, and you say there's two things. One, I may not expect my government to tell me the truth, but I don't want them to lie to me. That's number one. Number two, when Vietnam was coming, we were told, oh, everything is all right. Everything is good. And that all changed when the press, because we say the press lied, but when the press went to Vietnam and found out what was really going on, then they seen the real truth. There's a reason why Israel would not let the press inside of their country and inside of Gaza. It had nothing to do with propaganda. It's that sometimes they show the truth, and those countries don't want you to see what the truth is.
Fearless. And that is the point. Since Vietnam, America has also been aware that it's not the best thing to have the press involved in some wars. People can't handle some of the things that need to be true. They don't want to know the fucking truth. Okay? They want to be lied to certain extents. You're saying, oh, I want to know everything. They're not going to tell you everything. They're never going to tell you. What's the fucking point of having a top secret clearance if they're going to tell you everything? They're not going to tell you everything. You're never going to know everything the fucking government is doing. I don't give a fuck what you imply that you should want to know or have the right to know. I don't care if you think you have the right to know. You don't.
Please repeat what I said.
You just said that. Yes, you did.
Say that. I said, I don't care if my government doesn't tell me the truth. I just don't want them to lie to me. That's entirely different. When you just say, oh, your government ain't going to tell you everything. Fine. Keep it a secret. Don't say it. Obama didn't say a lot of stuff he was doing. He just did it. You don't have to.
So admitting is still kind of lying.
No, it's not. It's just
okay. No, so you're gonna play on words. So basically,
omitting. If I don't say, sir, you asked me a question. Yeah, sir, that's under. What did they say in the police? I'm sorry, that's under investigation at this time. I didn't lie to you. I'm just. I'm not letting you know anything. Now, if I said, "Oh no, that person was innocent," that's what they did. That's entirely different, because now what you're doing is giving a different narrative, and you're lying when you say I have no comment or we're not.
But who started the lying to begin with? The very president that's in office, when he discredited the press and said the press doesn't tell the truth in the first place. So how do you trust the words coming out of the press? How do you trust the words that are coming from the president? Everything is all fake news.
To be honest with you, I think. One thing I learned internationally, that if you want to know the truth about what's going on in the country, don't look at our news. Look at the news of like maybe another, like BBC.
That's why I pulled up Al Jazeera.
And then if you want to know the truth of what's going on in England, you look at our news. You want to look at the news of the opposite country.
Unless they have a vested interest to both tell the lie.
Yeah.
And then you look at Al Jazeera, because they usually don't have an interest in anybody's shit.
Yeah, Al Jazeera is pretty, I don't know, on point.
But so I don't know, T-Mac, if you fix your mic yet or not. T-Mac, are you able to hear us? You're muted right now. Let me see if I can unmute you.
I think there's two T-Macs. Do you need to get rid of the other T-Mac?
Yeah, T-Mac. Hold on, let me bring this one up. T-Mac, can you hear? Yeah, we can hear you now. All right,
yeah,
you can take that one down. Can you take your other one down or no? I can remove it if you can't.
No, I can't.
I think you kick him out if you do it. I don't know how that works.
Hold on. If I kick you out by mistake, come back. Are you here?
I'm still here.
All right, I got the right one. All right, go ahead, T-Mac. We've been hearing Drew G. You've been hearing the conversation. You're a Marine. You know what's going on. So you tell me what your perception of what the truth is versus what some of these people are saying.
Well, this is my feeling from like watching it and reading the news is that Trump knew he was going to take an L, and the reason I'm saying that is because what he was threatening to do would be if anybody followed that, it was a legal order, and we're not supposed to follow illegal orders, right?
Correct.
And so any general, any officer, any person who would had followed what Trump told him to do, and Trump, he spoke on emotion, but I think that somebody was able to get through to him and said, you can't just go bomb civilian infrastructures and all of that and commit war crimes, and nobody's going to be protected under the umbrella of just, following orders, because that's illegal. So I believe Pakistan.
Hey, no,
it's
not.
No, it's not. Well, who says? I mean, yes, it is. It is. You can't follow legal orders.
No, it's illegal to do what? Bomb or what? A bridge?
You can't. No, you can't. You can't bomb.
You can't destroy a population.
There's certain criteria. You can't destroy civilian infrastructure. Just look it up. Just do AI. Do AI.
Hold up. No. Listen to what you're saying. You're saying you can't bomb a bridge with people on it who's not in the military?
Oh, you asking me?
No.
Yeah.
He was talking about destroying infrastructure like power. You can't do that.
But yes, well, there's a caveat. If that power plant.
Hold on. Don't answer his question yet. Let T-Mac finish.
Yes, so you guys, there's caveats, and if it has nothing to do with the actual, like the war or whatever, let's say there's a power plant supplying a military base or something like that. Okay, that might be a deception. But if you have a power plant that's just entirely used for civilian usage, and then all of a sudden you're going to bomb it and you put the civilians in the bad, that's considered a war crime. Of course, there's caveats to things like that.
Yeah.
So there's, like, for instance, if you have the military in like say a church, they're all garrisoned there. Of course, you can bomb the church because you turning that church into a target, right?
Correct.
So there's, but you can't just like say, I'm just going to destroy a country. What was his words? He said he's going to like basically wipe them off and they're going to never be able to rebuild their.
Right.
Yeah.
So, to that, that right there, even the threat of it, that he could not carry through with it. So Pakistan gave him a way out because Pakistan is doing the negotiations. They're the intermediary. And Friday is when the negotiations were supposed to start from looking it up. But before that, it was shortly after the ceasefire was announced that actually Iran launched some ballistic missiles against, I believe it was Israel. It might've been another country that said they were, took a hit, and Israel already responded back. So it's like they say it's a 2-week ceasefire, but there's actually no ceasefire. But anyway, I just think it's no weird. It's just like, if we had the most powerful military, we could wipe them out, but what's the cost of it? We're gonna end up killing civilians, and we can take over the Strait of Hormuz, but what's gonna be the cost? You're gonna kill a whole bunch of innocent people to take control of it. But the thing is that Iran right now, they're holding the cards because you see we're not sending any of our military ships into the Strait of Hormuz, right? So they got enough firepower to to be a deterrent. So right now it was a bad situation, and you're right. That Netanyahu got us into it. AIPAC is one of what they don't they donate to like over half the senators or something like that.
Yep, on both sides.
Yeah, on both sides. And including Hakeem Jeffries, all of them.
So the midterm's going to be crazy. Anybody on AIPAC is getting eliminated.
Yeah, congressmen, senators, mayors, councilmen, they hit a lot of people up.
Yep.
But one of I forgot I was going to say something about like AIPAC. But anyway, I would say, it's not just the liberals. The actual loudest voices are conservative. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene, you got Alex Jones, you got Tucker Carlson. So you got some of these people that were, Nick Fuentes. A lot of people there used to be very pro MAGA, but this war has kind of splintered it off. So it's actually the conservative voices who are actually the loudest. And surprisingly, the Democrats are kind of like sheepish. They're just like, we can't do anything to the midterm, so why even speak up? So,
I apologize for cutting you off. I just wanted to say, the Democrat strategy, I actually think is smart. You see a runaway freight train, best to just stay off the tracks, and let the damn thing derail.
That's smart at all. I don't think that's smart at all. And I'm going to tell you why. Because to be silent is to be complicit. If you're not speaking out against it, that means you're part of AIPAC too. And you're going to have to go eventually.
And you have to prep the people.
No, they
You have to
come
prep the people before the midterms, right? You can't just wait till the day before the midterms and say I'm against this. You have to start prepping them
You need to
beforehand, right?
start saying right now, loud and proud, and beating your chest. I ain't for this. If you reelect me, I can make sure, and I tell you right now, I'm not part of AIPAC.
No, I mean,
Why aren't you
as
guys,
far as that,
guys out there doing that shit right now?
They
as
already
far
got
as that,
AOC to admit that.
yeah, as far as that goes, I mean, yeah, you could speak out, say what you want, but what I'm saying is don't fight Trump. Remember how the Democrats were fighting Trump, during his first term? It didn't go I mean, granted, they did win, but he came roaring right back. And Democrats got beat in 22 because they made everything about Trump, and, that's why a lot of them lost their seats, in 22 and 24. So that's why I'm saying this go around, don't make it about Trump. Let him screw up so bad to where everybody hates him. And so far,
He's
the
in that
strategy's
mode
working.
right now. That's why I said, yeah, right now he's in that mode to where they don't have to say anything, but the only thing they need to say is because of the amplifier or the focus on AIPAC politicians and how Israel's running roughshod over not only the American leadership, but our military and dictating where our sons and daughters go and fight. I have videos where you got Israelis saying the Gentiles are supposed to die for us anyway. The American military people need to know that they need to fight and die for Israel.
I have a little disagreement about why the Democrats lost in the midterms. It's just because their policies are shit. But you can't run off of pro-immigration and off of LGBTQ and expect to win it and say that we're the better party. We're the lesser of two evils. We're better than Trump. So part of it, they might go after Trump, but you have to give something alternative and not be tone deaf to what the American people want,
Exactly. And right now, who do they have propped up in the Democratic Party to run against whoever comes up out of the Republican? Nobody is touting any one person. You should already be prepping somebody in the Democratic Party in the next 3 years to be running. And
Gavin Newsom is the only person.
He's AIPAC. But he's AIPAC. He said, I'm with Israel.
Gavin Newsom?
He killed himself with that. Yeah, he just killed himself with that.
I'm from California, so he's my governor, but he's talking a good game, but I don't even think he's would be a good candidate to
I
go
don't think
against.
he will be either.
Even Obama took one session as a senator before he jumped into the presidential race.
I was just getting ready to.
Go ahead.
I was getting ready to bring that up, actually. The Obama era or pre-Obama when Bush was president, right? Democrats, they won in the House and the Senate, I think, in 2006. And then the economy cratered. I mean, just cratered. Democrats let the economy crater. In my opinion, I think this is just me putting a tinfoil hat on. I think they kind of set Bush up a little bit. But basically, the economy cratered. Next thing you know, the Democrats come in 2008. They damn near had a supermajority in the Senate. They would have had 60 seats hadn't it been for Republicans refusing to certify Minnesota. They would have had 60 seats in the Senate, which is crazy. You could basically pass anything you want at that point.
The hell with my opinion, because I've already given it. You three guys and all of you guys are just happen to be all military. What do you think can happen in these 2 weeks if they don't agree? What do you think the American military is doing right now in order to establish a foothold after this restarts back up? What do you think they're doing?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Go ahead.
They're ramping up. They restocking. They deploying more people in different areas. I'm over.
Go ahead.
Who's next? The other gentleman, or you want me?
Go ahead, Donna.
So technically, we're already there. U.S. Army CENTCOM, Third Army, they're already there. Camp Arifjan, that's where they're headquartered at. So technically, we're already in theater. I don't know. I know we do have a presence in Iraq. I don't know how large it is, at this time. But we're going to more than likely. They need to talk to Iraq. Well, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. First thing President Trump needs to do is he needs to go to Congress and get authorization. You can't go to war without money.
He's not going to
Yeah,
do that.
But how is he going to fight the war? Because you can't fight a war without money. And
He
right now,
bullied everybody into allowing them to go this far with it. It hasn't had congressional approval yet. That's why I say the biggest person I blame, beside for the president, are the generals that are part of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But he didn't get congressional approval. They could have said, "No, sir, I don't give a damn what you tell me. Until you can get congressional approval, you need to turn around and go back." But they didn't. They let him go ahead and move forward with it. Now, I get the Marine Corps can go anywhere in the world for 29 days without it being an act of war. But after that, any other action should have come from congressional approval first.
yeah. I mean, but the thing is, in response to the generals, you got to remember, he purged all the generals. So now they're all yes men.
And he shouldn't have the ability to do that either. They are two individual parties. You serve at the pleasure, but you still have a right to serve your time. They can't just kick you out.
No, I think Truman might still have the record for firing the most generals. It's either him or Abraham Lincoln. But they fired. I mean, they fired the most.
Checks and balances because the generals are supposed to challenge. And if you take that away from them by giving the executive branch the ability to get rid of the generals that oppose going against the rules, then all you got is a whole bunch of follow me type of generals. And they're not going to be any checks and balances.
Except got rid of the Army Chief of Staff. They forced him to retire 1 year before, or in this term 1 year before.
That's what I was saying. He purged all the opposition. So now, like I said, it's just yes men. And Pete Hegseth, in my opinion,
he's a nobody.
He's DEI higher. I know he's a white man, but he's DEI higher. I'm sorry.
You know how you had that boot lieutenant that always came in was gungy, wanting to volunteer to do any kind of shit to get recognition. He reminds me of that kind of guy. He reminds me of that kind of guy. But T-Mac, go ahead and tell me what your process is.
Because I'm gonna be out. I want to hear y'all answers because I got a few questions.
T-Mac. Let me hear what your process is on what we're doing for these next 2 weeks, prepping military wise.
They're gonna look for a way out. So we got two Marine expeditionary units going. We have the 82nd Airborne, and they ain't gonna do jack because you can't go on Carg Island because what's gonna happen? You're just gonna be a sitting duck and just sitting there where all the missiles could just bombard you all day. So what?
Man.
It doesn't make any sense. You can't put enough. That's not enough. Two Marine expeditionary units and one and 82nd Airborne. I'm sorry, it's three.
There's three.
I only heard about two because one from Okinawa and one from California.
Right. It's 15, 11, and 31st out of Okinawa.
Okay.
And don't forget the Third Army.
I can tell you out of personal experience. When the Gulf War started, I was part of the 13th MUSOC. Nobody reported us anywhere in the theater, and we were all over that place because we started in China when Saddam went into the Gulf. So there's always one ARG that's never accounted for, and they're the ones.
But hold on,
Fearless. Before you, I want to catch you before you drop off. But just watch that documentary I told you about.
Oh man, look.
We don't have to go into detail now, but yeah, just watch it first.
Just little things like I never got it, and it would be.
Did you email me the same thing?
On these real quick, I'm gonna answer Drew. There would be these new houses that are coming up, and people said, "Don't move anywhere where you see new drive. What is it? New student driver and something else." And that was code word for the Indians. I was like, "Damn!"
Yeah.
I mean, when you looked at the new housing that was coming up,
man.
I ain't never seen so many.
You are still in Texas, though. You are still down south.
But, you know what, though, Fearless? If they're not, if the people of Texas aren't, if they don't watch it, this is the same blueprint that the Haredi Jews used in New Jersey, where they can they get one seat, and it looks like they already have one seat in the council. And they get another one, and next you know, your whole town council is gone.
Oh yeah, but Texas started, at least Dallas, maybe even Texas. They passed laws that people with H-1B1 visas can't purchase houses. They so the new people or the people who have them, yes, but no new people can purchase houses. They're trying to put a stop to it, but it's a lot of fraud going on. But
Bro,
I do have
but you
one
know a
question.
gold mine that I saw in that documentary?
All right, guys.
Renting office space.
Next,
I was
hey,
like,
we can
damn.
talk. You know what? We can bring it up on Friday. We'll just
let's
do a
it
live
Friday.
on that. Since
I
we're
do-
talking about
okay.
Iran and the 2 week bet,
Yeah.
the 2 week bet is on
You
hold
got me
anyway.
to 2 weeks.
We're gonna talk
All
about
right,
the
I'm gonna
other-
drop off, guys.
No, Drew. For one question, my
Drew,
question,
hey,
because this is where
Fear is
me
believing. You don't have
and
to leave.
Ronan differ. Ronan is like, oh, they're going to come in and they're going to have this big thing and they're going to take over Cog Island.
But let me preface what I
and my
said.
response is, so what? What does that mean? And my thing is, I say they take over Cog Island. The Iranians already said, if we can't have it, you can't have it. We'll just blow it up.
Yep.
So what does it do? To me, the Iranians just got time on their hands. That means you got to stay either on Cog Island or you got to stay somewhere out there, because once you leave, they're in the same position they were before you came in, where they can say, we'll bomb the strait. If you don't pay us money, you leave out. So when you keep saying we're doing something, I don't know what strategic thing that is for us to take over Cog Island. One, and you kept saying, oh, we got our ships in there and you can't have these little boats. And I said to you, they don't need little boats, Ronan. They got missiles. They got drones. They don't need to be anywhere near Cog Island. They don't need a little ship coming after those people going through. You just bomb them from 500 miles away, from 1,000 miles away. They don't have to be on the strip. Now, with that said, what say you guys?
Can I say my angle before you ask them?
Go ahead, say your angle. Yep.
My angle was they're taking Cog Island only because those fast boats are strategically placed around Cog Island and some of the other smaller areas. And the MUSOC would be good at, once they took over Cog Island and the smaller islands, getting rid of the last of those pesky little fast boats. That way the insurance companies will be free to allow those ships to go through, because it's not just the straits are being closed. The insurance companies are not going to fucking insure the tankers as they go through until they know
Chubb
it's
is.
So
I'm sorry, I'm on the phone.
Yeah. But the whole thing is the insurance company is part of that. So once you get rid of the pesky little boats, at that point, we've already identified from land areas what areas we need to strategically bomb to keep those missiles at a distance that lowers the accuracy of them being able to hit the tankers.
The missiles on the back of somebody's truck. They just move from one
finding them
location to
left
another.
and right. That's 2 weeks of them finding the rest of them while they're sitting there doing this. This is what I'm saying. It's a stall tactic. But again, that's my position. We're not going to hold the island. We're just going to kick them off of it, find the last of the little fast boats that are going in between the tankers and harassing them enough to lock down the straits, and then remove the mines, whatever mines are remaining. We had to do that at Falaka Island in the Gulf. The same thing. They mined themselves into a fucking trap because we blew up all their boats. They had nowhere to go, so we had to pull them off ourselves.
You can get rid of every boat, every mine.
Can I say my? I didn't interrupt you.
I thought you was finished.
No, but I want them to answer without you introducing anything else.
I'm going to let them. My thing was, you can get every boat, every mine out of the way. I've always seen one man with one gun, with one bullet, be able to hold 100 people at bay, because nobody wants to be that first person. And if
That's not the military's mindset. We don't give a fuck about one man and one bullet.
I don't care about the military. I care about an oil tanker.
Nobody
oil
cares.
tanker, hold up. The oil tanker says, I don't want to be the first.
Can y'all answer the question? Stop running.
Yeah.
Stop.
And whoever is the first, all Iran has to do is blow up.
Oh my God! Why do you
boat.
keep prefacing it with your caveats? Let them answer the question based on what's going on. Go ahead, Drew.
I don't even know what the actual question was.
No, I'll repeat the question. He is saying that it is a military good thing for us to take over Cog Island. And I
Not
said,
to keep it, but just to get rid of the boats. I didn't say we're going to land and stay there.
That's his point. And I said, it doesn't matter. You can take care of the boats, the mines, all of that. They can fire missiles. And once they leave, meaning the U.S. military, Iran is still in the same position it was before you came. Nothing changed.
We're not going there to wipe them off the planet. We're not going there to do that.
What is the question, though?
Thank you.
Who is right?
It's a statement, but what's the question?
Okay. The question is, do you think by the military taking over Cog Island, it makes a difference?
Yeah, it makes a difference.
In what way?
We shut down their way of earning income.
Money.
You mean
How
the
are they
world's
going to make income?
oil
That's
supply?
my answer.
20% of oil supply also.
Yep.
It's about 15% roughly from what I saw. I think 8%. Well, actually, yeah, it might be 20.
Actually, you free up.
I heard 20 and the other straight is 5. This
you-
side of the strait is 20 and the other one's 5.
By opening the strait, you free up the 20% that's being hesitated through the strait. It's not that Iran produces.
But hold
20%.
up, you said opening up the strait. I think Drew said something different. Drew said closing the strait. If you open up the strait,
I didn't say anything about closing the strait. You said the island.
Oh, if you take over the island,
That's
he's
not
talking
the
about
strait.
Okay,
It's
you're
in the
talking about
strait.
two different things. You're
The
saying by
island,
taking-
but you can get through the strait. Cargo and goods still get through the strait without going to that Karg Island.
No,
Karg
that's not
Island is
true.
just Karg Island is just a pumping station, right?
Correct.
It's in the strait though. It's like,
But it's also
you have
if
to
you
go
look
right
at-
through
if
it.
you look at the bombing runs today, it was also where they had a small airport. They had drone stationed there, and they had a command and control center on Karg Island. Beside where the tankers and everything are, and the storage facilities, there are other key positions that were being bombed today or peppered today. If you look at those bombing runs.
So I see the point. So yeah, Karg Island by itself is not 20%. The strait's 20%. But
Yes, that's
it
correct.
doesn't. If we put troops on Karg Island, it just doesn't make sense because they can be. Correct. And I know Roland's not saying that, but they're just be sitting ducks. They just gonna be eating ordnance all the time. Now the Strait of Hormuz is so narrow. You don't need much, sophistication to be able to hold it, because you can just, and you don't need any targeting. This is like, there's a ship coming through. It's so big, we're just gonna hit it from the shore and just go back. Put our vehicle back in the cave or whatever. So,
and man, T-Mac, you are a fucking genius, man.
But I didn't say that. Why are you acting like I said that? I didn't say that.
Keep saying them going to the island opens up the strait. It doesn't open up the strait.
I said going after the boats around the island allows.
he just said it reduces their attack. He just said they reduces their methods of attack by knocking out all the boats around Karg Island. So I got his point. Yeah.
No, what is the purpose then? You said the purpose is to open up the strait, Ronan. That's what you said. Insurance
The only
companies-
thing that's hesitating the boats from going through right now are their fast boats that they hide in and out of the little islands that are around their side of the fucking strait.
Sir, that's not the only reason of those boats. They're afraid of getting bombed. So you don't matter if you take over Karg Island, that does not open the strait. The strait is 25 miles wide, but the problem is there's only 2 miles that ships can pass through. So that all they got to do is concentrate on 2 miles. That's it. With any missile. So it doesn't matter if you take over.
Again, we're waiting on them to answer the question, not your explanation of the answer to the question.
Well, no, I'm correcting because what you said, Ronan, was by taking over Karg Island, you open.
I didn't say take over. You keep saying I said we need to hold the position of it. Our Marines go. Listen, you don't even understand our issue. Our issue is we don't hold locations. We secure locations and back the fuck back to our boats.
Let's do that.
We back off into our boats. We have our own homes. We don't need to stay on the fucking island to do that.
Can I use your word? You're saying secure. If we secure Karg Island, that opens up the strait. Am I saying that correctly?
I said if we can get rid of the fast boats, that eliminates one issue when it comes to the tankers. Yes, the other issue is they can have missile launches from the coastline. Okay, the coastline is a whole nother issue, but you got to get rid of the boats first. There has to be a chronological thing that you do. Just because you take over a coastline don't mean you got rid of the boats. The boats can still hinder the fucking tankers.
Ronan, do you know what our wager was? Do you know what our wager was?
Yes, I said 2 weeks they're going to be pushing into Karg Island. That was the thing. I didn't say they were.
You said they're going to push in and it's going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. That's what you said.
I said once they take out the fast boats, go back and play it back, please.
Okay, I'm even saying that. They get on a Hormuz, they take out the mines, they take out the fast boats. They still do not open up the Straits of Hormuz.
It's a very important.
Here's the thing. He doesn't understand there's coordinated attacks. He doesn't understand the Marines can do an individual thing while the Air Force and everybody else is doing other individual things in combination. Okay. He thinks just because I'm saying taking out the island and taking out these boats would help open up the straits, but in coordination with whatever the Air Force is going to do with all known targets on the coastal area around that 2 mile radius, even though there's 33 fucking miles between that 2 mile radius. He acts like that shit is right up on the coastline.
No, I don't. I don't care how many you take out.
I told him the viewable site on the ocean is
everything that you just
25
said.
miles, right? So if the strait is 33 miles wide, and there might be a 2 mile wide area where tankers can go through, even though it might not be in eyesight. Nobody's ever said what part is in eyesight of where the tankers are from land. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't get what you're saying because you don't have
25
to
miles
see,
is above
you do not have
horizon
to
line,
see
bro.
a fucking
So if
tanker.
it's 33
You don't have-
miles, it's past the horizon line.
Ronan, they don't
From
see
one side
Israel
to
when
the
they
other.
bomb them. They don't
Most
see
people
them.
don't understand that is what I'm trying to tell you. Most people don't understand if you're on an ocean, 25 miles is the furthest you can see before you see the line.
They don't
So
have
if
to
you're talking
see
about a
the
33
tanker.
mile wide fucking crevice area, you're not going to see from one side to the other.
Ronan, they do not have to see it.
Oh my God. I'm
They
trying
got
to give
missiles.
everybody a visual idea of what that actually equates to when you look
what
at
you're
it.
saying is they can
People
do it.
don't
You
even
saying,
understand 25 miles line of sight.
I don't care line of sight. They don't need line of sight.
Why
I
not?
think it's to circular
Easy for
debate.
firing drones and bombs.
Okay.
You don't need line of sight to fire a missile. You don't need
Yeah, I
line
think
of
it's
sight to fire the drone. So
granted.
they don't even have to be. They can be 500 miles away. You keep
Actually,
saying
that's true. The Predator drones we use those out. The pilots are actually in Nevada, and they bomb
Exactly.
targets.
But they can take it out like nothing.
So let's go back
But
to what you
to finish
said.
up, I was going to finish up what I believe what's going to happen.
Yes,
Please.
I think we're going to basically cry uncle. I think Trump is like talking about dusting off that the Obama agreement, and he's going to repackage it his own as his agreement.
Exactly.
And I think Iran has mentioned their like their how you ask for the moon and you only get whatever you ask for the moon you get less. So that's what Iran is doing. And the U.S. is, saying their portion, but I think they're going to come to something like the Obama agreement or something like that. And and Trump is going to try to find a way to get out without any further damage. Yep. Because if we could have sent military vessels in to shield those tankers, we would have, but we can't. We don't have enough ordnance, and the ordnance that we're expending are you're talking about SM-2, SM-6 missiles and all that, and that's $4 to $6 million a pop to hit a $50,000 drone or a certain ballistic missile. So it doesn't make economic sense, and the cost of trying to secure it and the amount of money the headset is asking for. He's asking for an initial $200 billion. He ain't gonna get it, and then they want to increase the entire military budget by another by $500 billion. So it'll be $1.5 billion. They're not gonna get that.
No, 1.
I think they're gonna find
trillion.
They're gonna lose face.
No, I'm
I
sorry,
mean,
not
we
trillion.
lost face as a country. We're Americans, whether we agree about this or not. We all gonna lose face, and we're gonna have to just eat it that we basically taken an L in Iran. I don't think that they're gonna allow them to keep charging tankers to go through the Strait of Hormuz, but we're gonna do something like pay them off or whatever it is. That's just my opinion. We're not gonna send troops over to Iraq to go fight.
T-Mac, I don't think you answered my question. My question was, does taking over the island, does getting rid of the boats,
I'm done. Am I still here? I don't hear anything.
Open up the Strait of Hormuz?
He's saying, does taking over the island open up the Straits of Hormuz? And I never said about taking up the island. I said the hindrance of the fast boats.
Gaining access to the island.
Well,
hold up. I want T-Mac to answer it.
I don't think he can hear you.
Then you can answer it.
T-Mac, can you hear me? God damn it. You know what happened when Drew stepped down? It messed up his hearing again.
No, he's on mute. Unmute.
No, I don't think it is. It that?
He got to unmute himself.
Go
ahead.
No, he's muted.
As far as so does taking that island open up the strait alone? No, it doesn't. However, it does. If you look at a map, pull up Google Maps, you'll see its proximity to Kuwait and a little portion of Iraq called Basra. All right. So taking that right there and having a foothold, if we were to take it, hypothetically, that does give us a nice foothold, and it does help to open up the oil coming out of Kuwait and Basra. All right. And that is about 15%. You'll be freeing up about 15% of the oil. So if you scroll down on the map, you'll see Bahrain. That's where Fifth Fleet is. All right.
My question is, how do you open it up?
Simple. We have a foothold. We got defense right there on the outside of Kuwait. If you got the map up, you see Karg Island's proximity to Kuwait.
So I'm saying a boat is coming through. How do you stop that boat from getting attacked?
You're going to put, attack. What type of attack? Give me an example.
Missile attack.
Missile attack.
You
could put up CRAM, THAAD missile systems,
until
Patriot missiles.
Until how far?
What do you mean, how far?
Show that.
You're
map
talking about
again.
cost.
No.
Hold on, I got to pull up a better map. That one's too far out.
How far do you protect that boat? Because they can say you went through and we're bombing you 500 miles out. We get you. We don't have to get you right in the strait. We just get you further out. You broke it.
Yeah, you just have CRAM. That's CRAM is the last line of defense.
No, I'm saying that boat comes through. You protected it at the Strait of Hormuz.
Correct.
Now it's leaving the Strait of Hormuz.
Mm-hmm.
What stops it?
Okay, now I understand the question. Basically, you have the Navy. Every boat has the U.S. Navy. Every boat has countermeasures. They don't call it CRAM. They call it something else. But it's basically CRAM. So you'd have to escort it with a destroyer.
And how many of those you think you can escort through every day?
I don't know. I'm not a Navy man.
Yeah. So
I don't
know. Meaning who has the advantage? Meaning you either have to take every.
Obviously, home team has the advantage. I keep telling you that.
So nothing you did really opened it up. You just delayed the inevitable.
Well, like I said, Karg Island's actually going to be a little bit further to the west. It's going to be more closer. I'm looking at the map you guys got up. It's going to be a little closer.
Even better. Go ahead.
Okay. It's going to be a little bit closer to Kuwait and Basra, Iraq. So right there, that does protect. It does protect those ports. Because remember, you got to remember the enemy. It's not just the boats that they're going to attack that you have to protect. They're also going to go for, the docks. They're going to go for the refineries. If we were to put, like I said, some CRAMs, THAAD missile systems, Patriot missile systems, we can neutralize a lot of the incoming fire. Because remember, we lost troops at Kuwaiti naval base. So obviously, there's we have a gap, and possibly Karg Island might be able to plug that gap in our defense.
And so what I'm saying, Darnell, is this: the one man with the one gun with the one bullet can hold back a whole lot of people. All Iran has to do is hit one boat. That's it. We gotta try to protect all the boats. They only gotta hit one. If they hit one boat, if they destroy one boat, that stops everybody from coming back through. Because then what they'll say is all of these Navy ships, all of this defense couldn't stop them. And there's no way that the insurance company's going to insure them, and the owners of those vessels are going to say, look, I'm not putting my people in harm's way. One, we can't get insured. Two, we not only lose our boat, we lose all the cargo.
Well, Chubb Insurance, they're based out of Switzerland. They already are going to secure boats traveling through Hormuz, and then they're backed by the U.S. government. And I have the feeling they might be backed by the Switzerland government as well.
So we're going to pay for that?
Exactly. You're going
basically we'll be a backstop. So let's say if things don't go work out, Chubb has to pay and they run out of money. Then yes, the U.S. government is going to bail out Chubb.
Bruh, if I'm a ship and I know that I'm going through and I got to count on the United States government to pay me, I know I ain't getting paid. I know I'm getting paid because you know what happened? I think the people who turned on the president of
they're-
Venezuela,
Yeah, they didn't
tried
get paid.
yeah, they didn't get paid.
Nope.
So,
Trump said we ain't paying you.
so
No,
people
that's
already
not. I
know
mean, we've
the
already
United
done it.
States.
Remember the bank bailouts? That's all that was. The U.S. government, the U.S. taxpayers bailed out the banks. Same thing.
Yeah, but I have to speak up because you said it was simple. There's no way it's simple to like stop that straight because of the when you mentioned the THAAD interceptor and the Patriot interceptor and the SM Standard Missile 6s and all that, the
CRAM,
cost.
yep.
No, the Standard Missile 6s are different, and there's the CRAM and there's the CWIZ, but those you don't want to get as close. And we only have limited amount of like the CRAMs, and then the CWIZ you don't want to just use that. That's depleted tungsten rounds because that's your last line of defense. If that sucker, let's say it's like 99 or 95% accurate, but if it misses, you're going to jeopardize multi-billion-dollar, ship over, just not using your standoff weapons. You see what I'm saying? And each of those standoff weapons, we're talking about $4 to $8 million each for the Standard missiles. They're very expensive. And the Patriots, they're what, $2 to $4 million each for interceptors, and that is up there, maybe even more expensive.
Oh yeah, that's
So I don't
real expensive.
We're already running low on ordnance. They've expended so much, and I don't see them being able to just protect the strait. And Iran basically they have more lower cost munitions, and so we're gonna run out of missiles, and we can't refit at sea. That's one thing that's the limitations. We can't refit at sea, so they're gonna have to
you forget Bahrain's right there. That's where Fifth Fleet is.
Yeah, they can hit up Mar. Yeah, okay. And they've already hit other bases in that
area.
In that area, yeah.
Yes.
In fact, and once you a ship that's refitting is a sitting duck, just like those tankers were on the tarmac, just like the AWACS, and there was another one, another plane, like a spy plane too, that was destroyed. We've just been just dumping money like crazy, and there's no defined mission. There's no defined mission about what's your exit criteria.
And right there, we were rushed into this situation to begin with. I already said this,
but T-Mac, I keep telling Ronan that they don't have to go. Ronan keeps thinking they got to fight the United States military. They don't. They just fight all the bases around them, and those people say Bahrain, Qatar, Dubai, all of them say, look, man, we didn't sign up for this. So
look, this is where Carg Island is right here. It's not too far away from Kuwait City.
Yep, that's why I was saying
Bahrain is right here. Bahrain is right here. That used to be an old port that we would pull in a lot. Kuwait, obviously, everybody knows what happened there, but Carg Island is right here.
Yeah,
so
you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's way up here all by itself, but it's a major port where all the tankers are pulling in to fill up to take their oil other places. It's not necessarily so. What it is you knock out our tankers, we take your access to your oil. Period. It's a tit for tat type of thing, but it also frees up whatever ships or little fast boats are coming out of here. It might allow us to go and land here. There's different strategies you can look at once the ARGs get in and whatever else they got planned going on in that region. But the biggest thing that you guys don't know about is United Arab Emirates are looking to cut a line right here. And they're going to have their own exit area that you can pull tankers through. And that's how they're going to be able to charge.
No, that's not what they're looking to do. They're looking to have a pipeline to go through there. And that pipeline, no matter, even if it's pumping at full capacity, doesn't have a fraction of what the ships do.
Well, obviously. But it's a short-term fix. And here's the thing. It's all a short-term fix. Eventually, that whole situation has to be resolved. The country is too big to take it. There's no way. Look at how big Iraq is compared to Iran. If we couldn't hold Iraq, for even anybody to infer that we're going to try to hold Iran, and it's almost twice, if not 3 times as big, landmass wise. You're not doing it.
This is what I see. If we try to cut off Carg Island,
You're not going to do it.
I was gonna say that all they're gonna do is increase the fee of going through the strait from 2 million to like 6 million. So they're gonna make us their money doing it. I say, okay, you cut off our livelihood, we're gonna charge you more to get to the strait. So that's why I think they haven't done it yet.
And you know what else they're gonna do? Then they're gonna call on the Houthis to take the people out of the Red Sea over there in Yemen. They're just gonna get the Houthis to do some other dirty work. It'll cost us way more than it's gonna cost them.
Get them $15 billion. Get them $15 billion and walk away. I was just like, okay, Iran, we'll just like, don't tell nobody we did this, but here goes $15 billion, and rest we're gonna just walk away.
I don't think that's going to work, though. And here's the only reason I say that is, we had already talked about the agreement we had between Obama and Iran that Trump tore up. It's almost like, making a deal with the United States or having a treaty signed by the United States at this point, sitting as an Iranian person, you may as well wipe your ass with it. It's only worth toilet paper.
That's why they're asking for more. That's not. That's why they're not. Yeah, they're not asking for the same thing that they got with Obama. They're asking for more because we need more money. We need less sanctions.
What Darnell is trying to say is basically our word isn't bond because the next president will fucking rip up whatever agreement they make with him and say start over.
No, and Iran understands that. Iran understands. That's why they're asking for so much now, so they can get all the money they can get to do all what they need to do. So when we come back again, they'll be even stronger. That's what.
Once you get money, forget the agreement. They got their money. At least they got something out of it, right?
So you're propping up the government to basically get stronger, and that's why I said some of the things on that line item list is not going to happen.
We made them stronger.
And here's the thing: globally, now you got an issue with everybody else because you're infringing on their freedoms, and they're having now to pay a toll that they never had to pay.
No,
hold on, let me finish phrasing what I'm saying. How long do you think other countries are going to contribute to that fucking toll, and how long before they get sick of them and say, "Hey, why are you penalizing us? We weren't even involved in your bullshit."
This is one time thing. I think this. I think if this would happen, Iran wouldn't be a problem. If Israel stops bombing Lebanon, stops going in Yemen, stops going in those places, Iran would be cool. They'd be like, all right.
We never had a problem with Iran to begin with. That's why I said this is not our war. This is Israel.
I'm not saying
exactly.
I'm saying the problem is Israel bombing those
Americans don't have a problem with Iran, and we haven't had a problem with Iran in goddamn 20-something years.
Correct. I'm saying that if Israel stayed out of those places, Iran wouldn't.
But Israel not, because they got full-blown carte blanche with AIPAC. We're sending them $39 billion or $39 trillion a year. What the fuck, whatever number, for what? We act like we owe them for something when we liberated them from Germany, but yet and still they are getting like basically entitlement welfare from the United States. They have first right to our fucking top secret clearance stuff. They can modify our fucking Generation 5 planes out of the fucking wherever they're, what do you call it, where you build it. They can modify right out of that. Out of their building facilities, they have a location where they trade out whatever extra technology they want to put in their planes.
But whose problem is that?
Everything. Again, that's the government. I keep telling you, the American military has nothing to do with the politics that go on, and we are the fucking long arm of whatever the politicians want to do. That's why I said even during the first war, we had Saddam in our hands. We were told to let him go. So that right there tells you it has nothing to do whether the military wants to chalk up a win or not. The politicians put a leash on us, and we can only do so much.
But when you say it's not the American people, it is the American people. Here's how it's the American people. Ted Cruz runs every 2 or 3 years or whatever for Senate or Congress. We vote him in.
6 years.
Yeah, 6 years. What's his name? Lindsey
Graham.
Lindsey Graham has been on there since he was a teenager.
Right, but this is, like I said, the last year, anybody running off of AIPAC that's sitting there touting, I'm for Israel all the way. I don't give a fuck what Israel does. American people are going to follow through on that shit. It's not going to happen no more. Hey, hit the link. Financial.
I bet they will. I bet.
I mean,
look, Ted Cruz went to where did he go? He went to Mexico when everything shut down here. When all of our electric went out, he jumped on a plane over to Cancun. Did they vote him back in? Yes.
Yep.
Again, people didn't care about AIPAC recipients. Now they do, because now their sons and daughters are being put in harm's way for Israel. And the biggest thing is even what Nick Fuentes says. This is make America great, not make Israel great.
But here's the thing.
They've lost even the extreme right people because of what they're doing. You think the extreme right like Jews?
No,
they don't.
No, here's what they do. They change their name from AIPAC and just put it under somebody else. And then they just fund.
And that gets rooted out because they did that before with JFK, because JFK didn't kiss the fucking wall either. He's the one that told them, you change your name or get out.
No. What they're doing now is they create a, what's it called, a PAC? Not an AIPAC.
Yeah.
They create a, what's the other thing they call it?
Super PAC.
The super PAC. Yeah, they just create a super PAC. And then they just give the money, and it's never under the name of Israel. And you don't know where it's coming from. And all you see is all the smear campaigns. And so you don't
then
even
you
know
have to start looking at limiting how politicians receive their money, or at least they need to divulge how they're getting their money.
Because
those organizations need to divulge who's private. But that's the thing; they got to stop allowing private organizations like that to contribute, because they're
in. Who's going to vote it in?
Yeah, that's too much money. They'll never stop that.
Listen, if they don't start voting that shit in, this is going to continue to happen. But the focus right now, and the magnifying glass right now, is on how much control Israel is demonstrating over our politicians. That's where the magnifying glass is.
K Palms in the chat, man. He got me rolling. He got me rolling. He's right. He is correct in what he's saying. Trump is just going to get rid of all them pesky elections. He's not going to have it. He said it. He said he voted for Trump 19 times because the Dems was cheating. That's exactly what them Republicans say.
All right, Jim, I got to bounce and get ready to. I fly back to U.S. in the morning. In a couple of minutes.
Yeah. I know.
Well, I don't think you got to get to the airport early there. Where you at right now? And you in Medellin?
Yeah, Medellin. Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't got to worry about getting back to the airport 5 hours before your flight.
At least you ain't got to worry about TSA coming back in the country. But god damn, some of those TSA lines are crazy. In Texas,
3 hours ahead. But from when I came out here, like about a month ago, it wasn't too bad at all. Even though it was still they were shut down, but or reduced. But it was like a 10 minutes. It kind of depends on the airport and the time of day that you're flying. Still. Mm-hmm. But what I was gonna say is one more thing. I put in the chat that when we have your FBI briefings when you have a security clearance, they list like the top espionage countries. It would be like China, Russia, and number 3 is like always Israel. Yeah. So they're one of the so they're frenemies. They're not really total allies. They're one of the biggest espionage contributors that we have. And the FBI, that's what they tell everybody who has a clearance.
Yeah,
he doesn't trust them.
The Mossad is supposedly in everybody's country.
Yeah,
and they mentioned that why everybody says we're going to release the files on the JFK assassination and all that. They said every president does that until they actually get in office and they see that well, I did careful what it says, but they say that a certain powerful entity might have been involved, so we don't want to disclose that. It might cause a lot of problems.
I think under Trump, I think they did release the JFK.
No, they didn't. They put a stop to that because, like I was saying, a powerful entity said that there was evidence that pointed at some nation state was involved. So I'll leave it at that.
They released MLK, but they won't release JFK.
All right, gentlemen. You guys, thanks for having me on stage, and everybody have a blessed time.
We're gonna have to do our live on the other channel soon. I just gotta get it organized for you.
Yeah, have a safe flight, man.
I'm gonna let y'all roll. It's 12 o'clock here. I was only gonna try to go on from 8:30.
Yeah, man, get on, man. I'm tired of hearing you talk.
I'm out.
Let's
My
professional.
cigar's done. I don't have nothing to smoke on. My drink.
Again, we're in open panel mode, so you're free to come up as long as you're respectful. You can come and have a open dialogue on what your opinion of what's going to happen in 2 weeks. Are we going right back to war? Is there going to be an agreement? Is Iran taking advantage? What's going to happen? So the panel link is basically.
Before we do that, let's make this other bet. So I'm already going to win the first bet.
No, you're not going to win the first bet.
I'm going to go back and show you exactly what you said. Now, the second bet is how many of those 10 points do Iran get?
10 points.
Yeah, those 10 things.
Show the 10 points again. Pull them up.
Oh, shoot.
I'd say 3 or none. Like I said, they're not going to agree. I already said they're not going to agree. So they're going back. I'm saying after the 2 weeks, we're going right back to where we started. We're just going to be in a more stable position militarily wise. And so would they. They'll dig in a little bit.
So out of those 10, how many are they going to get?
The non-aggression, they can get that one. No concessions. They definitely ain't getting us to pull out the region. They're not getting compensation. No boarded governors. They're not getting that. UN Security Council resolution. They're not getting that without UN approval. Lift the secondary sanctions. They're not getting that either. They're only getting the one, non-aggression.
All right. So you're saying they're getting 1 out of 10.
Yep.
I
So
mean,
anything
at that
over
point,
1 out of 10, I'm going to win.
I ain't gonna lie. At that point, if I was Iran, I said, nope, we're gonna keep fighting it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're going to decline. It's not going to happen. This is a 2-week delay at best. That's it.
Yeah. And number 3, point number 3, right there. Acceptance of they have no choice but to get that. Like at this point, the same thing's going to happen 10 years down the road. You know.
But see, here's the thing. The reason I say they're going to get number 3 is they had it before, and they was willing to say, "Look, we're only using it for this."
Yep.
And so they
if they hold to that, then they'll get it. If they hold to, we can do whatever we
you said they only going to get one.
If they hold to just uranium enrichment for power only, and not for nuclear weapon development, they'll get that. But if they push,
they won't get it because Trump already tore up that deal when it was done.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, if that's specified as just for power, maybe they'll get it back because Obama gave that to them. But if they say for anything we want to do with uranium enrichment, you don't have the right to come and investigate whatever the fuck we want to do. That's not going to happen.
You saying 1? I'm saying anything over 1, I win. But I think they're gonna get rid of some sanctions. I think. I don't think.
But it says all sanctions, not some.
Okay.
You got to go along with what it's saying.
Right,
if they give them some,
sanctions.
that's not what they. That's
All
not
right.
what.
Let's see. I think they may get some kind of payment, and that payment will come with they're saying, "Oh well, we'll let you make money on oil. That'll be their compensation."
They already make money on oil.
Yeah,
but there's too many sanctions on them.
Correct.
No, because they supply directly to the Philippines. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they supply to some people, but the thing is,
that's what I'm saying. They make whatever limited amount they have. They don't have freedom to just sell everywhere. No,
correct.
Because they still enrich them overall. The whole country would be more enriched.
I think that they'll take those off. Let's see. All I'm saying is
with money comes access and freedom to do some things that they don't want them to have access and freedom to do. They're not going to do it.
I think they're in a more powerful position than when they started off. We actually, this is the crazy thing. By bombing them, we made them more powerful.
No, you made them more empathetic to the global perception of who they are.
Well, I think I understand what Fearless. I think I understand what Fearless is saying here. Basically, we made them. We made them more powerful because, like I said, they, with them attacking the refineries and airports in the region, and they've proven they've kind of gave us kind of a bloody nose in a sense where I think it was Fearless said it earlier. Even though yes, we have these countermeasures, our countermeasures are more expensive to shoot down, their drone. Their drone is like a $20,000 drone.
Correct.
I don't know what the cost of a Patriot missile is, but
$3 million.
$3 million a piece.
Yep.
I mean, at that point, it's cheaper to let it hit its target. I hate to say that, but
And here's the thing: we fired off, I think, 800 or 1,000, and all we had in the budget for 2026 was to make 50 more, because that's how fast we make them. They're made in, I think they're made in Arizona. There's a place that makes it in Arizona.
Yeah, they moving a lot of manufacturing out here, but
yeah,
I mean, I say this is the thing is that the thing that they're able to do is oil's the lifeblood. Now, even though we don't get a lot of our oil coming out of the Strait, because we get a majority of ours. I actually saw a breakdown, but Saudi Arabia, I think, is our major supplier. So we don't actually have to go through the Strait to get any of the oil. It's the other countries. But where it does affect us is Brent crude. Believe it or not, the United States, the Federal Reserve actually keeps they watch Brent crude prices. So it raises the price of gas. That's why you're seeing, even though we don't get our oil from there, you see the gas prices at the pump going up anyway. So they're able to kill our economy with inflation. Like right now, the Fed is going to have they're going to have a hard time, because right now they got a lower interest rate. You see how the economy is acting. They got to lower interest rates, but they can't because inflation's through the roof. Now, with this conflict, now they got to raise rates. Like I took a look at the 2-year auction. The last 2-year auction that I saw suggests that interest rates, the Fed needs to raise interest rates to 4 to 4.25. So that's going to kill us. I mean, this whole thing is basically it's like back in the day, like during the days of the Napoleon Wars, and even before then, armies used to carry salt. And what they would do is they would just salt. It's called scorched earth. They used to just salt the fields every time that they went into an area. They'd salt the fields. The reason they did that is just in case we have to retreat, fall back, the land's still useless. And that's what Iran can do with us. Okay, we're just going to blow up all the refineries. We're going to make life hell for everybody. Remember, Iran's already broke. I've heard reports they might be going to the bartering system. So they're pretty much broke already. They may as well, if I'm going to go to hell, I'm going to send everybody with me.
I think the thing is they became self-sufficient, meaning they had sanctions on them for so long. They built their drones in-house. They do everything in-house. Everything they do, they haven't depended on anybody because they've been cut off for so long. And so they just made alliances with China, with Russia, with those places that don't depend on the United States anyway. That they said we're not going to be on the SWIFT.
Yeah. The thing is, though, is that their currency still collapsed. And now I don't know if you guys can pull up a chart of I forget what the Iranian currency is called, but if you pull up a chart, it's probably falling down next to nothing against the U.S. dollar. And if you got to go to the bartering system, that's basically your government has practically failed at this point. Imagine if the United States, went to the bartering system. That means the U.S. government's gone.
Could be, but sometimes I don't know what's backing up our dollar anyway. It might be good to go back
that we can print. But the whole thing is we also have the highest GDP. And that's what's really backing it up. The American people themselves, bodies.
And don't forget, after this, guys, we still got to go after Cuba.
Who said that?
That's what
Fearless.
Man,
that's
stop.
what they said.
Stop.
Remember they said Cuba's
So
next?
then Greenland as well, right? Greenland, Cuba, Turkey. Turkey's supposed to be on Netanyahu's list too.
Yeah.
Believe me, man, that shit is short-lived. AIPAC is done. anybody saying anything and contributing towards that one small little country, they're not going to be backed anymore. There's no way the American people are going to continue to tolerate this type of action indirectly, or we just need to get a stronger president that doesn't want to agree with what's going on with Israel. He didn't have to agree. Like you said.
That's what I'm
Donald
saying.
Trump had a choice, right? Right? Didn't you say Donald Trump had the choice? He chose to go along. All the other presidents said what? No. Why did he say
I'm saying it? That's the
because he
dumbest.
doesn't care that he burns bridges because he's not a real politician. Most politicians want to leave on a good note. They don't want to burn bridges. They understand how relationships work. Donald Trump
Trump
don't
want to
care
leave
about
with
that.
money in his
He's not
pocket,
a
baby.
politician. He's looking to fleece the American and the global economy. That's all he's looking to do. He don't care what kind of bridge he burns, foreign or domestic.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, shoot, I'm cool with him. I'm getting them out. Go ahead and bring obstacles up, but I'm gonna be disappearing. But I'll at least say hi to my brother.
Yo, where's he at? There he is.
I don't want him to think I'm leaving because he up.
No, you can go. We don't need you to stay around. Go on, man. Mr. Negativity, Mr. Anti-American.
Hey, all I know is
you need
no, it ain't that. I'm American.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's get his opinion real quick. Okay. Of these sanctions, what do you think the Americans will agree, or what Donald Trump and his negotiating team will or will not agree to?
Oh, I don't know. That's pretty complex, I guess. Maybe number 3. They won't.
Yeah,
that's the only one.
Won't stand for that one.
Yeah, but I'm quite unsure. But definitely to be continued for
So,
sure.
Ronan, are you?
My woman, somebody's knocking on the door.
If you're saying that, Ronan's saying all, but I'm saying if they get
that's not for that.
Example, if they get a lifting of
I thought it was because
I think if they get some of the sanctions lifted, that's a win for them. I think if they get to enrich any of the oil, that's a win for them. If they get any control over the Straits of Hormuz, that's a win for them. If they get any kind of compensation, and that compensation would mean they get to sell their oil on the open market, that's a win for them.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even have to say all. If they get a little bit of it, if they get to put the head in, that's a win for them.
I mean, my opinion, just keeping I know it sucks, but keeping hostilities going. I'm speaking as an Iranian. If I was Iranian, I'd be better incentivized to keep the hostilities going.
It's in their best interest.
Mm-hmm.
And whose best interest?
Iran.
Yeah, because Israel is never going to go for number 3. They're just going to keep bombing the hell out of them while they're trying to enrich. As far as let's see, cessation of war on all fronts, including against Hezbollah and Lebanon. Yeah, Israel is definitely not going to let that go.
Let me just say this real quick. If we're running out of armament, don't you think Israel's running out of armament too? Who do you think supplies them? They don't develop their own shit.
That's why
that's a
the
good question.
winner of the 12-day war was Israel in this sense. They said, oh, well, we bombed them, and now let's stop so we can get re-up. In this time, they kind of put their foot in to go a little bit longer than what they thought this was going to go. 12 days was good for them. When you start going over that, then it becomes a problem. And they start to, that's why they said they did not want any media coming out of Israel. They don't want to show the destruction of anything in their country.
Mm-hmm.
And we supply them, but the problem is we supply them.
We're running out. Yeah, exactly.
Ukraine.
Exactly. We got too many. And this is what I said, months ago? By the time we get done helping everybody else and China wants to step up and do whatever they want to do with China, with Taiwan and whatever, what are we going to have left to help fight that? Exactly my point. And I said this how many months ago?
Oh no, I said it too. I said they sitting back and watch.
They just sitting back waiting for us to waste all our shit.
And they've done it when we spent $6 trillion in one war. Said, man, you'll keep spending that money, and
And there's a lot of short-sighted people, but when you have advisors that aren't being listened to, and then the advisors are being fired because they don't want to agree, that's a fucking problem.
Well, when Hezet calls herself the Secretary of Defense, or I'm sorry, the
Secretary of War. And you say you're not a warring president, but yet and still you change the name of the fucking department? The fuck? But anyway, aren't you supposed to be leaving, bro?
Yeah,
So we can have a private conversation. Take your little chart down, man.
No, you
take
said
your anti-American chart down, man. You gotta go.
You said
gotta
obstacles was going to answer your question. That's why I was saying.
He did. He did.
What did he say?
Not many of them. He said 3, maybe.
He said what?
He said number 3. Maybe.
Acceptance of uranium enrichment. That's what they're going to agree to. Okay. And I'm saying this. I know you were saying all. I think no, you were saying all in this sense.
I said he won't take. They'll only give him 1, and if it's just for power, 3. All the other ones, fuck all that. That ain't happening.
Listen to me, Ronan. You didn't let me finish this.
I'm telling you how I'm saying. You don't have to finish it. I'm just telling you how I'm thinking.
All right.
1 and 3.
You said, for instance, number 4. You said all, lifting all primary sanctions, and I'm saying if they get any sanctions lifted, it's still a win for Iran.
It is a win, but it's not part of the list. It's all. We're reading it the way it is.
You asked for.
So you're saying negotiating is negotiating. They're not going to get all things.
Everything, and if you don't get it, they still won because right now they're in sanctions. So anything they get over and beyond the sanctions is a win for them.
I don't care. Yeah. It's not going to happen. In 2 weeks, we're going to be right back to where we were. That's what I'm saying.
But how do you stop
because they're not going to get everything. They're not going to get all 10 points. And they said if they don't get all 10 points, they're going to pull out anyway, and we're going to go right back to where we are. They're not going to get all 10 points. That's definite. So we're going to be right back to where we were.
I don't think that they. I think that they'll settle with something that they can get. Whatever they get.
Give me a number. If you're trying to take it all, what number are you saying?
Oh no, you said 1. I said anything over 1.
I said 1 and 3 if it's just for power. If it's unregulated, then no, they're not even getting 3.
And what I'm saying is, like for 4 and 5, I can't use the word all, but if they get
well, then you're going to say that for 6 and 7 because that's say all for that, all termination,
correct.
All UN
right
sanctions.
Now they have 0. So anything that
they're saying they don't want to step on any one of those. They want all 10 of them.
No, I'm thinking they say all as a negotiating tactic. Anything they get over 0 is a win for them. Right now it's 0. They got.
Well, then you got too many variables in your answer. I got to give you a definite, but you allow variables.
May I ask a question? Number 7. Anybody knows what termination of all Board of Governors resolution? What is that?
I'd have to look that one up, but I think it's a regional thing where I don't know if UAE and all other people rule over them because they control the oil industry in that area. I don't know what that is.
Okay.
Iran.
But we're definitely not pulling out our freaking combat forces in the region.
Nope.
There's always going to be a presence in the Middle East. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, as long as we can afford to keep that presence there. But the way President Trump is spending money like water, I mean, he's spending like $2 trillion.
Oh man, you're not gonna like that board of governance.
What is it?
Yeah, that is the International Atomic Energy Agency.
Yeah, that's a regulation over the uranium. That's well, if they get 3 and it's only power, that's fine. But for them to say they want to get rid of the board of governance, that means they want to enrich the uranium for weaponry. So they don't want regulations and observation. So yeah, that's not going to happen either. Now it's really not going to happen.
No, Israel, they're not going to let that happen.
They will send ground troops. Bid you guys a good evening. Make sure you subscribe.
Yeah, you got to take that all the way out. Take that board. Yeah, you got to take that one out. I can't even delete it. You got to. Yeah.
Good night, my brothers. I know it's
all right, bro.
Oh, y'all starting your day
We'll
off.
talk later.
Yes, sir.
You know,
All
good
right,
show
guys.
though.
Keep
Good
it
show.
Yeah.
But anyway, again, the panel is open. The link is pinned to the top of my chat or bottom. I don't know how they're doing it right now with StreamYard because it used to be at the top and it's showing at the bottom on my screen. But yeah, go ahead and voice your opinion. You think in 2 weeks the war is going to be over and we're going to have a peace agreement? Or you think we're right back to square one and we're just in a bigger position as far as whatever we're going to execute when it comes to orders in the region? Or, you know, are we going to have, I don't want anything to happen because I'm not betting on people's lives and body counts. I don't want that to happen. I don't.
Are you asking
I think-
obstacles or
Yeah, either one. Yeah, obstacles. I don't
Yeah.
know if he's ever answered that yet. That part.
Yeah,
of
if you
it,
want to
but
go, if you want to go first, obstacles, and I can go second.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, yeah, I'm not quite sure. I mean, it's war, so I never sit
Yeah.
around and say like it's going to end. And it's a complicated matter. I think also, you know, people are like, who won? They lost. Like, I think if your leader's dead, I don't think you won. But net at the end of the day, I think, yeah, they'll work it out. It'll take time. They might not work it out, and they might get
Right.
blown up back into civilization. Those things are on the board. I actually am not too much against the type of rhetoric like that because at the end of the day, you know, politicians often pussyfoot with a lot of things, and so you never know what's going on. They still do it
Right.
anyways. To be quite
Right.
honest.
And that
And
was
so-
to your point right there, real quick. You know, the biggest thing with Fearless, she's like, who won, who lost? There's no wins and loss when it comes to military interaction sometimes. Because we're not entitled or allow ourselves to win because politicians are involved. Political agendas are involved. So sometimes even though we could maybe chalk up a win, we're held back from doing that. It's like, well, you guys haven't really won anything. Wait a minute. Were we sent in to win or for positioning in some kind of political agenda? You get what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Exactly. I think people see it like that because they're, you know, used to playing games and sports. But at the end of the day, people ask about that in many things we've been in. Like, oh, we didn't win this war. Okay, look at Vietnam, look at us today. Okay, look at Japan and look at us today. Okay, look at, and you could continue to go the Soviet Union and look at us today. And so net, we're winning as far as geniuses go. And I'm sure if Russia was winning, they'll say it too. So I wouldn't hate on them too. I would be like, yeah, they're winning. But as of right now, we still stand at the top. And we do have these battles and conflicts with people just like everybody else does. They have their own beef, right? I don't hear nobody getting all, you know, politically unsettled because, or humanitarian unsettled when Thailand and Cambodia is fighting. Like people fight, bro. Grow up.
Right.
Like people fight and people are against each other. That's a real world thing. But I think a lot of time people are not mature on their perspective about how humans, you know, relate to each other in this world. It is grotesque. But it's least. It's not
Now-
as bad as it was in the past. It's way better than the
How do you
been.
feel? And I want Darnell's opinion on this as well as yours. Fearless. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
say
got it.
time, man. You know.
Oh,
But anyway, his biggest thing is, well, you have a choice. You brothers are both military. You both served during a time of war.
Mhm.
You have a choice whether you want to follow that order or not. And if you don't, that's on
No,
you. So
no, I mean, you got
how
no
do you
choice.
feel
I
when
mean,
somebody challenges you like, oh, well, you didn't have to fight. After you've served your time, you put in your efforts, and even though you might not agree with who the politician is in office or political agendas or whatever, your service is to the military, not necessarily that president or that politician in office.
well,
But
Ronan, you
they make
remember,
you
you
feel
remember
like
my
that.
super chat?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
remember my super chat about Lieutenant Watata?
Yeah, go ahead and
Yeah.
explain, and I'll pull it up so people can see what you were
Yeah,
referencing.
he did that. First Lieutenant Watata. I was actually at Fort Lewis. That's where he was based at during that time. And I remember the media was coming by, and we were all brief. Hey, the media is going to be coming by. If they ask you any questions, do not answer any questions. Refer them to public.
So what was the
civil affairs.
situation with him specifically? He
So
went
he-
and said he was a conscientious objector,
He said he felt that the order to deploy to Iraq, Bush's order, was illegal.
Mm.
Yeah.
The
So
first one or the second one?
The second President Bush, the Iraq War.
Okay. Okay. Good. Well, I mean, the first one did the first one. The second one did the second one.
No, he was in during the second Iraq War, the
Okay.
The 2003 invasion. But
Yeah.
he refused to deploy, and citing conscientious objector, and he was court-martialed, but he got off on a technicality. Basically, the Army's JAG system is like, they're stupid. I'm sorry, I hate to say that, but they're not very good. But yeah, he ended up, the judge ended up declaring a mistrial. They went after him twice. But then I think they tried a third time, but double jeopardy applied. The government has screwed up so much that, at this point, double jeopardy applied. But he was never court-martialed, but he was
Released
he
from
received
his service time.
and he received other than honorable, which is
Is that really legal to do that if you were found not guilty? That's wrong. They should have been given full service of rights for whatever time he served.
Well, you do have the right to appeal.
Right. I know you can go back even after you've been on other than honorable discharge and fix that with the VA, because sometimes you get dismissed in other situations, like your command is just indifferent to you, and they give you unfavorable recommendations and different things like that, even though it's not really you. It's you guys just aren't vibing, and that happens.
Yeah.
I've been in a command like that. I had to fight for every rank. Yeah.
My cousin's going through that right now, man. He's out there at Schofield Barracks, and he was telling me they're trying to bar him from re-enlisting. They want to kick him out. He hasn't done anything wrong. Like, he has no Article 15.
Kiss everybody's ass, right?
Yeah, and they're trying to boot him out.
So okay, Financial Frontier, what do you think? When people say, well, you have a choice. You didn't have to fight. You could have just said you don't want to deal with the situation based on the politics behind it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is true. I could have just went to the brig and dealt with it, or got court-martialed. But that's not me. I mean, they could do that if they want to do that and stand up as a Kaepernick or whoever they want to be as a martyr. But
that's not
just not my drive. No, I'm not even saying that. I'm not even here. You know what? I'm not even going to say. I'm telling you what I'm going to do, right? And it's not that. And then on top of that, I emphasize, like, even if you see me wearing the MAGA, or if you see me vote for Trump, well, you never saw me disrespect Biden. I'm just not that type of person. I know people want you to be that person,
right?
Like, oh, if you voted for him, you must disrespect and impede the new president that's in, and try to call everything that he does corruption, fraud. And I know people are tribal, and regardless if a leader's doing good or bad, they're going to come up with conspiracy theories. They're going to incriminate them on doing, oh, Biden's retarded, he's incapacitated, he can't give orders, who's running the country. Like, I'm just not with the shit. I'm not going to sit up there and, of course, dethrone my whole entire system of power in the United States because I don't like the leader and agree to what he's doing. So I'm not a big guy on that. So again, if there's a president in position and he's doing that, the system will work itself out. If he's really doing something grotesque, right? We have ways to really fixing that better than most countries I've seen, right? Like, there's been people who just take over Thailand for 15 years and nothing happens. So
you can't get
there we go, right? Or China, right? President for a lifetime. And so at the end of the time,
North Korea,
and then again, I'm not Chinese. It's their country. They can do what they want. I have no comment. But at the end of the day, I just feel as though I don't need to disrespect Biden just because I don't agree with him or voted for him. Doesn't mean that I discredit his whole entire presidency. If anything, that's just deterring him from doing his goal, which is not beneficial for me overall as an American.
Well, it was proven Biden was not fit to be president. I mean, later reports came out. Yeah, the Democrats got caught hiding a lot of.
That's good.
his cognitive decline. They got, so that's been confirmed. But as far as
I mean, they say that about Donald Trump right now.
Yeah, they say that about it. Yeah, that's what I said. You can't really what test? What test is it that he did not pass? And then if he didn't pass it, then let's bring it up on trial. Instead of spending our time on YouTube, guys.
It was. I mean, you don't. It didn't have to be YouTube. I just remember watching the debate against Trump. That was the first time I noticed.
That's not how you. That's not good enough. That's not evidence.
No,
I can't say I watched the debate and I could send you to jail. You see what I'm saying?
No one said anything about jail. No one said anything about jail.
What I'm trying to emphasize, Darnell, is you're just making I seen the debate, and that means he's not capable of being a president. You're making that up.
You can't string. I'm not making anything up. I saw the debate. He could
not. That's not a rule, though. That's not a rule, though.
He could not.
Yeah, but that's not a rule of the law.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 25th Amendment.
No, it's by popular vote or electoral college. If you guys don't understand that by popular vote or electoral college, and if your Democratic Party versus the Republican Party puts somebody that's up senile and don't want to verify the guy can actually lead, then they think they got a puppet ass president and they can control him indirectly after he gets elected. But I put this up just to show you, God damn, I understand why Iran is fucking pissed off at us. 1.3 million of their Iranian real to $1 American. I'd be pissed off too.
That's what I told Fearless earlier. That's what I told Fearless. They're
ridiculous.
Their currency collapsed.
Oh,
it collapsed.
Shit. Well, it looks like it's up right now. And that's still fucked up that it's that high, even though they're up. That's nuts. That's crazy.
Yep.
I just wanted to see what it was when you guys had brought it up. So, that's
right. But that's why they're going to the bar. Excuse me. That's why I haven't verified it, but I heard a rumor they're going to the bartering system because their money's so worthless.
Yeah, I'd be butthurt over that too.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out
but they winning. So that's why I say, people go feel the way they think, It is what it is. I'm cool with it because none of us really know at the end of the day. But, people want to redefine winning. Like, okay, your leader's dead. I'm pretty sure you didn't think that was going to be a situation. Now, watch this. What if Trump, or let's just say the military, let's say if the military went in and they botched the mission, how much fun would they make fun of him? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, y'all try to get him and it failed. You West, y'all stupid. But when he got skitty pop, then they had to move the goalposts. So I just think they're acting like chicks on the whatever podcast.
Right. I just don't understand how people vote for their own country to fail in something, even if it's not right. And I understand there's moral and ethical reasons why people don't like what's going on right now. And we shouldn't be following another country into certain things that don't involve us, but at the end of the day, it's like you're still rooting against your own country and your disagreement. And you're rooting against the men and women that are actually volunteered and signed a contract to fight because of the representation you elected.
Didn't we drop bombs on Japan? And they're our ally today. So again, the narrative that if you hit them, they'll hate you forever and turn it's not true every case. I mean, the thing is very complex, and anybody just trying to map it out. Like, if you do this, and it happens to be like backseat drivers, nobody who's been a diplomat ever in their life. Like, these things are very complex. Everybody's not the same on the ground.
He's that, but you don't understand military or political agendas sometimes. Even though you might be a wizard at one thing, doesn't make you a wizard at everything else, and you have no personal experience in it.
I mean, but the thing is, I don't see how we're even winning in this damn thing, in this conflict. I mean, look at the price of
That's the whole thing. It's not about win-loss. We should have never been involved in this. This is everybody's admission. This is none of our business. We were drug into this indirectly. And like I said, the checks and balances in the United States right now are failing.
I mean, I don't even
approvals to people just falling in line to how did the executive branch have the right to eliminate the checks and balances if they don't agree? What the fuck? When did that happen? When can you tell a general he needs to retire because you don't agree with his actions as the president and he's doing something wrong?
Well,
How does
well,
that work?
it's been done before. Obama fired McChrystal.
But why
It's
is
been done
that?
before. It's
Why
not
is
new.
that able to? Why are they able to do that when the military is supposed to have a check and balance against the president to keep him honest?
That's how power works, though.
Because the president, he's commander in chief. He has the right to fire any general as he sees fit.
Commander in chief means one thing. Ultimate ruler saying I can circumvent the checks and balances that are supposed to keep you honest is another. You get what I mean?
But there's no
Yeah,
check
I
and
get what
balance
you
for him
mean,
to
but
fire
yeah.
a general.
Because at that point, whatever checks and balances and protections were put in, once you're elected as a president, you can eliminate all that shit. Now there are no checks and balances.
Well, it's just a general. He can't. It's not like Trump out here getting rid of senators. He just got rid of a general. Or anybody. Obama.
He does that too. He kind of pushes you in one way, and
Yeah, but again, that's just politics.
People to
Everybody
vote
does
against
that.
you if you don't like what he's saying or
Yeah,
whatever.
but that's politics.
Yeah, I know,
That's why I said I
know.
love
I know,
being
it's posturing
honest
and
about
all the
it.
things. Yeah, it's posturing and everything else. So
Everybody
again-
does it. So go ahead.
no, I agree with you. Everybody does do it, and it gets to a point now. It's like, damn, man. Is it ever going to right itself? Is my biggest thing.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I think our economy. This is why I said is most of this doesn't translate into your life. Like, bro,
Right.
y'all, most of y'all are still living great lives. There's ups and downs in every society, and just take America out the picture. You don't think there's no destabilization when Kosovo goes to war with Serbia, when Ukraine goes to war with there's destabilizations whether America's on the board.
020, I don't know, and I'm saying this as a joke, okay? So please
Go
don't
ahead.
get too offended, but
sorry.
I don't know what you smoking, but I need some of that. I mean, because I'm just.
He
gonna
said
be real
you're
with
too
you.
calm for any situation, but the whole thing is he's right. I don't really get
No,
upset.
I mean, I'm not scared like that. But go ahead.
The whole thing is I'm not upset. I just can't believe what I'm seeing is happening in this day and age. You think our society will get better, and it's literally looking like it's getting worse, even though, like I said, it doesn't directly affect me.
It's getting better.
Only person that affects me is me at the end of the day. I believe what I want to believe, and people around me can change and do whatever they want. They're just not changing me. You get what I mean? So at the end of the day, if you're happy with the way you function, shouldn't matter what's going on around you, or it doesn't affect you. But just looking at where we were to where we are now is just, it's a little disheartening.
Well, Ronan, you're in the Philippines, but just imagine the guys, the men and women that are still here in the States that got to go to work. You don't think
I don't
that
wanna
the
say
high
anything
gas
negative,
prices
because
is affecting them?
there's problems here in the Philippines, but I'm not going to talk on their political things that go on here, corruption and everything else as well. So, it's everywhere and it's any one given time, but it's like Ochuo and myself, I don't really care. I just see it. And it's sad sometimes to see it, but what can you do about it? It's out of your control. So why let it affect you?
I want to balance it out because it seems like it's I don't care. No, I'm just a level 10 problem solver. And what y'all happen to often talk about is just life. Now, a lot of people can't deal with life. That's your
Right.
issue. But for me, wars is something that's realistic that affects everybody, whether it's America or not. And so from my approach and understanding of just life in general is humans have always been like this. War and destruction has been on the decline, not the increase. So if somebody comes to me and says, oh man, this world is crazy, everything's going to decay, it's not valid. It's not just science. It's not backed by actual statistics. More people died in the past due to war than today. So
That's the
again,
truth.
I don't try to pay it much mind because when I look at numbers, you can't beat me there. More people are living longer, more people are literate, less people are impoverished, more people have conveniences, infant mortality. So the statistics prove that life is getting better and higher quality. I focus on that, not, well, there's a war here and 10,000 people died. That's a joke. In the past, it used to be 5 million. And so at the end of the day, that's what I like looking at, and I see the upside.
And you're negating the repos that are at their highest as well. Delinquencies are going
Repos?
up.
Yeah, but
I'd
here's the
rather
thing.
have repos than 1 million people die.
But
That's
even
just me
with
though.
Dude,
that's your listen. That's you trying to keep up with the Joneses. Be disciplined in how you spend your money. Don't overstep. Don't overextend. Do the right thing with your money. So when you say repos are high, that's because somebody overstretched their bounds and brought something they shouldn't afford. Go buy a used fucking car. Don't finance your fucking shit. I buy used cars. I've been buying used cars since I sold cars. Once I realized once you drive off the lot, you lose $3,000 to $7,000 off a fucking loan. I'm like, fuck you. I'm not buying a brand new car. You won't catch me in a brand new car. I might lease one. I get a good option there, but I'd never buy one to own one. Why? It's depreciating in value. Well, I just have conversations now about it because I know some people don't know, and they try to keep up with the Joneses and live above their means. Everybody knows you're pretty much 1 to 3 months out of fucking living on the fucking street because they don't know how to save. They don't know how to invest their money. They do stupid shit.
Yeah, no, you're right. But the thing is, repos are at 2009 levels. If you remember 2009, nobody had any money.
It's a year after the market took a dump. 2008, when everybody fucking was hurting.
Yeah, there you go. So the thing is that I don't think this is just a case of, you got one or two people that are bad with money. No, I mean, we're on the verge of a systemic failure. Look at what's going on with the private credit markets. They're seizing up. Money's running out.
That's a sad situation, Terry, if that's true.
Look it up.
People have been saying that for a while, and they always been wrong.
Look up Blue Owl Capital. Look up Blue Owl Capital.
Hey, short it make all the money if you big short so much. If you know the discretion of everything, go ahead.
You have to be careful. You have to be careful with shorts. And
you got the projection, when it's going to decline and everything's going to shit. So make your money.
You still have to be careful with shorts, okay? It's almost like gambling.
But just short, put your money up. You can be careful, but you said you have the statistics.
Then why
everything's on the decline?
Why don't I just go to the casino and just put my money in a slot machine?
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. You just said when it's going to go down.
No, I didn't say I know when it's going to go down. I never said that. I just said
you said you had projections before last time we were speaking. You said you wanted to send me over.
Yes,
Are we staying in the politics, or we going into the money thing now? But
no, we can go back to politics. War is war. It's keep happening, man. At the end of the day, I think we win as far as geniuses go. We still number one. Our leader ain't assassinated, and our currency is stronger. That's life. Big bully shit. Go get it.
Our currency's getting weaker.
I can't help you.
Our currency's getting weaker.
Big bully stuff. Our currency is strong, but yours might be weak. Okay, I got you.
And that's what I said. A lot of people are just hating on the fact that you got the youngest country on the planet, damn near, and we're running everything like big bosses. You know what I'm saying? You got the old colonizers that still hate us. A lot of the European nations might be close to us, but they're looking for every angle in the world to take over from us. You get what I'm saying? The first time we even asked NATO to come in and help us do something, they're turning around saying, "Oh, we're not going to contribute on anything." Okay, watch. When they come and ask us to help them on something, do we have the right to tell them no? Absolutely.
Well, but you have to understand, Trump attacked Iran. They are under no obligation to come in and help. They're only under
obligation to help them with Ukraine. We ain't got to help them with Ukraine. We ain't even over there. But
that's not even our option. The NATO should have helped out with Ukraine. We should have never been involved in Ukraine.
But they wanted us though. They was begging us though.
NATO officially never went into Ukraine.
No, they wanted help from us when Russia went into Ukraine.
Yeah, they applied for NATO membership, which last I heard was under
review. You're not listening. Listen, my guy. Listen. NATO, the UK, the European Union wanted America's help when Putin invaded into Ukraine. They reached out to us so we could help them. You understand now?
That was not NATO. That was just different countries that happened to be a part of NATO.
It was NATO and it was different countries. They were asking for our help, period.
No, that doesn't make any sense. It's not. It was never. NATO did get called.
All right. You got it. You got it. It makes no sense.
You're not making any sense.
Hold on, Darnell. Let me say it this way. Okay, so here's the thing. The reason why Russia pushes into Ukraine because they were intimidated at the fact that NATO was going to be bordering their fucking border, right? And one of the agreements when they deregulated the USSR was what? NATO wasn't allowed to come close to their borders.
Correct.
Right? Wasn't that right?
Yes.
That's the agreement, right? So when Ukraine starts being touted or courted by NATO, what happens? Russia pushes in to initiate, hey, we're not going to go for this, right? So were they wrong in that? No. But what happened? The United States was asked to go help instead of NATO, who was courting them to want to join the NATO forces to assist them being closer to Russia, didn't want to get involved. So who was left holding the bag? United States, once again, was holding the bag for the European Union and the European NATO forces that could have easily went right there to help Ukraine, but they didn't want to get involved, even though it benefited them for Ukraine to be part of their union.
Okay.
You get what I mean? That's not fair. We're always stuck in the middle between all our allies. We're stuck in the middle. So when we turn around and say, hey, we need a lending hand, you know, we've extended ourselves on multiple different fronts here, and we're trying to help supposedly a common ally, because Britain is just as involved in Israel as we are, but yet and still they don't feel like they need the help, and none of the other ones. France bowed themselves out, and so many other countries right there in Europe bowed themselves out of helping. But yet
kind of like
we come to their rescue every time without failure.
But Ronan, you know, when you were still active in the Marines, like you ever had that drunken battle buddy that every time, you know, y'all went out drinking, he always just picked a bar fight, you know? And
no, I didn't hang out with dudes like that, because if you picked the fight, you were out of my group. You know, I would usually go in. I would sit on. I don't get drunk like that, so I usually would regulate the guys that would get drunk and make sure they got pulled out of the bar, and I would drive them home. I literally was that guy. I sat on the bar, you know, and watched my guys have fun. But I made sure everybody got home at the end of the night. You know, so if you were one of those guys that instigated, which means I would have to get involved to get you guys out of trouble, I'm not hanging around with you. You got to go. You're not part of my group.
And that's my point. It's the same thing. Basically, President Trump instigated this whole damn thing.
Did he, or was it Netanyahu? Again, everybody seems to pull back when the fact that Netanyahu threw the first volley. And then asked us to help.
That's correct. That's correct.
But now every news agency is not bringing in Netanyahu as part of the culprit. Now they're putting it all on the United States. And that's not necessarily cool, because it wasn't us that initiated. We might help finish it, and we might have gotten pulled into it. And that's our fault, or AIPAC or whatever being involved, and people just not being able to pull the trigger and say no, like some of the other presidents. But at the end of the day, everybody in their projections and everybody in their rhetoric is blaming the United States when it wasn't us. If anything, you're helping out a battle buddy, right? Your battle buddy is Israel. You're helping them out because they picked a fight. Now, all of a sudden, we're assuming all the damages. And the restoration or the reparations they're asking for is from the United States, not Israel. Israel can do all the damage they want, but they're asking for the money from us. Why are we paying for somebody else's debt yet again?
That's why you pick a better battle buddy.
Money and all these other things. Why are we the ones stuck holding the bag time and time again?
Well, I think a lot of times we forget, and I said this last time we were talking, Ronan. Like, you know, we did the same thing for Europe. You know, who did the Marshall Plan? Like, so at the end of the day,
George Marshall.
I think, anyways, I think that we do have these situations where that happens, of course. And again, I don't know. I just again, I live a different reality. I know what I think, and then everybody else has their opinion, which is rightfully so. But at the end of the day, I know most people tend to ignore the atrocities that are committed by other countries to other people with no U.S. involvement. And so we just sit around all day in America and fester thinking we did everything evil, when I just say everybody perpetrates war and power in their own region, in their own right, because that's just life. That's a human thing. The only difference is we have more power. We have more military might. If it wasn't us, it'd be somebody else.
Right.
So I'd rather for it be us, and I'm biased because I'm an American.
Yeah,
Duh.
I don't mind.
Just
it
like
being
Chinese
them.
people are, though. You know, like you go to China, Chinese people would want to be number one. They are. Like they're
Right.
not fearful about it. When they say this is our sea, just even when you said something about the NATO not being close to Russia, right? Think about that. Okay, but Ukraine is its own entity, isn't it? It doesn't have
Yeah.
its own future. It has to do what Russia wants. It's not freaking Russia, right? So
Right.
even that whole premise of, well, you can't come close to our, that is their country. That is not Russia. They can do as they please. But as you can see, that's a projection of power. It's my backyard,
Right.
just like we do. So it's not like we don't do it, right? We do it
Right.
too. So everybody does it, bro. That's
You know
all I'm
what-
saying. It's something that
You know what
everybody
the-
does.
You know what it is? Financial frontier. It's about our perception globally of how we look like the bad guy that makes everybody so upset. Everybody else can be the bad guy, but the United States, for some reason, always have to look like the fucking hero. On a global scale, we always have to look like we're the hero. We always do everything right and perfect and all these things when we're not. We're not perfect. Sometimes we do have to be the bad guy. Sometimes we have to be the bully on the block to keep the peace. You get what I'm saying? But it's our global perspective that makes us look like the bad guy that all of a sudden we should be ashamed of. Why? Nobody else is ashamed of being a bad guy from time to time. Why do we always have to keep our nose squeaky clean for the perception of the world when they know we do their fucking bidding and clean up all their fucking messes? So when we act up, all of a sudden it's a fucking problem. When they do it, it's okay.
Well,
Because they're
the
entitled.
thing, well, the thing is, though, Ronan, is like, too, we also created a lot of these problems that we're having anyway. When you look at history,
So did
right?
they.
No, I mean, I'm talking like
Nobody comes out of this with a clean nose.
No,
man.
let him cook, Ronan. Here it come.
No, no,
Watch, here it
I know,
come.
I know, but nobody's coming
Here
out
it
of this
come.
with a bloody nose, man. Everybody's done that dirt. But go ahead.
Right. But here's the thing: you mentioned earlier about Israel. You know, why are we, doing their bidding? You know, we've been doing basically. We've been since they were the only democracy in the Middle East at the time.
Right.
The Truman Doctrine, we had to back them because we were afraid of communism the whole time. I mean, we went into we got into the Korean War because we were afraid of communism. We got into Vietnam because we were afraid of communism. You know, and basically, it's like we create our own enemy. So when we backed Israel, right? We backed Israel. We basically created this quagmire that we see today. You know, we basically said we were I believe the first country to recognize Israel. You know, and basically there was already people there. You know, the Palestinians were already there.
Right.
You know, so it's that's why I'm yes. It used to be called Palestine.
Yeah, but who cares? Who cares? Like,
obviously,
grow up, Peter
obviously,
Pan. Who cares?
Obviously, the Palestinians
They lost.
do.
Yeah, and they lost, and they got slapped up, and they got moved out the way. That's life. Grow up.
What the biggest thing is: be careful who you're friends with and who you allow into your country. Being nice.
Yeah, just don't get slapped up.
Yeah,
they had no choice. They weren't even a country. They were
Hiddish Jews. Look at the Indians. Everybody comes in and takes advantage of America, but if somebody else goes and takes advantage of another country, now all of a sudden it's a bad thing.
Right. But the thing is that Palestine wasn't even controlled by the Palestinians. It was British mandate Palestine controlled by
because they slapped them up. So you see, you blame America,
man. You don't even know history, man. No, it was part of the Ottoman Empire. That's how they.
Okay, and the Ottoman Empire slapped somebody else up. I know history. Everybody slapped each other up.
No, you don't.
That's all it is, bro. See, Darnell, listen. This is a fascinating thing I find. I often just say my opinion, and I always say it's my opinion, and that's what I know and I believe and I think. You and other people too. It's not just you. You guys. This is why I disengage. Because you don't allow other people to have an opinion and a perspective. You're like, well, you don't know history. Like, what do you know that, like, you don't know what I know. So at the end of the day, maybe your perspective is just different. I'm not guessing. But again,
Play the tape
Again,
man.
I'm going to
Listen
finish
to
my
the
point.
replay.
You
Go
don't
ahead.
you don't know what I know, and I never discredit anything you know. You believe what you believe, and that's rightfully so. But at the end of the day, you guys never know. This is how you know you can't talk to someone with a keen intellect. Because you ever see like Pierce Morgan, not even Pierce Morgan, excuse me. Have you ever seen like Jordan Peterson talk, and then they're talking on a panel? Do they come up there and say, "You don't know history"? No, they say, "Hey, here's my perspective. I'm going to add it to the conversation," or "Hey, I just disagree. This is my perspective." That's it. Now, ad hominems about somebody that doesn't know history or all this, that's unnecessary if you're being an individual who's having a good conversation with another person, right? That's not how you. That's not diplomatic. And see, that's how I know none of you guys could ever be a president. That's how I know some of you guys could never just be in power, because you abuse it just even here. Like, we're just having a conversation and we have different perspectives. That's completely fine with me. I'm not the president at the end of the day. I don't know everything anyways. This is just my opinion and my perspective. That's it.
There's a difference between having an opinion on something, say a policy, like
Here we
even
go.
the discussion, even the discussion we're having about this Iran conflict. I mean, that's an opinion. You know, if you say, "Hey, I think this war is great," that's an opinion. If you say that, "Oh, I think this war is terrible, we should not get involved," again, that is an opinion. But when I say something like, you know, the history of you know, the region, and you say, "Yeah, you know," and then the Israelis, they smacked up the Palestinians. I'm like, well, Palestine was not even the country. You know, it was under British mandate.
Palestinian people. But go ahead.
You know, and you're like, yeah, you know, and they, you know,
You're not making much sense when you're landing your plane right now. You know that,
you're
right?
not making. You weren't making any sense. You stop it.
Yeah, you didn't even remember what I said. You was.
I listen to your crap. I listen to your crap.
It's good entertainment, but y'all stop it, man. Y'all can get along, man. Come on.
No. We getting along perfectly. We getting along perfectly. But I'm just saying though, it's like, man, you were literally guessing until you were right.
I was not guessing. And again, this is what I'm saying.
God.
People don't agree on history, Ronan. If you come here, Thailand and Cambodia are fighting. They disagree about the history. But I can't come up here and say, "Thailand, you stupid. This is history. Cambodia, you stupid. This is history." Nobody agrees about history, my guy. If you did not know.
If you get the date wrong or the time frame wrong, I don't care. I'll admit I'm wrong. Okay, sorry. You know, call it senility, call it, you know, my PTSD acting up, whatever. You know, my memory's not like it used to be. So, okay, you made your point. I got the dates wrong, but it still doesn't distract from the fact that it happened, whether I got the date wrong or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, but that's different. I mean, if you're a day or two off,
go ahead, Donna.
If you're a day or two off, I mean, or hell, even a year. I mean, come on. I mean, it was
the order of things.
1941.
It doesn't matter. It happened, whether the order was right or not. But the point I'm saying is, we get so tied up in the minutia of the detail instead of looking at the overall point. Why are these things happening? You know,
well, when I brought up you know, Palestine, Israel, like I said, that's the main point. You know, this wasn't just some little, you know, nuance, you know. This
I mean,
just
even somebody in the chat said, you know, they were shopped around. A lot of people said no. But you know why they said no? Even if you look at the history of the Ashkenazi Jews all over Europe, they were loan barons. They used to loan money until the king would kick them out of their country.
Yep.
You know, and they roamed even Europe before even this happened in Germany. So then why would a lot of countries even want them in if they already know the history of what that people did when they came into the country? Not that it's a problem. They had the money to loan. They loaned it out. They were allowed to charge interest to Gentiles. They can't charge interest to their own people. So they were, what do we call it? Geo-arbitraging their asses off to the point where countries owed them. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So is that a negative, or it depends on the perspective? But again,
I didn't know they could.
Yeah, they were kicked out of several countries.
No, that part I know, but I didn't know that they couldn't charge. You know, it was illegal for them to charge interest.
It's part of the Torah. You can't charge interest to your own people. You can only charge interest to others.
I know that's in the Quran.
Yeah, it's also in the Torah too.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're both literally, I'm not going to say the same, obviously, but they have very similar beliefs. Like, for example, what is it called? Kosher, and then you got
Well, it's just the
halal.
way that your food is handled. It has to be blessed, and animals have to be handled a certain way before they're killed. And there's a process behind, what they believe. What animals they can eat, what ones they can't eat, and that's all part of what we would consider traditions. And that's why I said with certain traditions, you can follow through on them, but if somebody oversteps that tradition, then no, that's not in the spirit of what the tradition was about.
Can I just add this real quick too? I think this is just explain my perspective on a lot of things. Again, nobody has to agree or nothing, but this is just my perspective, and it helped me a lot. Even in the chat, I think Fearless said something to the nature about like the police are supposed to uphold the law, not break them. But for me, I kind of just see it as that's not true. Like people and humans, it's just a human thing. Humans at the same time, when they're like, hey, we're the cops, we're the police of the world, they also perpetrate fraud. They also, do things in their own interest. And most likely they're doing something in their own interest and dressing it up as policing or being righteous. And then sometimes they actually are being righteous. Yeah. So it's a mix of a lot of different things. And everybody does it. There's no special guy out here in the universe perpetrating human actions unlike any other human civilization has ever done. Ottoman Empire, Rome, all these great civilizations have done these things throughout their history, colonized, oppressed, then said they weren't, but then they said they came in the name of this. So I just think it's a human thing. And so I kind of just deal with it like that in order to wrap my mind around it and move appropriately in life and not let it unsettle and unbother me. The wars of humans is something that continues to go on, but I do see the decrease in warfare and the amount of people who die when it comes down or gets deleted when it comes down to war. And so that's where I usually see the con and the silver lining is that most people don't die in the same numbers. And that's a good thing.
I mean, war affects people in different ways, like I said, right now, if my neighbor was here, him and his wife are selling blood to try to pay rent. You know what I mean?
It's terrible.
That's insane.
They're doing what they need to do. Unfortunately, if they can't get a better paying job or work multiple jobs, then unfortunately, the way the economy is, people suffer. You be smarter.
Be smart with their money.
But the thing is, right now,
live in a different type of home. Why aren't they on assistance? And if they do have assistance, why isn't it enough or adequate? And there's systems in place in the United States that you have to ask yourself, why are they struggling when there's help? Are they too afraid to ask for the help or what?
Well, when you have gas prices at $5 a gallon right now, it's like, man, that you gotta say a 10-gallon tank. That's
your job.
And they're not even only that, Ron. You just got to be prepared. You know what I'm saying? Like that shows me a failure because when the prices weren't high, you were still busted and distraught. So
somebody's
the common denominator, the common denominators you having issues regardless. If the price is high, then it's low, you still had issues. Even when home prices were lower, people still didn't buy them because they still had financial issues. The rate for saving and investing has remained the same, extremely low. Whether gas was high, avocados was high or low. So at the end of the day, it just shows you that the constant behavior is not being prepared. And as a smart individual who says, everybody will say they're smart. Nobody's running around here saying they're stupid. You must prepare for the winter. You must prepare for the fall. You must prepare for the spring because this is just reality. That's it.
No, you're right. Like I said, if you prepare, you're right. But what I'm saying is it does eat at your income.
And I think people are too entitled and not willing to bend off of their standards in order to adjust to whatever society is dictating as far as whatever the economy is, lack of this, lack of that. If you're not willing to adjust, then you better step up your game.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
now
like,
you're putting yourself in a deficit trying to live the same way, even though you know that something is affecting you or your ability to live that way, but you're not willing to adjust. So if you're going to be rigid, you better get on your shit
yeah.
to stay at that level.
You're right. Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do. Like I said, it's not like they're out here, selling, dope or anything to kids, but like I said, I mean, they are trying to sell, both, him and his wife trying to sell blood, just so they can pay rent, and they got a little girl, and man,
you're a bleeding heart person, man. You feel for everybody and everything. Like you have to save the world. You don't.
Well, I never said about it. I
but I know I hear the way you talk sometimes. It's like you feel bad for everybody and everything, and you don't take in considerations. They put themselves in those situations.
Yeah, maybe
they have freedom of choice. They can choose to do other things. If they couldn't afford to have a child, why did they have a child? There's certain things that they chose in life, and now that they have to deal with that choice, but the ramification is down the road, maybe 2, 3, 4 years. Because even though they made that choice, they didn't prep themselves to be able to handle the responsibility.
Well, did they choose?
They did an impulse buy. They did impulse buy on the car. They did an impulse buy on having that kid too early when they weren't ready to be able to even establish to have a home yet. These are things that you should prep for and plan, but they did it on an impulse.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
I agree. I mean, again, I don't know their circumstances. I don't know.
Well, you knew that part. I know. And I'm gonna have to say something that most people don't want to say, and that's why I happen to say it on my YouTube. I'm not here to patronize people in those positions. I'm here to say you're a grown man and you decided to bring a child into this world, and you don't have enough gas in your car. You did not prepare appropriately to have to drive your kid to a hospital if they need it. I'm supposed to make you feel bad so you can go out there and do something with yourself, because that is ridiculous. I reserve my sympathy for things that happen all of a sudden out of nowhere, like kids who just developed cancer. But what I will not do is look at a human, and a man and a woman, and look at them, and they brought a child in this world, and they are not prepared with the resources to make sure that the child can thrive. Yeah, I'm going to put some heat on their ass to make them do what they're supposed to do, which is take care of their duties and responsibilities. And just getting by is not enough. They must do better. And I'm going to say that.
Yeah, and here's the thing.
That's your right. That's your right.
Here's the thing. They do this to people like yourself, Darnell, where they get your empathy and sympathy to where you want to help, but does that really help them? You're giving them a temporary solution. The solution is make better choices. You get what I'm saying? But here's the thing. I know not you personally. I'm just saying they do get people to want to do a GoFundMe or this, that, and the other thing, because these are situations they put themselves in. The fact that they even got a GoFundMe digital way of giving people money, I think is a farce.
I agree with that.
The same thing is what people would say. Your funeral cost should not be in a car wash. You should already have a life insurance policy. You just failed to fucking plan.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, we as a people have opened up our hearts so much. Again, like I said, global perception of always being the good guy. We can't let somebody fail. We got to lift them up. Support is one thing, but when somebody repeatedly does the same thing over and over and over again, that's on them, and they need to learn how to fix that. And until they hit rock bottom, they're not forced to. And if everybody's always trying to lend a hand to those certain type of people, they'll never learn how to get back up. I've told you guys, I've admitted, I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars in a year. I've had agencies where I had over 300 agents and over 5,000 clients that I was running. I gave it all up because I had a PTSD event. I didn't give a fuck about anybody or anything. I told them, oh, fuck off. I gave all my business away to start over, but I treated myself first. You got to be willing to give all that shit up and start from fucking ground zero. And if you're not, you holding on to a whole bunch of shit and baggage that ain't fucking important. It's a thing. It's nothing important more than you. If you're not here, it doesn't matter. But everybody prioritizes everything else but themselves.
Facts.
In the perception of the way they look. in front of everybody that doesn't really give a fuck about you in the first place. Don't care 2 cents what you got on, what kind of brand name it is. They don't give a fuck. But y'all got to look a certain way in order to press a certain type of person. Why? What are they doing for you? Are they making you money? You get what I'm saying?
I say the same thing about that. You know, I say
And
the
then when
same
they
thing.
get in these situations because they overextended themselves, all of a sudden we got to have the bleeding heart to help them out. You put yourself there, get yourself out. Change the way you live, change your perspective, learn and rebuild.
Yeah.
You young enough. Even me at 57 years old, I'm young enough. Average people live till 78. That's another 20 fucking years. Plenty of people can make millions of dollars in shorter time than 20 years. But you got to want to start over. You got to stop holding on to shit and let it fucking go. Recycle that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. You know,
But
you know,
many
you're
people got
absolutely
egos.
right.
They don't want to look like they're failures. Don't nobody give a fuck. They're not going to help you if you fail, but they definitely have their hand out when you succeed. So if they're not there to pick you up when you fail, who gives a fuck how they look at you?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You know, you gotta always be prepared, you know. Um, it's just one of those things, you know, but it's one of those things like how do you prepare for $5 a gallon gas? You know, how do you prepare for inflation at the
By not
supermarket?
having the $5 price even bother you.
Well, I mean, that's kind of tough because now you're raising your input costs. Remember ins and outs, right? If your input costs are going up, your cost of living's going up.
But are you living above your means to where that's stressing you out? Or are you living within your means where it doesn't matter because you always had extra cash flow?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not you know,
A
buying
couple
a new
extra bucks
car.
a gallon and you're doing all the right things shouldn't matter for a temporary time period. Right?
Yeah. As long as you got, you
But
know,
if it's
savings.
affecting you, what you're basically saying is you didn't prepare for that time frame. Like everybody knows, most people in America don't have a savings account. Most people in America can't make it 2 to 3 months if there's something major happened to them medically or health wise. You are not prepared. So even when the little things happen, they're accentuated because what? You didn't set a good base. You didn't prep.
Yeah.
You're not prepared. And this should be a wake up call to anybody. If these little dollar price amounts are hurting you that bad, when the situation rights itself, y'all need to start reconstructing and looking at what you're doing because you're doing something fucked up. And adjust.
Yeah.
Lower your cost of living, lower your output, lower your spending. Make sure you put some money away. Prep for emergencies. Really prep. Don't lie and say, I'm going to put this money up and I didn't do it this month, so I'm going to double up next month. It never fucking happens.
Yeah.
And I'd say shout out to the people, you know, people make fun of like doomers, preppers. Like, that's what I'm saying. That type of mindset and mentality to prepare your life for the worst case scenario, right?
Oh, yeah.
That 6 months reserve, a war that might break off and change economics across the board. You just got to be prepared because what people are attempting to do through a fake morality, you know, virtue signaling, you're trying to change the world to be prepared so people don't have to go through hardships. I found out it was best prepare myself for the hardship versus trying to change the world to conform to me to alleviate hardships. So that's
Then
what
it
I
doesn't
say.
matter.
That's the biggest
Yeah.
key. Exactly. That's been the biggest key of my life. And I get it. I understand the same mentality. I used to have it, trying to change politics, trying to make sure our country never went to war. And I'm like, yo, that's something that's like been with humans forever. How about I prepare myself if a war comes? Prepare myself if, you know, gas prices increase. Prepare myself if there's an economic downfall. I have to prepare myself because all these ups and downs are a part of life. Even God had to deal with them. So do you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hell, that's why I always keep 10 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of beans. I'm always gonna eat.
My
What
girl would
kind
be
of
happy
beans
to
though?
hear you
Baked
say the rice
beans?
thing, because in the Philippines, rice is light, bro. The minute you
Oh yeah,
said
that
10
kind of
pounds of
beans
rice, you'd
though.
be like happy as fuck. You got 10 pounds of rice. Oh yeah, he's good.
Yep.
But you're right. You got to have a storehouse.
What kind of
Oh my
beans though,
God,
Darnell?
Fearless couldn't resist. He had to come back up. Jesus.
Coming back up.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask something real quick? Darnell, what kind of beans? Baked beans? What?
No, it's black beans.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
I think I got some pinto beans too. I think.
I know you got some baked beans too, the bacon joints with it.
No, I don't have any, like you're talking canned baked beans.
Yeah. Oh, you got the real. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I got
yeah,
dry goods.
Yeah, the real ones. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Fearless. What's up, man? You had to come back. What something was tingling your ear while you were listening in? What?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on my phone, laying down, trying to get some sleep. So here's the thing.
I know.
I do understand what y'all saying, but and at times I do agree with obstacles. But here's where my issue comes in. There are people who do things right, all right, and still become in a position. And the reason I know that is when I was purchasing real estate back in the 2005, maybe before that, I just happened to, be into it and really just was selling my property prior to the downfall. But during that time, I was buying foreclosed properties. And I had seen people who were doing things right, master's degree, both people working. Then when the downturn happened, both people lost their jobs. They went through their 401k, they went through their savings. They couldn't sell their house because nobody was buying houses at the time. The banks wouldn't refinance the house. They were stuck. They couldn't even get the jobs. These were people who were very educated and said, I started off educated. I'm giving up the six figures. I'm going to like a McDonald's job. And McDonald's was like, yeah, we're not hiring you because you overqualified.
You're qualified.
So it wasn't that they were not working hard or trying to work or not sacrifice. They were in a position where they couldn't even get out. Meaning the banks were saying, be late. The only way we can do this is if you is late. So it's like, okay, in order for me to even get a refinance on my house, I have to destroy my credit because that's the only way I can even try to get a forbearance or anything. I can't get out of the house because now I'm underneath. I can't.
Did we lose them?
Yeah. We can't hear a word you saying right now. You just cut out.
How am I just cut out?
You just did. You said forbearance.
You back now.
Oh, okay.
We heard forbearance, and that was it. You dropped.
So what I've seen is there's some people who can do everything right and still fall into those hardships. So we always say, and I hear obstacles, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. And if you don't have $5, hold up. And if you don't have $5 for this gas, here's the thing. Sometimes people have that extra money. But when the gas goes up, it's not just the gas that went up. It's the gas, then the food, then the clothes, then your electricity. So that $1 that went up in gas isn't just $1 in gas. It's everything around you that went up. So it's not like, oh, you couldn't afford an extra dollar in gas. Well, sometimes that you have $200 saved that it's like, man, I got a buffer of $250 or $500. Well, now that buffer's gone because everything around you went up. And so it wasn't the preparation that didn't get you there. It was that everything was there. So I can have empathy for those people who have had that downfall due to nothing to do with themselves. To say, man, I educated myself, put myself through school, I saved my money, and then this situation came and it wiped us out.
Okay. It happened. So what happened to them? Did they fight their way out of it? What did they do?
Oh, no. Hold up. What you were saying, but fight your way out of it. And I know it's hard when I start agreeing with Darnell. even in a position of I got to give blood, they're like, oh man, how you get in that situation? Why wouldn't put how you have a kid? Well, these people had a kid, and when they had a kid, everything was the way it was supposed to go. Saving money for my child, I'm doing all the things for my child, and so when you're looking at them saying you give them blood and you bad, you don't know what got them in that position to give blood to get bad. It wasn't like they just said, man, I'm ready to get blood and I'm bad. It was a whole set of circumstances. Something had nothing to do with them, meaning they put themselves in positions to win, and life didn't go like that. And it's not saying they're dead, they fail, but that's a point where you're coming bad at them and say, oh man, you're just a failure. You didn't make it. No, sometimes circumstances get people to
Nobody
things
said
like
you
that.
didn't fail, just don't give up. Get up and go do something to make a difference so that you can get back up on your feet again. Start by crawling. Get
Here's
back
the
up on your
thing.
knees.
It's easy to say to a drowning
I
man.
did it, bro. I
No,
did
listen,
it. You're
hold
talking
up.
to no.
I'm
You're
not saying
talking to
you
somebody
didn't do
that lost everything. I lived in a fucking damn near a veterans home. I know what you're talking about. I did it.
And when you were going through it,
Don't give up.
if somebody just said, Ronan, get off your ass and do it.
I did. You didn't have to tell me I did it. You didn't have to tell me shit. I knew what I
I'm
had as
saying that
responsibility.
I'm sure that the people are not saying, I'm not trying to get off my ass and not do it. When somebody's drowning, you don't say,
Look,
man, just go swim.
it's
At
gonna
that point,
take
they're not
time.
going to swim.
It's gonna take time. You're not gonna recover right away. You're gonna have to take your lumps. You're gonna have to take your losses. You're gonna have to rebuild. Like I said, you're gonna have to go all the way back down to ground zero. Your ego and all that shit's got to go out the fucking window.
I don't think Darnell was saying that the person wasn't rebuilding or they couldn't. They in a position at this moment. When you drowning, you don't say swim. You can't swim. You in a moment right there, bro. If somebody came at you and said, man, just go work, just go do this. Oh, brother, I'm trying. When you was homeless or lost everything, the last thing you needed somebody to do was say, but just go do it. You're like, bro, I'm trying to do it. Would you think I want to be in this position? Do you think you wanted to be in the position?
I didn't whine about it. I just did what I needed to do to get back up.
But what you didn't need was somebody coming at you saying, bruh, do this when you already trying to do it anyway. There was nothing that somebody could say to you that made you work harder than what you was already working. You didn't want to be
I wasn't looking for anybody to tell me that either.
Yeah, exactly. But no.
I wasn't
This is
looking
what I'm
for
saying.
anybody to tell me shit because I was already doing it. So when they said this, I'm doing it. I appreciate the effort or you telling me that. I'm already there. I'm good.
So do you think the people who was giving blood needed you to tell them to go do something? If they're giving blood, at that point, they're kind of down at the bottom.
Maybe, if it's that bad off and they're saying they can't find it. I don't know what the situation is. Darnell has to go into clarity about why they didn't pick up another job. But I mean, insurance is always hiring, bro. All you have to do is pass the background check. You can make all kinds of money in insurance. Did they change their job titles?
Again, I don't know. Officially, they never told me. The only reason I know is because, I helped their dad, get around a little bit, because he smokes. So I help him,
right.
Hey man, take my arm and,
whatever efforts they're doing, kudos to them. But it's going to take a while once you fall that far because obviously everybody knows, depending on what your income is, if you're not prepping, Fearless, I know you're good about what you do, but a lot of people live above their means. The minute they can't fucking take care of those immediate needs after a couple months, whether they have savings or not, they're fucked.
Yeah.
Not everybody lives like you, where they're all prepared. That's what we're saying. And even though you liquidated your 401k and whatever you had in savings, if you're in that type of job market where it takes that long to recover and get another job, like you did, Fearless, you paid for your rent for a whole year or 2 years or whatever. You had your wife work, you went and restructured your life. You got a whole nother career. You got a degree in a certain thing that you wanted to do, but you did what? You prepped and you saw the market was going to change and you did it. Some people procrastinate to where they stick themselves in a situation and they saw it coming. The writing was on the fucking wall. They still didn't want to do anything.
But I don't think we're talking about those people. I'm talking about the people who tried to do it right and still got messed up. I mean, when that downturn happened, I told you when I was where I was working at, I was looking at even the city, where the city was, when you say, oh, the gas went up, the city was telling police cars, don't drive. If you don't get a call for service, you don't go nowhere. You just, you go out the station and you park.
That's it. Yeah.
And
Until
that's
you get
the
a
city, and that's the city telling. So if the city was in that financial debt, dire strait, imagine how the regular people were, who were saying, man, nobody's hiring me. I got everything. I'm overqualified for the jobs that I could get, and the jobs that I really am qualified for, they're not there. And I'm not making excuses for the people. I just have seen it. And so sometimes we just say, oh, pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
Everybody says that. I say it. Everybody says that.
Yeah,
It's an old
I
school phrase.
I say it mainly. I say it mainly because I get it, and again, I'm not against that message. You can send whatever message you want out into the environment if you think it's going to help, and I think my message helps. And it's just a two different audience and demographics. Some people need that hand where they're like, "Hey, I empathize you," and a pat on the back, and that could keep help them keep them going and think that somebody else hear them understand. And some people are wired where, like Ronan just said, man, shoot, I need to hear that. Like, get up, man, keep going. Hey, he prepared. Yeah, a famine came. I mean, a lot of people used to prepare in the past, and then famines hit them, and then they were in a situation. So I think most of the time, actually, when I speak to the actual masses, and the masses aren't prepared. So most of the time, I'm speaking like, hey, get over it, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. That's to the masses who don't save. That's to the masses who don't invest. That's for the masses who don't pay attention. Now, even Darnell almost slipped up. He said he was dropping the dude off because he smoked or something. So the dude out here smoking. But again, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to
No. That's that. No.
Okay,
it's
go
not.
ahead.
It's not him. It's his dad smokes.
Okay,
And-
got you. His dad smoked. All right.
Yeah,
bet.
yeah.
So
And this is no
going to
thing
the
against
point,
you.
it's cool. It's cool. I'm with it. Okay, the pat on the back and the encouragement and I have empathy. I just do it differently, and I think that's it. That's all it is. We just speak different messages to the same group, both trying to help. So at the end of the day, I don't have no reason to say what you're doing is wrong or incorrect. You're not doing it right. I just think my messaging is different. And it speaks to
Some
a
people
different
take
group.
the softer method, and it's just like
Yeah,
what-
exactly.
It's
Yeah.
just like with. Let me say this. Let me say this. It's just like with Kevin Samuels. Okay, it was not the message; it was the tonality of the message that offended people, and got him in a situation where he became polarizing. It wasn't everybody says a similar thing, but it was the way he was delivering it that made it either offensive or receptive, depending on who you were. So maybe it's the way we hear things that makes it either a positive or a negative way of saying it. But the phrasing and all that, I mean, encouragement comes in multiple different ways. Sometimes you have to verbally slap somebody awake in order to get them up and moving to motivate them. Being nice to them doesn't really motivate them. If you verbally slap them awake, and we know this in the military, it got you to straighten up a little bit more. When your dad talked to you, did he talk to you nice, or did he verbally kind of slap you awake before he physically put his hands on you? Well, your mom might talk to you a little softer, and you like that version of it too. So it depends on your personality, who you are. Some people need to be slapped awake, and some want to be talked to a little softer.
It's not that. I think that sometimes, and this is nothing against obstacles, I think sometimes you oversimplify it. Example, my mom used to say, man, just go study hard. And that was cool. I study hard. I got accepted into a private school going from the 8th grade to a 9th grade, a real prestigious private school. The summer before I went, I'd never gone to summer school. They sent me to summer school. The whole summer school was how to study. No one ever told me how to study. My mom just say study hard. I don't really know what that meant. That just meant kind of study. They really taught me the technique of what studying is, how you study, break it down, all of that. I think sometimes obstacles just says, just buy the house, just do this, do that. And sometimes that oversimplifies it because people say, well, okay, that I'm just supposed to do it. They don't understand even the technique of how to do it. A
Yeah, but
lot
when
of
somebody's talking in general, why would they give you
let me add
specifics?
that because he said.
I'm just
let
asking,
me
why
just-
would somebody give
let me
you
just-
specifics in a general
No,
conversation?
watch this, run. Watch this. This is again. I want to say this, Fizz. I don't think nothing about your message. I think you're trying to help in the best way you see it, and I have no advice because you do it. You're doing it. You're helping people. You're assisting people. That's going to be the difference between me and you. I don't think you oversimplify things. I don't think you complex things, make things too complex. I think you actually help people out here. So I have no comment. I think you're doing great. Now you have a comment for how I do it and you think I simplify it. Okay, I'm okay with that too. At the end of the day, I have over 700 videos on my YouTube channel breaking down how people do it. So to say that maybe I oversimplify it, well, maybe sometimes people also just got to get to know my content and my body of work and my deeds. And so again, it's a different approach, and that's that happens. People have different approaches. I'm hoping that all of us will come to understand and respect other people's approach and not try to. I'm not going to try to tweak your approach, especially you got results, I'm pretty sure, and I got results. So let's keep working to help the people out instead of trying to revise each other's plans, because as Ronan just said, there's different demographics. People receive messages differently. And I know that. And I understand that. And I get with it. So when another brother's delivering a message differently, the way I wouldn't do it, I don't say, hey, man, I think you're doing it. I'm not trying to make you a carbon copy of me so you can deliver the message like I think it's best. That wouldn't be good. There's many people who need a message given to them by many different ways. And so the market ain't enough helpers out here. So I'm open for anybody putting their hat in the ring and attempting to make things better.
Yeah,
And,
and I could testify
and I
to
don't
that.
take anything away from that, Oscar. I think you do great. If I had any, I wouldn't say negative, if I had any advice, and I only say this because someone came into my chat stating it after we were on. And my only advice is sometimes when you almost say that you can't do this or these people aren't doing this, it's almost giving them something negative. And I understand that that's not your goal. Your goal is to say, hey, pick it up, be positive, do it. If you're not doing it, you need to do it. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just seen the other people who have said it who came in and just said, man, I don't think he I know what it is. And I'm simplifying what they said. He doesn't get us, whoever those us is. No,
Yeah, that's cool. That's okay. They connect with you and then you're helping them. So I'm okay with that. I have zero advice about what you do for you. Because again, other people follow me and they get what I'm saying. And they don't ask questions. And some don't too. But that's just life. I have zero advice because you're doing great. So that's just me. I'm big on that, bro. I don't want to be Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Going back, we both trying to help the people. We have been acting like we know the answer and I'm about to give you advice to switch it up. You're not doing nothing bad. I don't think so. I don't hear you out here, disrespecting people. You get me? So keep doing what you're doing. And then as far as what I'm doing, I hear your advice, but brother, I'm going to have to deliver the message the way I deliver this message because it's for that certain type of segment. And then you deliver it the way you get it. And those guys who said they don't get it or whatever, they for you. And I want you to keep talking to them and inspiring them the way you do. I dig it.
Let me say this real quick. And I just want to say this in a perspective of the way I used to train people in sales and things. I would tell you and show you. Okay. Second time you come back, I tell you, okay, I'm going to tell you again, but I need you to take a note because I didn't see you take any notes the last time. And that's why you don't remember. So I tell you and show you again and have you write the notes down. You come to me a third time, you either aren't trying or you don't care. Now, is that for me to continue to keep on trying to fix you? The third time you come around, I tell you, go refer to your notes. And if you don't have your notes, don't ask me, go ask somebody else. Because I spent enough time on you.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you're not hearing me, and even when you write it down, you don't understand, this job ain't for you, or you don't care enough to try to learn it. And either way, at this point, I can't fucking help you anymore. And that's not me being insensitive. It's like I have to value my time too.
Yeah, and yeah,
No,
I
And you
I think
understand.
with
can't help
obstacles, I
everybody.
think this is what it
It's
is.
not just obstacles, it's
No,
anybody.
no, no. I'm saying I think
You got
I
different ways
I
to
just
do it.
realized what it is. I think obstacles, and I could be wrong. I think he talks to the people who know what to do. They just ain't doing it. Like,
What?
like for instance, like, now I know I should be saving money. And he says to man, you wouldn't be in this position, you wasn't saving money. They know what they should be doing. They know they kind of understand these are some things that need to change. And when you're doing that, like to an athlete, if I went to an athlete and I said, man, you ain't working out, you fucking lazy. I can talk to that athlete like that because he already know he should be doing. He need that motivation. He know that he doing. A fat person, which is like the person that would come to me telling him, man, you fat, you need to do this. That'll work. That approach ain't gonna work for him. It ain't gonna work for him. The approach that obstacle does is for the person who needs to hear it and get your bootstraps together, man. You need to be doing this. Why the fuck you ain't doing it? That's the message because that's the message they already know. I need to be doing it. I'm not motivated. I'm messed up.
You know how the military fixes that? You fat, go do the workouts or get the fuck out. It's you're a fucking grown ass man. Nobody needs to be coddled up in this bitch. As a man, if you can't get sharpened by somebody being abrasive to you, you fucking sensitive. As a man, get out
No,
your
it's not
feet
that.
and get the
It's
fucking work. What the
but I'm
fuck?
saying
Why
it's
we
a
just be
method.
all
If
nice
you,
about the way we say it?
it's not that. If you told the military dude, ship up or shape out, he understands it. If you said that same thing to a civilian, he wouldn't understand it. He wouldn't even
Why
know
not?
he never been in shape, man. He don't know how to get in shape. He need the instructions.
So he never went to PE in his whole high school career. He never had a parent or somebody introduce him to a sport. You mean to tell me he's never been around anything?
I dated this girl, beautiful girl, who was just naturally thin, but she never worked out. And what I think I told you, I said the thing that scared me is this chick ever got
The
pregnant.
minute she got pregnant, she wouldn't know how to get that weight off of her.
And that's
If
what
she ever
happened. This girl went from 110 to 210. She had that you get diabetes when you get pregnant. She had that. And it just never came home.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, you can get whatever the pre-diabetes or whatever it is. And she just
Yeah.
and beautiful girl. She used to talk about the people who it's like they jealous of me because I'm just thin. She never had the foundation.
Stop saying that shit after that, huh?
Oh yeah, it was a rap. Glad she wasn't pregnant by me. So that's a person you can say do it, but they never did it. They don't know what it's like. I mean, when I trained athletes, it was easy to say, man, get in there, get the last one in. They knew how to go to failure. When I trained people who never work out, they didn't even know what failure was. It was just like they were afraid to go there. We had to teach them a whole different way. The way that I approached them was entirely a different way I approach people who were going to go on the stage.
And what you just said explained exactly what we've been saying. People hear the message differently. And you either read the room on the person, like I had to be able to identify in my salespeople what approach I need to do to get the best performance out of them. I literally have to understand psychology on getting people to perform better, to get them to perform to their best. But everybody wasn't a carbon copy or a cookie cutter type of thing. What worked with one did not work with the other five. So you have to kind of tailor your message to the person you're talking to. Hence why we even do analytics to figure out who our individual people that listen to us are. But at the end of the day, it's not one size fit all. Everybody's going to have a different approach based on who they're talking to and who's receiving the message. And sometimes people just ain't going to receive it the way you say it. But if somebody else said it, they hear exactly the same thing you said, but they said it and all of a sudden they heard it.
I'm in agreement with you. The one thing you used to say a while ago was take your personality test.
Yeah.
So if you know that person's personality, you know how they react.
Exactly.
I'm right in agreement with you.
But again, you would have to deliver that message to that person differently than the other person with the other personality.
I'm right in agreement with you.
So, I mean, there's no one way to deliver a message. It's just You either talk to one general group, and hopefully some of the people that come in the room are part of that common group, or they skip up out the room because they don't understand what you're talking about. You're talking over their head, and maybe that's just not a match. You know what I mean?
No, I'm in agreement with you.
So I mean, I get it. I just like I said, I've seen it so many different ways. I've been browbeat by fucking Russian salespeople and Italians to, me being in the military. There's more than one way to skin a cat, and there's more than one way to get a message out. And at the end of the day, we're all contributors to that message of positivity and getting out there and getting it done and not whining, because we're talking to a bunch of men. We're supposed to be. Some of these guys are son husbands. Some of these guys are still incels in their house, not doing anything, only on the computer. We're talking to an overall group of multiple different personalities. While I might not say something the right way, they identify with you. Sometimes you don't say it the way, but they identify with me. It's interesting the way the psychology of hearing and comprehension works. And sometimes no two people hear the same thing. We always run into conflict because you heard something that I didn't hear, and I say something that you thought I said, but I didn't say it that way. It just happens. And that's the uniqueness of human beings in psychology.
I'm in agreement with you. And I think we had this conversation when Kanal was on. He was like, "Oh man, you just go get the girl." I'm like, "Brother, you've done that before. You're not them. They never approached somebody. They never been in that position. So you telling them to do that, and for what was easy for you to do, these people have never done it. So their circumstances are entirely different."
And that's the other thing, lived experience. You can be book smart all you want, but your lived experience also dictates on how you perform and how you act. I've hired master's degrees in business, and they were fucking terrible salespeople. I hired somebody that didn't have a degree, and they were great. So just because that degree is one thing, the motivation behind the degree, hey, you had time to get it because your parents were well off or whatever, or you just put your head in the book and you got the degree. It don't make you a performer. You make yourself the performer. You make yourself successful. And if you don't, and if you aren't, you're going to fail. And you're going to continue to fail until you fix the things that are wrong. I don't know what to tell you. That's just the way it is. And unfortunately, as men, nobody's going to come fucking save your ass. So if you don't get it, nobody else is going to get it for you. They'll help a woman all day long. They're not going to help you. They're not going to feel bad about you either.
Nope.
I'm just saying it is what it is, man. We're a bunch of men in here, and a lot of men listen to our channel. So that's why I'm saying it in general. You guys are all men. Whatever your station in life, whatever your position in life, whatever you can change, you should go and change. If you're happy with something, don't worry about what other people think. If it's working for you, do it.
I want to add something, Ronan. It was interesting when I spent my time overseas at the embassies. I would always look at something that was crazy, and I learned, like, dang, the government be smart. Now, over the time, I realized hard power, soft power. But one of the cool parts was, you always had the Peace Corps, right? And people volunteered for that. Most of those people didn't need to get convinced. Maybe they wanted to help. They wanted to go teach, right? So the government created the Peace Corps for that. They created the Army and the military. And the type of person that wanted to go into the Army and the military was different than the person who wanted to go sign up for the Peace Corps. So they didn't need to, they had very different messaging, right? That spoke to different groups of people. And those people went to go seek that or found that institution and decided to roll with it because of them, who they were and what they wanted out of life and how they saw it. So I found that to be interesting. And that's how I see people who create content, who can be influencers. It's like we all have messages that are different. And then the people that are allotted will walk through our doors and sign up to go to the Peace Corps and not the military. And the people who want to walk through that door, the military, will sign up for that military, but won't go to the Peace Corps. And so that's what I say. That's what I find. So when I see other people doing, and I know that they want to help and impact in a lot of ways, I most don't have advice because I'm the Army door. You know what I'm saying? Anything I'm telling you to do, you're going to be speaking
What
in my
you think is not
demographic.
going to make sense to the other person, so why attempt?
Yeah, and not even only that, it just don't address that group now. Now
But
we
you know
lose
what
out
the
on that
greater
group.
thing is that you just said? Both are of people of service. You just choose to do
Exactly. Exactly, right?
one is
There you
more
go.
aggressive than the other, but you both are people of service. You just choose to do it in different ways. Doesn't make one worse than the other or better than the other. You chose to give up your time unselfishly for the benefit of the overall people in different ways. But you both are people of service. That's why I say that's why you know how our people in the community, we're all kings. No, you fucking aren't. Everybody wasn't a fucking king. There's a whole society. There were farmers, there were theologists, there were doctors, there were people in the society that contributed to the overall wealth of the society, but we're not all kings. We have different leadership roles and different things that we're supposed to be in. Stop believing that lie that everybody was a fucking king, because you're not. Some were warrior class, some were this, some were that. We weren't all kings.
But they were all queens. So be careful.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with us. We were all taught, oh, you're all kings and queens and princes and bullshit. No, you weren't. No, your people weren't. You didn't come from that stock. I know in general, genetically, my family is a lot of people of service. Lawyers, doctors, you got a lot of firemen, a lot of people that did military time. Even though they went to college, they did military time. I can look down my whole lineage genetically. I'm predisposed to being that type of personality, regardless of what I think and how I was educated. For some reason, I fell into the same genetic pattern as most of my family members. Unbelievable. And this is before I even found my family. Some things you do because you have no choice genetically. Some things you do because you were taught that way. You identified with it from a young age, and you kept on trying to find that same thing as you got older. Lived experience, life experience, lessons learned, lessons unlearned that you continue to repeat because you just don't get it. All those things are factors on what makes you who you are. And there's no one right way or wrong way. It's just whatever life lessons you learn, you're applying and trying to show everybody else, this is how you did it. Somebody might have to take a different path. That's why so many messages might be the same, but they only hear it from that person they identify with most. And even though we're in a certain group, like the travel group, sometimes a lot of people in the travel group that we all share the same memberships with and a lot of subscribers don't all identify with us. Our message is different and it's said at a different tonality in a different way.
Unfortunately, I think though too, there's too much. There's too many scammers I've noticed in this space, man. There's a whole bunch of scammers. I mean, I've heard a lot of people trying to sell crypto courses and stuff like that. I mean, I've even talked to one of them. I was just kind of playing stupid, and like, okay, so sell me your course. How what can I expect as a annual rate of return? I want, well, I double my money, what I'm saying, as soon as possible. Well, what's as soon as possible? What are we talking here? And it's like, and then you can hear the story. Yeah, I was in jail, and I learned from a white man. He taught me how to trade crypto, and it's like, man, come on, bro. They all come up with the same story. Like, and I learned that from I even learned the script from what's his name? Pocket Watching with JT.
Mm-hmm.
The man even broke down the script, and I've heard people in the travel space say the same exact thing what JT was warning you against. You know, verbatim. You know, trying to convince people. Oh yeah, man, quit your 9 to 5, man. Why are you working a 9 to 5? I mean that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. But buy my course. The dollar's gonna become worthless. Yet you take payment in dollars. If the dollar is gonna become worthless or not exist, why are you accepting payment in dollars? Why not say, hey man, I accept payment in gold or Bitcoin, whatever. Yeah.
Ooh, I'm paying the piper, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just something to think about. Like, because because a lot of these guys, and don't get me wrong, like I got, I know I criticize and a lot of the passport bros and stuff like that, but at the same time, I also feel sorry for some of them, the ones that really want to go overseas, the ones that really want to travel. I think I can't remember whose show it was. I wasn't familiar with them. But Ronan, you were on there. And you had that one brother. I can't remember that guy. Something. He had a Charlie Chan or something.
Oh, Charlie Chan TV.
Yes. You remember that brother that was talking about he was doing his research. He hadn't been to Brazil yet. His research. Is that his name? I can't remember his name.
He's normally on the panel. KB is he's traveled a little bit, I think.
Yeah, but he hasn't been to Brazil yet though.
Yeah.
The way that brother was talking, now I admire how he was going about. I'm doing my research, I'm trying to learn. He's paying a coach, a Portuguese language coach, to try to learn the language. I applaud what he's doing. Like he's different from a lot of the people I see in this travel space. Just go down there and do it. Yeah, we all know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? But this guy, he really wants to learn the culture. So it is good that that not everybody, what I'm saying, is about that. But I think the space.
Was he trying to move there?
I don't know if he's trying to move there or not. He didn't say, but it sounded like he is trying to at least, maybe he want to pick up a Brazilian woman. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but
I think he's kind of set on the idea of living there eventually when he gets older, but he still wants to go down there kind of prepared. So while he's still a young man, I think he's early 30s, if not younger than that.
Yeah. I mean, I applaud that. I ain't gonna lie. I just went down there, you know what I'm saying? Trial and error, I mean, some of it worked out, some of it didn't, but I still applaud what he was doing versus what a lot of other people in this space do. You know what I'm saying? But the people that are desperate and just want to go down there, they're the ones that fall victim to a lot of these scammers. And you just got to be careful. You got to be careful, I guess, being online, and trying to seek advice. Like a lot of these dudes selling courses on overseas, about, yeah, man, just live overseas. I'm gonna teach you how to date and stuff like that. It's like, man, they're taking advantage of desperate people, man. It kind of reminds me of the ending of Wolf of Wall Street. Y'all remember that movie? Towards the end, sell me this pen, and the camera's like panning around, to see all the people, and you could just look at the desperation on their face. They're tired of the status quo. They want, they're looking for hope, and these people are selling too much hope, but no substance.
I don't know the gentleman. Whoever's trying to go to Brazil, I don't know that person.
I think Roman said his name was.
I'm assuming it was KB, but I'm not necessarily sure because he's usually the one that comes up and pretty intelligent kid. But
he was the one that talked about. Remember, he said Jimi Hendrix. Remember, he was talking about. I think somebody. I can't remember exactly. I wasn't on the panel yet, but I was just listening. That's what made me call in. But he had brought up the point about Jimi Hendrix had to go overseas, to make it big here in the States. Even though Jimi Hendrix was like one of the greats here in the States, his career never really took off till he went to London, or I should say Europe. But yeah,
sometimes you gotta leave home to make it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Woo.
I was trying to get off and see what was going on with the war. See if anybody broke it yet. When I hear, I guess some things are already broken. But if you look at what Trump said, didn't he say it was a two-sided agreement? And I thought there was 3 people in the war, so maybe Israel wasn't part of the two-sided agreement.
Well, it's not even a real agreement. It's just it's a 2-week ceasefire.
Well, I mean the agreement not to fire. That's what he was saying. That's a two-sided ceasefire agreement.
It's just for 2 weeks. Basically, it's like, okay, so they're still.
No, what I'm saying is, it seems like the only people that agreed to the ceasefire was the United States and Iran. I don't think
Israel. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a part of the agreement.
Yeah, I see nothing on that. But I mean, that's kind of scary because it's like we agree, but then Israel, nah, screw it. I'm gonna just do my own thing,
And that's why I said, why aren't they at the table? Beside for the fact that they don't want to sit at the table with Netanyahu or his representative.
Because I think they understand that it says Israel still striking. So I wonder if Iran strikes back, because I guess the agreement is just between the United States and Iran. I guess Iran can still strike Israel and everything will be all right. I'm assuming.
Which is weird because if we make an agreement, how are we going to guarantee Israel's still not going to do what they're going to do? And then are we not still backing up Israel if we make our own individual deal? What a fucking waste of time.
Israel, I even think if we come to an agreement with Iran, we mean the United States, I don't think Israel will hold it. They'll still be bombing because they want to expand into Lebanon. They want to keep expanding, so I don't think they'll hold to any agreement that's there.
Yeah,
it's kind of scary that we let them. I don't know. I can't say we allow them to. Well, yeah, I would say we do allow them to do that because the reason they feel emboldened to do it is because we will come to the rescue. So it's they feel emboldened to do a lot of that because we consistently have their back.
Yeah, but I read something interesting. Israel is because I think Ronan had made it a point earlier that Israel receives its ammo from us and stuff. We basically supply their military, which is true. But I also read starting last year, I guess Israel, I think they see the future. They decided to invest $100 billion into their defense industry. So it looks like they plan on trying to start manufacturing their own. Sounds like equipment and munitions. So it sounds like they're not going to be or they're going to try to make themselves self-sufficient.
It's ridiculous, man. It's I don't know if might means right or what, but
If
eventually,
what now?
might means right. You know, if you can do it, you do it. I mean, that's kind of how the world is coming to.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like so, like the story of the back in the day before the United States became the global superpower. The United Kingdom was a superpower. The sun never set on the British Empire. It used to be the same. And by the time World War One hit, they were starting to be bled dry. I mean, they were just in conflict after conflict after conflict. Now you got World War One. They ran out of money, so they took themselves off the gold standard. A lot of countries did that, so that way they could just print more money to fund the wars. The only problem was, by the time when the war ended, they put themselves back on the gold standard. Come to find out, they printed more money than they had gold. UK went broke. And I'm seeing parallels. I'm seeing a whole lot of parallels. I mean, granted, we haven't.
We're not go broke. I can tell you that much. We still have
What's that?
almost 350 billion pounds or something, some crazy fucking number. I think the next closest person is like half of that, which would be probably China. So even if we went back to the gold standard, we would still have the title.
Left.
Yeah, but the problem is, look at how we're spending money. Like what President Trump is spending like $2 trillion a year, and probably more than that.
Again, when you have a Senate and a House that wants to allow him to do whatever the fuck he wants, this is what happens with your economy.
Yeah,
it's still out of our control.
Mm-hmm.
All you can do is what affects you. How do you prepare for these things and these shifts? That's why I'm agreement in that respect with obstacles is I don't give a fuck. And I told y'all the only thing I care about is the global economy. All I care about, I don't care about local politics. I can't affect change there. I can't do anything. But what affects me is what? The position of the American dollar while I'm over here in the Philippines. Right. That's all I can care about.
But take yourself out of the shoes of a retired Marine, 100% disabled vet. Take yourself out of those shoes, put yourself in the shoes of a regular Joe here in the States. He's paid in US dollar.
Yeah.
So if the dollar collapses, how do you prepare for that?
You better start buying some gold and silver. Get some silver dollars.
Yeah.
Get something to trade with.
That's one way.
I got mad at my mom. She took a whole bunch of silver dollars and spent them like they were just dollar bills. I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me.
Ooh.
You know what I got to research now? I got to research the 1929 stock market collapse.
Oh, I could send you some stuff. I researched this.
I forgot what happened to make that happen, but it
was a combination of a lot of things. First, I'll try to keep it as brief as possible, but basically it was leverage and the Smoot-Hawley tariff act. But
what I want to research is this, more like not, the average man went broke and was out on the street.
Oh,
but
even the rich man went broke.
Yeah, but somebody was still making money. Somebody still had something. That's what I want to study.
If you shorted the market, you made a ton of money.
But even after that, the people who just, because you had the JP Morgans, the people like,
all them. But you know how they lived, right? Even when the market's down, they're not down because they lived off of insurance.
Yeah, that's what I want to study. I want to see how did they still make it when
they lived off of insurance. I'm telling you right now, that's what it was. That's why I tell you guys, insurance is a great thing to have, especially when it has a cash value.
Yeah, they did nearly collapse because a lot of banks collapsed. JP Morgan survived, obviously. So did Chase. JP Morgan and Chase were two different banks back then. Bank of America, they survived. I think they were called Bank of Italy at the time. No, they were Bank of America. They used to be Bank of Italy, then they changed their name to Bank of America. But by this time, they're Bank of America. They survived, obviously. Lehman Brothers had survived. You know, but
not just the bankers. I want to know how the person was it that they invested, did they short, did they take out? And I say that so if this
you
goes
had
through
two
that
types.
cycle.
You had two types. You had people that shorted, you know, down in nothing. And then you also had people that were if you were smart, you weren't leveraged and you sat on the sidelines. Like, for example, if you were in cash, for example, you know, the market went down. Believe it or not, the US dollar actually went up. We had a deflationary period. So if you were sitting in all cash, which under good market conditions you don't want to do, but if you were sitting on all cash and everything's going down, you just bought when everything was cheap. You didn't lose anything. You were cash. You know. So like for
invertly, so let me twist this up a little bit. If you pull money out of your insurance policy, it's tax free. So when you pull money out your insurance policy, if money was up, you got a huge evaluation for the money that you pulled out.
How many insurance companies went bankrupt?
None. The law is you have to be liquid with the amount of insurance policies you have outstanding. You can't be upside down in insurance policies.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that.
Well, that actually happened with AIG. But this was 2008 when it happened. But AIG was upside down with the mortgage-backed security product.
Mortgage parts, right, but not the insurance part. You can't have
You say
insurance.
life insurance.
Yeah, you can't
Is
have
it life insurance or whole insurance?
It's either one. Insurance policies, period, cannot be upside down. You have to, if you put out a policy, you have to have that much in liquidity. You can't just wait to pay out on somebody else's debt because that puts you upside down. That's kind of like what Social Security does. You have to have so many people working in order to pay out the ones that are actually benefiting from the policy or from Social Security. So that's what the drawdown is. The biggest gain will be when all the baby boomers die, because population growth hasn't been as much as when the baby boomers were born. Then they'll be able to catch up a little bit, you know, as far as how many people have to work in order to contribute into the system so the people that are using the system can be paid out. But it's supposed to be a separate system. That system is never in jeopardy. Don't let the government tell you that.
Well, the CBO came out and said Social Security is unfunded past 2032.
That's not true. It's a separate system.
That's what the CBO.
It has nothing to do with the government. Yeah, I understand. They like to lie. Just like your corporations lied to you and got you off of pensions to go on the 401k plans. That's a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
Got us. They got us.
I mean, in a way, though, I do kind of like I do like the 401k plan better than a pension plan. Well,
no.
Just
You
hear
had a
me out.
guaranteed. Listen, you have a guaranteed payout until you die. It didn't matter how long you live. That was the problem. People were living longer. That means they were in the pension plan longer.
Yeah.
So they started phasing that shit out. As y'all died off, they started rolling y'all to the fucking 401k plan, which if you look up the guy that invented the 401k, Ted Benna, he'll tell you outright that 401k was never a policy that was written for retirement. It was a temporary policy for people that were bonusing in the year, and then they could pull that out during the holidays and do whatever they needed to do with that bonus money. It was not supposed to be a standalone and a retirement plan. They turned it into that as a lure to get you out of those pension plans.
Well, that's the same with Social Security, man. It wasn't supposed to live off of it. I mean, it was just supposed to help you.
Yeah, you're supposed to have the three-legged stool. Savings, retirement, and
But here's the thing: is that let's say I went to work for Ford, right? Worked for them for 30 years. I got my pension. Year 40, you know, or hell, 2 years later, Ford goes out of business. Now I lost my pension anyway because Ford isn't there to pay it.
Ford who?
No, he's saying example.
Oh.
Example.
No, man, them pension plans don't ever let you. That's separate. That's why they, because here's the biggest thing about this. That pension plan is so big. I'm telling you, there are investment firms that want those pension plans in their portfolio. Those pension plans are so big, after the last person dies out, whoever the owner is, the company, they inherit all that back money that's sitting in that fund back into the company. And they're huge dollar amounts. That's why they want everybody off those plans, because they want access to those dollar amounts over the years that they've been open.
Yeah, but we actually had a real life example. Remember Enron?
Yeah.
Yeah, Enron. They were mismanaging the pension fund, and
that was already illegal. You get what I'm saying? When you do illegal shit, that's what. Yeah. So that's why it failed. But normally, that's not supposed to fail. That shit is solid. It's like locked tight, solid type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna bid a good night because I'm tired, man. It's gonna be a long
I don't
day.
know where you got back on, but hey,
you
punishing yourself. That was a choice. You got up and got back on the thing for a choice.
You know, that bathroom break didn't do me no good going to the bathroom. I'm trying to just support y'all from afar. But I'm gone, my brothers.
I got up 3 times and went to the bathroom in the middle of all this.
Fearless, take a look at what I told you about T-bills and, keeping cash on the sidelines, waiting for things to collapse, and then you can look at shorting. But be careful about shorting.
Man, this is not a financial advisory channel. I am not condoning anything that's being said or shared on this panel.
No, I just told him to take a look. I didn't say short.
Okay.
Just take a look at
y'all
it.
Don't come through me. Go look for him. Okay. I just told you I'm not a financial channel.
And you know the biggest thing, I think obstacles. Maybe he need to have a show on this. I heard him say something earlier about it. Was how the money in other countries have gone up. Man, let me think of that market. What is it called? Is it Forescan? What is the money market?
Fortrain? You talking about Fortrain?
Yeah. Forex. Yeah, that's the biggest. I didn't know how big that was. I thought the stock market was big. That eclipses the stock market.
Yeah.
That is where, if I knew how to do that, that's what you do.
Forex is failing. Are you talking about that kind of investment? Oh man.
No, when you invest in
exchange of currencies, people being Forex, like Interactive Broker has a whole brokerage platform built on the Forex.
My buddy used to leverage one currency
that's
to another.
what I need to. That's what I need to hear from Obstacles. If you're gonna teach something, man, if you got some videos, that's it. I hadn't looked
I
into
wish
it
I
a
could,
long.
Fearless. I don't know that one. I see if I can find somebody.
Yeah,
but that is a big thing. I haven't even dived in there.
Yeah, man, there's money that's made.
Yeah, but it's dangerous. There's also money that's lost too.
Oh, I mean, it is. I'm not saying this. I just know how much money is there and how much money is moved. And for instance, I remember the Dominican peso was like at 25, and I was like, man, it don't mean nothing. And then when this was my first travel, and then when you start to go over there, and all of a sudden now it's at 30 and 40, and now I think it's like at 57. You're like, oh man, if you played that currency, how much money you would have made. And especially with the war going on, how your dollar fluctuates. Matter of fact, when I was younger, and I can't remember it now, is the Canadian dollar still more than the American? I remember
it's never been more than the American dollar.
No, it used to be like
it's been a couple cents or so above it, I think.
It used to be like, it'd be $10 here and $12 US or Canada or something like that. It was always more. Yeah.
No. I think you got the currency pairs backwards.
No,
basically,
I'm telling you, on every little.
Yeah, right now the Canadian dollar to the US dollar is $1.38 per dollar. It's a couple cents, like I was saying.
So,
So
basically,
$1 is 138 in Canada. We're up. No, they're up.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, they're up.
no. We're up. That means it takes one. Yes, it is. You're reading it backwards. It takes 1.38 Canadian dollars.
You're right. You're
to
right.
equal
You're right.
$1.
Yeah, we're up right now.
Yeah.
There's some way. I mean, as much as you guys travel, and as much as I see the guys on the corner, selling currency.
Yeah, I was just telling
street
people
hustle.
here, it's like 61 pesos per dollar. Normally in the Philippines and this is even back in the 90s when I was here. It's always stayed around 52 to 53. It's at the 60 something pesos. So really, this is the best time to buy in bulk and just hold on to it.
Mm-hmm. But I got it. When Obstacles do a show on that one, that's when I really gotta record it, tune it in, get my pencil out, and roll with it, because I know people that made money with it. I just, there's just too much going on for me to get into that field. I don't know enough about it.
You got to move it around quickly or hold it and wait for it to recover again. So it's not fun. Sometimes you're like nervous.
2011 Fearless, and then 2007 was the only time that Canada edged us out in its history. So back
that's
in those
probably
times,
because
that's when it was.
Go ahead. It's probably because commodity prices went up. Usually they're the loonie, as they call it. That's the nickname for the Canadian dollar. Usually, if commodity prices go up, the Canadian dollar strengthens.
So, Danny's saying you can't. Yeah, I just did that yesterday. I just balanced my stocks. I had to do a whole bunch of rebalancing and reshuffling. So I know, you can't beat the stocks.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I've been doing that pretty much since January. I went to T-bills.
Oh, here we go.
I'm still in stock.
Investment on this channel, man.
Oh, I just said what I just said what I did. I didn't say, hey, go out and buy T-bills. That's just what I did.
By the way, while we've been on the live, I have two polls running, one in the vertical room with 223 votes. Do you think there will be war or peace? Was the question. 64% in that room said war.
Yeah.
And then in the other room, 25 people voted war or peace, and it's 60%. So overwhelming, at least 60% or more are thinking this 2 weeks is just 2 weeks. It's still going to be a war at the end of the day.
I think what happens is Trump he reads too many tweets, too much news, and if reading the news, anybody says that he was a failure, he walked away. That just his ego, his pride is too deep for that.
That's where the checks and balances stop the ego from working. And when you got people in power that are allowed to change their checks and balances to control the fact that somebody's telling them no, that's a problem. That is a real problem.
And you know what stock went up? I'm looking to try. Oh yeah, I think my Costco stock went up. My Costco, it went up. I was doing good.
I just saw an alert on XRP, like there was something bad happening or it took a hit.
Let me take a look.
But anyway,
the crypto markets, they're very volatile. Know that.
I think if it bottomed out, I might get some. I told you I'm doing good. So I'm on a good set.
Are you doing Nancy Pelosi good?
Man, I wish I was doing Nancy Pelosi good, man. Goodness gracious.
Or even was it Omar Ilhan Omar and her husband? You doing that good?
Man, I wish. I mean, I thought I was doing good. I was beating the market.
You know, I was just
Beating the
watching
market.
a YouTube video because Claude is unreal right now, and they got some different AI Claude programming and Claude code. There's a bot right now that looks at the averaging of the stock and also looks at investment, meaning the politicians' investments, and it kind of tells you which way to look at what they're investing in, what they're not investing in by their investments. And obviously, you know the odds on them increasing and not taking hits. There's
I
actually a
made some
bot.
good money just recently. I think when we talked before, I took $100,000 dip. I mean, I was fine. That's when I told you I got rid of my I did the offering. I'll say offering compromise. You know what I did? I don't even know the name of conversion, Roth and conversion,
Right.
and I threw some more in there, and it's on its way back up. So I got back at even again. It's down and back at even. So I was like, just
But
keep going
is
with it.
it in your Roth or your taxable?
I mean, I still got, man. I don't know what I was thinking. I was young in the game. I'm trying to put some more in that Roth IRA, but I can't do it.
Anything extra you get out of your paycheck, do not double invest in your 401k. Put it in the Roth.
No, the problem is I invested in my 401k and it zoomed up. But no, if I put this money into my Roth, I've done so. I put a great deal amount, but I can't do it every year. I gotta wait. I can do it. No, I can do it now consistently, but the money that's in there, oh man, he let me know what the tax burden was going to be. I was like, yeah, I need to have another kid and something else to cover that tax burden. I was like, y'all getting me.
Well, with the Roth though, it should be growing tax free.
No, but the problem is, no, that is correct what you're saying. The problem is when it starts in your 401k.
Yeah, you got to take the hit to liquidate the 401k to transfer it into the Roth, tax free. But you got to bite the bullet any time. That's the whole point I was trying to say. What's guaranteed in life besides death and taxes? You either take the hit late now or you defer and wait until taxes go up even more. And then when you really do it, you're going to take a bigger hit.
You are correct. Well, conversion.
I mean, take it as a contribution into your full profile as far as how much of your income is actually taxable. Take it as that. You're contributing into the tax fund to where you hit your max. You max out, then you don't pay any more into the policy. I mean, you don't pay any more in the tax. The quicker you can get to that number, the better off you are.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just hurting right now. It's just hurting.
Unless you offset it, start a business.
I mean, I'm doing my YouTube business. Shoot, that's the reason I'm on YouTube.
You're taking all kind of loss in. Hey, especially you write off some of those trips and show them your YouTube AdSense against your trip cost. Hey, that's a loss. That's a free trip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shoot. Man, I got lazy.
I mean, you got it documented now. It's just about going back through and.
No, not lazy, but I'm talking about just the funds was making money, and that's all I was looking at.
Get your Claude to do it for you while you sleep. Get you a little MacBook Pro box and let Claude run independent. Do all your work while you sleep.
If that's why I got the whole thing where I was in. I put the 529 on it. I got my and you don't know this. The last 2 days, I done went through everything, man. I went through everything I had.
529 plan, man. I'm trying to tell you, get rid of that.
I need that 529.
No, put it how you will.
But I got two for. I need there's two. I got the 529 and their custodial plan. So one she has to use for college.
How much can you contribute into 529? What in the like 3,600 max or 52 per year?
I think it's more than that. I can't remember what it is, but I think it may be a little more. But I
Based
got
on your income, that's not a lot, bro.
What is it?
I thought it was around 36 to 52, something in that number somewhere a year annually.
Yeah, so I'm letting them do it. So normally you have lower income. I'm hoping to have a lower tax burden. I don't think. But yeah, I just did everything. I went on a mission of money, so I did my man, maybe it's late. I can't remember my health equity plan.
Oh, it's a lot higher than that.
What is? Yeah, it's up there.
It's 19,000 annual donor.
Yeah, throw that in.
38,000 if you're married.
Damn.
Throw it in. You figure how much college is, man? Shit. You think you're doing something till you get.
The whole thing is it has to apply directly to college.
Yeah.
That's why I say if you put in the IUL, you can use it for anything.
But the tax burden. So
There's
when
no
they
tax
take it out.
in IUL. It grows tax free.
Oh yeah. So
It's an insurance policy, remember?
yeah, I gotta still look into that. I ain't looked into it. I have not looked into that.
Category limits ranging from overall per beneficiary. Oh, it does have a max out. Well, goddamn, if somebody can max out that per annual, let's take a little. They says some states have a maximum, but the policy on the 529 plan is 235,000 to 621. That's a good college fund.
That's what I'm saying.
That person can't listen. If that guy can't use it for college, now you stuck. What if the kid dies? What you get what I'm saying? There's so many different variables to that. What if your kid grows up and says, "I don't want to go to college, Dad"? Now you got this money.
They can use it for different trade schools and stuff. I mean, you put enough in it just to cover for the just in case. Like, all right, here's that, and then the majority goes into the custodial plan. I got a Roth custodial plan.
Right.
So I think with that one, they can keep it at 18, or they can keep investing. It's like 30, and then they can roll it over.
Hey, we're gonna shut this down at 6 hours, man, because I ain't doing this marathon thing again.
Yeah, I'm
Last
gone.
time we were trying to do it at 3, it got to 4. Next thing you know, we looked up, it was 11 hours. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what you need to do, man. People have kids. What are they investing for their kid? I think that's a good show. Who was that to put like one of the rappers put their kid as a name as a writer or something on their record?
Yeah,
consistently got royalties.
Yeah, give them the royalty access.
Mm-hmm. You figure if you could get a rental house, I know my wife's friend, she bought a rental house for her little daughter. And, I figure she figures it's a 15-year loan, and by the time she's 18, I guess it's paid off. So the house she'll go 18 with a house. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
What's the massive? All right. I'm trying to find out what he said. The massive benefit of marriage. What is that? Oh yeah, taxes. That's it.
Yeah, but then your wife gets to clean you out after 7-8 years.
Tax credits from children. All those good things. All right, fellas, we gotta go.
All right.
We started about 6 hours. I appreciate you guys joining the panel and this discussion. We'll see you in 2 weeks now with this deferment and ceasefire, but it ain't too much of a ceasefire because Israel and Iran are still volleying at each other. So I don't know how long that's going to last for 2 weeks.
It's a ceasefire, man. We was told 3,000 years ago that there wasn't going to be a ceasefire. That's what they
Donald
say.
Trump would agree to that.
Israel, like 3,000 years ago, God told us there wasn't going to be a ceasefire.
So anyway, I'm gonna push this button and end the stream. Appreciate you guys Tune in on Friday. I guess we're going over the whole Frisco being invaded by the Indian nation.
Yeah, we're gonna try.
I'm not talking about the American Indians either. I'm talking about the Indians from India. All right, fellas. See you later.
All right.
Yeah. We don't do rumors. We run facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts. This is Hit and Run.
Chopper 1, visual contact, vehicle heading northbound.
I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. See men fold when the lights got bright. See truth drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the face, then we run. Feel us from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet cracked, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckles scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg. Just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud, it's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Hit and run. Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run. No emotion, just evidence.